The Hogwarts professor mixed into Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, The Indignant Squib, the Wizengamot's Notarization. During the day, in a house in Hogsmeade, a large number of squibs and some squib wizards formed a square formation, sitting cross-legged and staring at the handsome young man with black hair in front of them. This young man was Ian. At this moment, Ian stood in front of everyone, with 9 large patterns behind him, which were the 9 runes of the 9-element meditation method. Dear future wizards, the 9-element meditation method has been explained to you. I will emphasize it again here. As he said, Ian pointed to the 9 patterns behind him and continued, the core of the meditation method lies in the runes. You must carefully outline them and make sure they are exactly the same. If there is a mistake, it's okay if the runes fail. If you get a headache, stop meditating immediately. Otherwise, it is very likely to damage your spiritual sea, which will have a negative impact on the subsequent meditation. Professor Lockhart emphasized this to me, and I'm also repeating it to you. Did you hear it clearly? I heard it clearly. Everyone shouted in unison. Seeing this, Ian nodded gently and continued to ask, okay, now if there is anything you don't understand about meditation, you can ask. If there is no problem, I will guide everyone to meditate again. Hearing this, everyone, including the dumb canon who had already practiced the meditation method, shook their heads and looked at Ian with expectation. Seeing this, Ian did not hesitate too much. He reached out and took out a light brown incense candle from the space extension, waved the magic wand in his hand, and quickly chanted the magic spell, Wingardium Leviosa. With a flash of white light, the incense candle floated in the air. Then, Ian waved the magic wand again and outlined a simple red rune in the air. After the rune was formed, it began to shrink suddenly, turned into a flame, and then floated into the tip of the incense candle. Soon, a strange fragrance floated from the incense candle to the surroundings. Seeing this, everyone's face flashed a trace of excitement, and then recalled the 9 runes again, and began to close their eyes and meditate. The reason why they participated in Teacher Ian's meditation course was that the meditation method taught by this teacher was easy to understand. The most important thing was that every time this teacher taught everyone to meditate, he would use incense and candles to help everyone quickly enter meditation and even improve the efficiency of meditation. Otherwise, why would the squibs who had already practiced meditation still follow Ian to learn? Incense and candles are the key factor for them to stay here. Ian nodded slightly when he saw everyone's performance. Practicing meditation method purely through meditation, unless you are extremely talented, it will take a long time to take effect. Even if they have good talents, it is due to the continuous allocation of resources by their mentors. They have been drinking various potions and receiving special tutoring. Only then will their strength improve rapidly. Of course, it is impossible for him to directly provide potions for free to recruit these students. He is not that rich, and Lockhart will never do so. Unless a rich squib buys it specifically, Ian will provide potions specifically. However, if you want to attract ordinary squibs to come and study, and they will not leave easily in a short time, you still need to provide some benefits. After all, the world is bustling, all for profit, and the world is bustling, all for profit. In addition to the magic knowledge, the concentration incense candle is an important guarantee that Lockhart took out. The concentration incense candle was designed by Lockhart, based on the principle of sandalwood in his previous life. The material is not expensive. Although the effect is not top-notch, it is still okay. The most important thing is that it can guide a large range. Just one incense candle that Ian took out just now can be used by 40 wizards for a whole day. If you use it sparingly, it can be used for 2 or 3 days. It is enough for ordinary squibs to follow Ian to learn, and for everyone to respect Ian. This is also the key for Ian, to control the right to speak and influence everyone. At this moment, Ian looked at everyone's performance with a calm face and nodded slightly. But if someone carefully observes Ian's eyes, perhaps they can see a hint of expectation from it. The space is filled with strange fragrance. Everyone meditates silently, and Ian thinks quietly. As time slowly passed, suddenly, click, whoosh, a violent push sounded, and the door of the house suddenly opened. A strong wind blew, dispersing the fragrance of the incense candle. This woke up all the squibs who were meditating with their eyes closed. They turned their heads and looked at the young man who came in with dissatisfaction. When Ian saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up, and then his face became serious. He said to the young man holding the newspaper, "Barry, what's the matter? It's not good, Teacher Ian." Barry waved the newspaper in his hand. His face was a little nervous, and he quickly said to Ian, "The Daily Prophet has begun to frame Professor Lockhart again. This time the pureblood family's means are even more vicious. They directly slandered Professor Lockhart and robbed other people's research results. Teacher Ian, what should we do?" Barry's face was full of anxiety, and his tone was full of dissatisfaction and anger. It seemed that he was extremely indignant about the behavior of the pureblood family, and Barry's words instantly made all the squibs in the room scream. "What's going on? Professor Lockhart robbed other people's research results. How is this possible? Conspiracy. It's definitely a conspiracy of the pureblood family. Yes, Professor Lockhart is so good, sharing the meditation method with everyone for free. How could he rob other people's research results?" "Quiet." Ian pointed his wand at his throat, cast a sound amplification spell, and said loudly. Everyone fell silent in an instant. Then Ian asked again, "Barry, what happened?" His tone was full of doubt, as if he was puzzled by what Barry said. "Teacher Ian, you will know after reading the Daily Prophet." Barry waved the newspaper in his hand again, shouting angrily. The pureblood family pulled out a wizard named Rango Marcus and said that the meditation method was his research result. Slandering Professor Lockhart not only cast a forgetfulness spell on him, but also plagiarized the meditation method. Give Professor Lockhart the title of a dark wizard. As he said, Barry opened the newspaper and read it word by word. After Rango Marcus regained his memory, he went directly to the Ministry of Magic and found Amelia Bones, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, to report that Gilderoy Lockhart had cast a forgetfulness spell on him and robbed him of his research results. And that research result is the meditation method that we call a miracle in the wizarding world. Gilderoy Lockhart, a plagiarist, plagiarized the research results of the wizard Rango and took the reputation of the meditation method for himself. Reading this, Barry cursed angrily. The pureblood family is still thieves. They are jealous of the meditation method that Professor Lockhart has researched for our squibs. Hearing this, all the squibs were indignant. At this moment, Ian looked at the dissatisfaction and anger on everyone's faces and didn't say much. After waiting for a while, he saw that everyone's emotions were almost vented. He said, "Don't worry, we will never let the pureblood family succeed. Let's calm down first." Not long ago, Professor Lockhart mentioned in a letter that he was invited by Durmstrang, so he is not in the British wizarding world now. I will write to Professor Lockhart right now and tell him about the slander of the pureblood family. Don't be impulsive. Let's see how Professor Lockhart responds," Ian said to everyone in a comforting tone. Hearing what Ian said, everyone slowly calmed down. I think everyone should be able to calm down and meditate now, so let's stop here today and go back and have a good rest. I will also write to Professor Lockhart to explain the situation. We must not let the pureblood family succeed, Ian said again, and many squibs hesitated to speak, but finally turned around and left obediently. Looking at the figures of everyone leaving, Ian returned to the study in the house and began to write a letter. When acting, you must do it well and pay attention to details. This is what Teacher Carter taught them. Watching the owl slowly leave with the envelope in its mouth, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. Step 1 of the plan achieved. In the morning, Hogwarts cafeteria. A large number of young wizards sat at the tables in the cafeteria, whispering quietly and full of expectations. At this time every day, owls would arrive and deliver various newspapers, gifts, letters, etc. After everything was over, it was time for them to have breakfast. After a night, many young wizards were already hungry and couldn't wait to wave their knives and forks to enjoy the food. At this moment, Dumbledore and the professors were sitting at their own tables, talking to each other and talking about some interesting things. At this time, a large number of owls flew over. They landed in front of some young wizards and professors and handed the envelopes, newspapers, or gift boxes in their mouths to the targets. Then they flapped their wings and left collectively. Then how is it possible? Who is Rango Marcus? Professor Lockhart can't be a dark wizard. He is so gentle. It turns out that the real founder of the meditation method is Rango Marcus. In the cafeteria, there were a lot of shouts, surprises, rebuttals and other voices from young wizards. At this moment, all the professors of Hogwarts looked at the Daily Prophet in front of them, and their faces were generally not good. However, they did not express their opinions directly, but looked at Dumbledore tacitly. It seemed that they wanted to hear the decision of Headmaster Dumbledore. At this moment, Dumbledore looked at the newspaper in front of him, and the envelope from the Ministry of Magic next to it, and a distressed look appeared on his face. He said that Lockhart should not be allowed to leave, and sure enough, the Pureblood family was easy to take action again. Even the Ministry of Magic sent a letter asking him, the chief of the Wizengamot, to participate in the judgment of Rango Marcus. There is no doubt that this is delaying him. Thinking about it, he looked at the noisy discussion coming from the little wizards. Dumbledore stretched out his wand and pointed it at his throat, and his voice enveloped the entire cafeteria. Quiet, all students, quiet down. Hearing the gentle voice of the headmaster, the little wizards quieted down one after another, and looked at Dumbledore together. Seeing this, Dumbledore said again, "We all know everyone's doubts. Hogwarts will figure out the reasons for the matter. Before that, everyone should not make blind judgments. Now, let's eat." As soon as the voice fell, rich food appeared on the plates in front of all the little wizards. Seeing this, many hungry little wizards waved their knives and forks to fill their stomachs. But at the same time, I don't know if the little wizards were discussing while eating. Hermione, Ron, do you know this Rango Marcus? Harry Potter cut out a small piece of sausage and asked in confusion. I haven't heard of it, but it must be a slander against Professor Lockhart. Hermione said firmly. Yes, just like that Ritter Skeeter last time. Ron next to him took a bite of bread and raised the bread in his hand to express his indignation. It's a pity that Professor Lockhart is in Durmstrang now, otherwise we could have confronted him directly, Harry said with some regret, and then his tone quickly changed, and he said confidently, I'm writing a letter to Professor Lockhart now. When Professor Lockhart comes back, their conspiracy will be exposed. Yes. Yes. Ron and Hermione on the side also agreed. They had exactly the same idea. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he said to the professors on the side, Flitwick, McGonagall, after you finish your meal, write a letter to Lockhart and ask him to come back from Durmstrang as soon as possible. I have to go to the Ministry of Magic now to see if I can meet Rango Marcus. However, hello, it seems that you also know that writing a letter may not work. Dumbledore said to Snape again. Snape, you have a good relationship with Lockhart. If you can't contact him, go to Durmstrang. As he said that, Dumbledore waved his wand, and a white piece of paper appeared out of thin air and fell into Snape's hand, saying, Snape, when you arrive in Norway, go and contact him. He can take you to Durmstrang. For the slightly increased risk after Lockhart's departure, some backup plans have been prepared. Now, these backup plans are just right. After hearing this, Snape nodded slightly and held the paper to show that he understood. Seeing this, Dumbledore nodded and waved his wand. It seemed to be calling for something. The next moment, a cluster of red flames appeared on Dumbledore's shoulders. The flames disappeared, and the phoenix appeared, holding Dumbledore's shoulders tightly with its claws. Then, whoosh, the red flames appeared again, covering Dumbledore. At the same time, they went out in an instant, and Dumbledore disappeared quietly. Seeing this, Flitwick said with a gloomy face, I will write a letter to Lockhart and contact several of my friends at the same time. As the head of Ravenclaw, he has always been optimistic about Lockhart, who was born in Ravenclaw, and the two have a good relationship. Now that he encountered such a thing, he was also very angry. He did not believe the newspaper's claim that Lockhart plagiarized. It's not like he had not discussed magic knowledge and runes with Lockhart. He was a little ashamed of Lockhart's academic foundation and the magic knowledge he mastered. How could he plagiarize? As for Rango Marcus, he was not familiar with this person, but he had heard of him before. In the past few years, he had done some research on ancient runes, and his level seemed to be limited. In the past 1 or 2 years, he had not heard of any of his deeds. If it weren't for the daily profit, he would have forgotten this person. While thinking, he nodded to several professors, turned around and left, preparing to write a letter, calling out several of his friends to speak up for Lockhart. There were several other professors, such as McGonagall, Sprout, etc., who exchanged a few words and then turned and left, prepare to write a letter to contact and inform Lockhart. They also expressed distrust of Lockhart's plagiarism. Ministry of Magic. In front of the magic fireplace on the first floor of the basement, a cluster of green flames emerged. After disappearing in an instant, Dumbledore walked out of it. Headmaster, good morning. Headmaster, good morning. Dumbledore just walked out and walked to the Wizengamot courtroom on the 3rd floor of the basement. On the way, a large number of wizards saw him and greeted him respectfully. Dumbledore looked at these students who all came out of Hogwarts, smiled kindly, and nodded slightly. Soon, Dumbledore walked into the 3rd floor of the basement. At the same time, the grey wizard robe on his body gradually turned into a purple-red robe, which was the uniform of the Wizengamot members. Click. Dumbledore pushed open the door of the Wizengamot courtroom. At a glance, in a relatively closed space, a large number of Wizengamot members wearing purple robes sat on both sides. In the middle, sat a middle-aged wizard wearing black wizard robes and looking a little haggard. After a quick glance, Dumbledore sat down in his seat. His seat was relatively forward, which was his position as the chief of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore, Professor Lockhart is in a bad situation this time. Griselda said softly on the side. This time, Rango is going to drink the truth serum, including taking in the divine thoughts, testing the memory and other means to prove his innocence. It seems that Rango is very confident in proving his identity as the founder of the meditation method. Hearing this, Dumbledore's expression did not change. He nodded slightly, replied with a few polite words, indicating that he knew, and did not say anything more. Immediately, he set his sights on the judge, who was sitting in the front and wearing a black wizard robe. Not long after, with the arrival of several Wizengamot members, the judge standing in the front said loudly, "Now, the notarization of Rango Marcus, the founder of the meditation method, begins now. Chapter 302 Snape is transported to Africa. I'm Rango Marcus, an expert in ancient rune research. I have published books such as The Historical Evolution of Ancient Rune Runes and the Relationship Between Magic Spells and Ancient Rune Runes. But I never expected that I would be attacked by Gilderoy Lockhart's forgetfulness curse." The haggard middle-aged wizard sat in the middle chair of the courtroom and said in a low voice, "The Gilderoy Lockhart I know is a well-known writer in the wizarding world. I remember that he had published 6 books at that time, so I trust him very much. So when he came to my home, I told him about my research and my beautiful vision for the future. As a result, I didn't expect him to disguise so well." At this point, Rango's expression was a little ferocious, full of anger, and he roared loudly, "Lockhart, he is a dark wizard. I treated him kindly, but he cruelly cast the Cruciatus curse on me, tortured me in every way, and forced me to tell all my research on runes." At this point, Rango trembled all over, as if recalling his experience of being tortured. "Finally, he cast a forgetfulness spell on me, erasing all my memories of studying runes. I hate it. Why would I invite a dark wizard to my home?" Rango's angry voice also caused discussions among the Wizengamot members on both sides. Alas, it's true that you can't know a person's heart by his appearance. I didn't expect Lockhart to be a dark wizard. TSK. Apart from anything else, just proving that Lockhart cast the 3 unforgivable curses is enough to arrest him and put him in Azkaban. But this is just Rango's one-sided statement. It's hard to make a direct judgment. If it's true, then the authenticity of the books he wrote before is also questionable. What do you think? I've listened to his lectures before. I don't think Lockhart is such a person. At this moment, Dumbledore silently looked at Rango sitting in the middle. Although he didn't say a word, he stared at Rango's eyes closely. Ding. Silence. It seemed that, because the voices of everyone's discussion were getting louder and louder, Judge Miranda, who was standing opposite Rango, knocked the small bell in front of him with a small hammer, and a clang sounded. At the same time, they shouted seriously. Soon, in just a few seconds, the entire courtroom fell silent. Rango Marcus, I'm now asking you questions in the name of the Wizengamot. All your answers will be magically recorded and witnessed by everyone. Is there anything you don't understand? No. Rango shook his head with regret, as if he still regretted meeting Lockhart, the Dark Wizard. Okay, do you admit that you are the founder of the meditation method? The judge asked loudly. Yes, I'm the founder of the meditation method. In fact, the original name of the meditation method is what I call the rune cultivation method, which originated from the cultivation through runes. Later, Lockhart changed its name to meditation method. It is correct to say that I'm the founder of the meditation method. Rango nodded very affirmatively and said, Lockhart not only stole my rune cultivation method, but also gave it a new name. It's a pity that I was cast under the forgetfulness spell, which caused my memory about runes to be partially recovered until recently. At this point, Rango's tone had become somewhat angry. Judge, Lockhart cannot be let go. You must arrest him immediately. After hearing this, Judge Miranda said in a deep voice, Rango Marcus, please remain calm. Then he asked again, do you have any evidence to prove that what you said is true? After hearing this, Rango replied loudly, Judge, I have evidence. Although I was cast under the forgetfulness spell, I still recovered some of my memories about runes. I once developed a rune cultivation method, which is what you call a meditation method. This meditation method has not been announced to the public yet, but it can serve as evidence to prove that Lockhart stole my research results. Okay, Rango. Judge Miranda said again in a deep voice, please present your evidence. Hearing this, Rango reached out and took out a piece of parchment. At the same time, a wizard stepped forward, took the parchment, turned around and walked to the judge, and handed it to him. At this moment, Dumbledore, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, Judge Miranda, can we identify this meditation method together? After hearing this, Judge Miranda looked at Rango again, and after hearing this, Rango said to Dumbledore without hesitation, Principal Dumbledore, no problem. I'm your student, and I have full trust in you. I hope you can also make the decision for me and arrest the Dark Wizard Lockhart. Don't let him have a chance to escape. After hearing this, Dumbledore was silent for a while and then said gently, Rango, don't worry, I won't wrongly accuse any wizard. Hearing this, Judge Miranda waved his hand gently, and the wizard next to him stretched out his wand, tapped the parchment in his hand, and the white light flickered slightly, and then waved it vigorously in the air. In an instant, a large number of words and rune patterns appeared in the air, which were exactly the contents on the parchment. Dumbledore stared at the words and patterns of the meditation method in the air, and his expression changed slightly. At the same time, Rango saw Dumbledore and pleaded loudly, Headmaster, you have to make the decision for me. This meditation method can be applied to wizards, and what Lockhart brought out is a simplified version. This can fully prove that Lockhart plundered my research results. As he said this, he shouted loudly to the Wizengamot members, who were staring at the words and patterns in the air. Everyone, if you still have doubts, I can fully accept the means of capturing divine thoughts, truth serum, etc. As long as I can uncover the truth and arrest the Dark Wizard Lockhart, I'm willing to try. At this moment, Dumbledore was still silent, and his mind reviewed the meditation method he had just seen. Although there were a lot of traces of modification in this meditation method, he could see the core at a glance. Because this meditation method was developed by him and Lockhart together. To be precise, it was Lockhart who took out the framework and asked him for guidance, and he made a lot of suggestions. He even gave the name, called Moonlight Meditation Method. And it was useless for him to say it now. The other party had an excuse, saying that Lockhart was very likely to use his name to whitewash himself. The most important thing was that he had just observed Rango's expression, including using a slight absorption of divine thoughts. He found that the emotions were real, and the anger and regret were completely from the heart, as if they had really happened, or he thought they had really happened. In this case, no matter whether it was a truth serum or absorption of divine thoughts, it would not work. It seems that he could not stop this meditation method. Next, he needed to summon Lockhart for a face-to-face confrontation. Now I hope that Snape can arrive in time. At the same time, Snape, wearing a black wizard robe, was standing in front of the transnational magic fireplace. Next stood a middle-aged member of the Ministry of Magic. He had just applied to go to Norway from the Department of Magical Transportation, and was ready to rush over to call Lockhart back. "Professor Snape, you can go in." Hearing the voice of the original middle-aged wizard next to him, Snape nodded and went directly into the magic fireplace. Then whoosh, green flames rose. At the same time, a somewhat panicked voice suddenly came. "Oh no, there is a problem with the Flu network transmission." Snape just reacted and felt as if his body was stuffed into a tube, twisting and shuttling. The next moment, the space changed, and Snape looked at the scene in front of him, his mouth twitching constantly. On the endless grassland, a large number of black people gathered together, holding shotguns, and looking at the golden lion opposite with vigilance. He has come to Africa. Chapter 303. Let's go and rescue our fellow Squibs. British Ministry of Magic Wizengamet courtroom. I don't need the meditation method, including the runes, and I will give them to the families present for free. There is only one request. Lockhart must be captured. This dark wizard must be captured. Rango shouted in the courtroom with a ferocious look and hatred, as if his emotions were out of control. When the Wizengamet members heard it, their expressions varied. Some were thoughtful, some nodded slightly, and some had a trace of greed in their eyes. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and said in a gentle voice, "Rango, don't worry, I will definitely do justice for you, and try my best to help you recover your lost memory." When he said the word memory, his voice became serious. As if sensing Dumbledore's attitude, Rango's expression gradually returned to calm. Then, Dumbledore said gently to Judge Middle, "Your Honor, as the Chief Magician of the Wizengamet, I apply to test Rango's current physical and mental state. Do you think it's okay?" "No." Some members of the Wizengamet said immediately before Judge Middle replied. "Dumbledore, you are the headmaster of Hogwarts, and Lockhart is a professor of Hogwarts, so you should avoid suspicion, and are prohibited from having direct contact with Rango." After hearing this, Judge Middle said in a deep voice, "Principal Dumbledore, Rango's condition has been assessed at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. He has indeed been hit by the forgetfulness curse, and his memory has been affected." Dumbledore was not annoyed when he heard this. He naturally knew that the pureblood family would not let him have direct contact. So he said again, "Lockhart was invited by Durmstrang to give a lecture the day before yesterday, so he temporarily left the UK. I think we should wait until Lockhart comes back before we can do justice. Let the two face to face. This is more reasonable, and can also ensure accuracy. Look, is there any problem with this?" "That's as it should be, Principal Dumbledore," Judge Middle said directly. After receiving Rango's report, the Ministry of Magic has sent people to Durmstrang to summon Lockhart. However, since Durmstrang's location is unknown, members of the Ministry of Magic are communicating with the Norwegian Ministry of Magic to apply for assistance. If Lockhart is innocent, I believe we will see him soon. Hearing this, Dumbledore nodded gently and didn't say much. He seemed to understand the meaning of the other party's words. If he is innocent, he will see him. That means, if he can't see him, it means that Lockhart is not innocent. Now I hope that Snape can arrive on time. On his side, he must immediately deal with the Hogwarts Board of Directors. The pureblood family has already used means to drag him down. Naturally, he had no way to leave directly, or he also wanted to take this opportunity to see what Lockhart was up to. There were some things about Lockhart that he couldn't understand. For example, why did he insist on going to Durmstrang during this period? And what about the Squib meditation class that has become increasingly popular recently? African Ministry of Magic. Are you sure that your Flu network is broken? Snape stood in an empty hall and asked the Black Witch in front of him. I'm very sorry, Professor Snape. For some reason, our Flu network has been breaking down a bit recently, but the repair speed is very fast, and it will definitely be fixed in about a day. African Ministry of Magic member Keith Jacob said apologetically, "Please wait patiently. After the repair is completed, you will be allowed to return to the UK as soon as possible." In response, Snape snorted expressionlessly, said nothing, and turned away. What he didn't notice was that the witch was wearing a light silver necklace on her chest. There was a small triangle at the bottom of the necklace, with a ring and a straight line inside. It was the mark of the saint. At this moment, Snape walked outside the Ministry of Magic. What he was greeted by was the scorching sun and a large number of shirtless black male muggles. This made Snape's mouth and eyes twitch constantly. It is indeed a wild place. The muggles here are vulgar. Dusk, Africa, Lel Wizard Hotel. Snape sat on the bed in the hotel room, looking at the mud cakes, fried bamboo worms, and roasted snails in front of him. His eyes were a little dull. He just wanted some special African food. However, the food in the eyes of African wizards is really disgusting. Then, waving the magic wand, all the food on the table disappeared. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Then, sitting cross-legged on the bed, a golden dragon-like pattern appeared in his arm, flashing continuously, as if calling for something. As time passed by, suddenly a red flame-colored halo appeared, and a figure walked out of it. "Snape, where on earth have you been?" "I used most of my magic power to open the portal." Lockhart felt the warmth and even heat around him, raised his eyebrows, and asked jokingly. Hearing this, Snape's face looked a little bad, and then he seemed to think of something, and waved his wand. In an instant, the food that had disappeared on the table, mud cakes, fried bamboo worms, roasted snails, etc. appeared. "Lockhart, don't you like delicious food? This is a special African delicacy. Do you want to try it?" Snape said maliciously. "Haha, it turns out to be Africa." Lockhart saw the strange food on the table. His tone stagnated, and he laughed and said, "That's what I said. It's still daytime at Durmstrang, but it's already dusk here." Lockhart began to change the subject. "By the way, Snape, the distance is a bit far, and we can't communicate information. What happened? Why did you come to Africa?" Hearing Lockhart's question, Snape's face became serious and said, "The Pureblood family has found an ancient rune expert named Drango Marcus, who said he was the founder of the meditation method. After Albus found out, he asked me to contact you at Durmstrang. As a result, it is very likely that the Pureblood family took action and teleported me to Africa. It seems that they want to delay me and find someone to deal with you." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded slightly and said lightly, "Everything is as expected. This time, the Pureblood family will not have an easy time." As he said, he looked at Snape and said, "As a reminder, you can just come normally. It's better to arrive early and force the Pureblood family to take further action. The more anxious they are, the more likely they are to reveal their flaws." "Okay, no problem." Snape nodded and said, "Tomorrow, I will return to the UK through the African Ministry of Magic, and then I will rush to Norway to meet." Then, as if explaining, there is no teleportation point directly to Norway from the African Ministry of Magic. The best way is to return to the UK. But I'm afraid that the Ministry of Magic can't teleport. I have to find other smuggling channels. "Okay, you can arrange it." Lockhart nodded and said, "It's okay as long as it's reasonable. Don't let the principal see the problem." "Lockhart, I suggest you pay attention. When I was chatting with Albus before, he mentioned your squib meditation class." Snape reminded, "He may have some doubts about you." "Hey." Lockhart was silent for a moment, and sighed softly for Snape's reminder. As expected of the White Lord who suppressed the two Dark Lords, his intuition is very sharp. Then he didn't say much, just exchanged a few words, and left. Snape watched the aperture disappear and Lockhart left. Then, his eyes once again swept over the strange African food on the table, especially the huge roasted snail, and the corners of his mouth twitched again. He waved his wand, and the food disappeared again. Out of sight, out of mind. "Let's take a rest first. After returning to England, I'll eat some normal food and never come to Africa again." The next day, Ian was in Hogsmeade, Ian's meditation hut. Ian was holding a newspaper in his hand, looking down and reading silently, but from the action of tightly grasping the corner of the newspaper, it can be seen that he was very excited. Opposite him stood a group of angry squibs, and their faces were filled with uncontrollable anger. Teacher Ian, the pureblood families are going too far. Not only have they slandered Professor Lockhart as a dark wizard who cast the unforgivable curse, they have also used this man named Rango Marcus to say that meditation is the slogan of the pureblood families. Yes, that's too much. Although the newspaper didn't say it explicitly, that's what it meant. They don't want us to practice meditation. Hood is right. The newspaper also said that the meditation we practice is a simplified version of Professor Lockhart's, and there are unknown dangers. It is recommended that we suspend our practice. Wouldn't it be better to just say that we are forbidden to practice meditation? And they come up with such a shameless excuse. I think these beasts from the pureblood families just can't stand seeing us become wizards. Hearing everyone's indignant shouts, Ian put down the newspaper in his hand, his face as cold as frost. Don't worry, everyone, we will never let the pureblood families conspiracy succeed. I wrote to Professor Lockhart yesterday, and I'm sure I'll get a reply soon. As for the dangers of meditation, I'm a wizard now. I can cast spells and have magic power. I even know several companions, including some of your classmates, who have become wizards from squibs. What harm can there be? Absurd. Ian cursed the last word absurd directly, as if he was very angry about the behavior of the pureblood family. Ian's curse ignited everyone's emotions and made everyone curse. At this moment, suddenly, click, with a click, the door suddenly opened, and a figure ran in directly, shouting loudly, "It's not good, it's not good, Adele, Yasha." They were taken away by the wizard. Edmund, what happened to Yasha? Tell me slowly. Ian asked calmly. The squib, or Edmund, a wizard who successfully practiced meditation, took a few deep breaths after hearing Ian's words, as if trying to calm himself down. But he still looked a little anxious and said, "Teacher Ian, didn't Adele and the others also succeed in practicing meditation? I went to see Adele and the others today, to exchange experiences in practicing meditation. As a result, their parents said that Adele and the others had mental problems and asked someone to take them to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and maladies for examination. You know, their parents have always hated Adele and the other squibs, and they are usually unwilling to give them half a nut. After the problem, how could they take them to see a doctor? Even for a test, they have to pay 4 gold galleons. It must be another conspiracy of the pureblood family. In order to prevent us from practicing meditation, the pureblood family is going to attack us. Teacher Ian, what should we do?" Hearing this, all the squibs present were furious and furious. They shouted, "Damn it, we can't stand it anymore. Shameless bastard pureblood. The pureblood wizards have already attacked us. Fight back, we must fight back." And Ian said to all the squibs in a deep voice with a gloomy face, "Let's go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, to save Adele and Yasha. Save our companions." Sorry, everyone, because the plot has reached a very critical point. In order to better express it, it is more difficult to write. I have deleted several drafts of this chapter today, so the update time is a bit unstable. I will try to stabilize it later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Lucius, this world is still the world of pure blood. Nocturnally, the Dark Wizard and D. Johnson was in his magic bookstore, looking at the dozen or so fellow Dark Wizards in front of him with a serious face. "Everyone, the master has given us a task. We must hide our identities and ensure that no one interferes with the action of the squib today. Did you hear that clearly?" A solemn voice sounded in the bookstore, and some Dark Wizards looked disdainful and dissatisfied. Asking them to protect the squib. What's the difference between asking them to protect a dog? But then, everyone's expression changed. The master has given a death order. This time an accident occurred, and the squib lost his life. The pain of the soul is waiting for everyone. Hearing what Andy said, everyone's eyes flashed with fear. The so-called pain of the soul is actually the backlash of the contract. Almost every one of them has experienced this kind of pain, the kind of heat that seems to want to melt the soul, no less than the torture of the Cruciatus curse. Andy saw everyone's expressions and nodded slightly. Then his tone changed, and he said in a tempting voice, "Similarly, the rewards after completing this mission are enough for everyone to exchange for 3 or even 4 copies of the Light of Life again." What does this mean? I don't need to say more. Lifespan, magic, health, strength, whether you can get it depends on everyone. As soon as Andy finished speaking, Thomas on the side said impatiently, "Andy, when will we act? How to cooperate?" Then, he said to the other black wizards in a threatening tone, "This time, whoever dares to hold me back, don't blame me for being rude. I'm waiting for the Light of Life to prolong my life. Whoever doesn't want me to live, I'll let him die first." Hearing Thomas' words, all the black wizards looked stern, but then their faces were excited. As black wizards, their bodies, souls, and even reason have been damaged to varying degrees. Serious ones are like Thomas. Although their combat power is not weak, they need to prolong their lives through the Light of Life. Otherwise, they are likely to become a madman or a dead body. The lightest ones were also basically not weak in souls, because they studied black magic for at least 20 to 30 years or even 40 to 50 years. With such a long time, even if they tried every means to avoid the backlash of black magic, they still could not avoid being affected. The Light of Life is the only hope they have seen so far. This is why they are willing to sign the magic contract and become Lockhart's men. They all cherish their lives. As for offending the pureblood family, sorry, they are all black wizards and really don't care about these. Okay, I believe that with our joint efforts, we will definitely be able to complete the task assigned by the master. According to the master's instructions, this time, we need to be divided into 3 groups. Go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and sicknesses. The Squib Wizard team, attention at the hospital. At the Squib Wizard team, pay attention to hiding your identity. Don't be polite, just do it directly, including but not limited to using the 3 unforgivable curses. As he said, Andy waved his hand slightly, and 15 lights of life accompanied by green light slowly fell in front of everyone. At the same time, an inspiring word came to my ears. This is the master's reward to everyone in advance. It can be regarded as helping everyone to alleviate the backlash of black magic in advance. You can use whatever black magic you want. As he said, Andy seemed to remind, try not to have dead bodies in public places, don't disrupt order, and disturb the actions of the squibs. You can use the Imperious Curse first to take the person away. For the rest, you should know what to do. Hogsmeade Street. On the busy streets, a large number of wizards stopped one after another. It seemed that everyone felt that something had happened in front of them, causing a lot of commotion. Then, from not far away, a voice came out faintly. Meditation is for everyone, not for pureblood families. Purebloods are shameless, arresting my companions, framing the professor, and taking away my future. Purebloods are shameless, arresting my companions, framing the professor, and taking away my future. Meditation is for everyone, not for pureblood families. Vera walked in the front, followed by a group of squibs and wizards. Each of them held a thick stack of paper in their hands, similar to a flyer, with a lot of text and pictures engraved on it. At the top of the flyer was a huge title. We are going to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, to rescue our companions who were taken away. They shouted while handing the flyers in their hands to every wizard beside them. The older wizards looked at the flyers in their hands, smiled as if watching a show, and followed behind. Listening to the slogans, you know that it is aimed at pureblood families. Most of them are half-bloods, and they have long been fed up with the arrogance of purebloods, but they have no choice but to endure it. But now, there is chaos in the pureblood families, and this melon must be eaten anyway. There are also some wizards who deeply agree with some of the words and pictures in the newspaper. For example, pureblood families have monopolized magical plants, magical creatures, and spells, and we did not stop them. But now, they even want to monopolize the meditation method that our children hope to become wizards in the future. Who can be sure that their future children will definitely be wizards? But as long as the meditation method is not monopolized by purebloods, there will always be hope of becoming wizards. I don't want my future self to spend all my family property, even kneel on the ground to beg, and become a slave, to get a glimmer of hope for my children. At the same time, similar scenes appeared in Diagon Alley and other places where wizards gathered. A large number of wizards began to gather, following the squibs, as if they wanted to go to St. Mungo's hospital, to see what was going on. In Diagon Alley, Remy led the parade behind. Lucius was a little dazed, looking at the wizard team heading to St. Mungo's hospital for magical injuries and maladies. Such a scene seemed a little unexpected to him. And Rita Skeeter on the side seemed a little at a loss. She asked, as if urging, nervous, or forcing, Lord Lucius, what should we do? We can't continue like this. If we continue, the chaos will only get bigger and bigger. What if it really gets out of control by then? Rita Skeeter kept talking beside Lucius, and Lucius's face became gloomy. At this moment, suddenly, whoosh, a black shadow flashed by, and Lucius immediately reacted. Someone used the apparition. He looked alert, but soon relaxed. Kane, you're here. What's going on? Lucius asked Kane Parkinson opposite. Yes, Lord Kane. Rita also said hurriedly, we are doing everything according to the plan, but we never expected that such a mess would happen. After hearing this, Kane Parkinson's face also darkened, and he said in a cold tone, I don't know who gave those mudlegs the courage to make trouble. Then he said to Lucius, Lucius, I have sent people to St. Mungo's hospital now. We don't have to worry about this. Now, you and I will go to the Ministry of Magic and find auras to suppress the rebellion. I don't believe that these mudlegs can still turn the tables. Okay, no problem. Lucius nodded and replied immediately. Then, as if he had thought of something, he ordered Rita Skeeter on the side. Rita, you go back to the Daily Prophet first. There must be no trouble at the Daily Prophet at this time. Don't worry, this world is still the world of pure blood. Don't look at the joy of these squibs. In less than a month, there will be no trace of their existence in this world. At the end, Lucius's tone became fierce. Kane Parkinson next to him also agreed and said, Lucius is right. The more trouble you make, the more miserable you will die. Hearing this, Rita nodded to show that she understood. Then, she patted her chest and said as if to show her loyalty, don't worry, the two adults, I'm here at the Daily Prophet, and there will be no chaos. Lucius and Kane nodded, and a black shadow flashed. The two of them used apparition to move away. After seeing the two leave, Rita's face became calm, and she walked towards the Daily Prophet. At the same time, the golden dragon magic brand on her arm, which was hidden by her clothes, lit up slightly, as if conveying some information. The entrance of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Sicknesses King Jin Department Store. King Jin Department Store is an old-fashioned red brick department store. A sign saying close D4 Innovation was hung at the entrance of the store, as if telling passers-by that they could not enter at the moment. In front of the window of the department store, there was an ugly shabby character doll. Most muggles would just skip it after seeing it. But wizards are different, because they know that they must use this doll to enter St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Only when you explain the reason to him, he will open the entrance to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The glass window. In the past, there would be more or less muggles passing by St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. But today, for some reason, there is not a single muggle around the department store, which seems a bit weird. At this moment, suddenly, tap, tap, tap. 3 pure-blood wizards from the Parkinson family walked hurriedly towards the entrance of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. However, it seems that the silent environment around them made them aware of something. Their expressions became alert, and their steps began to slow down. Just as they crossed the street and walked towards the department store opposite, Avada Kedavra. Chapter 305. Squib Parade. Auras out. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Several sharp voices rang out. Feeling the deadly breath from behind, the 3 wizards of the Parkins family quickly scattered in all directions. Bang! One of the green lights instantly hit one of the figures, and the figure fell to the ground. The body touched the ground with a bang. The other 2 killing spells did not hit. The green light flashed, and sank into the ground. The 2 pure-blood wizards who had escaped the sneak attack turned around immediately, and looked closely behind them. Three figures wearing black wizard robes and masks exuded a gloomy, dark, and crazy temperament. Dark Wizard. The pureblood wizard Kano Parkinson exclaimed in a low voice after seeing the opposite side. But he reacted immediately and shouted loudly, "Amy, fight back." At the same time, he waved his wand and shouted in a hurried tone, "The sharp blade seals the throat. The other party is a dark wizard, and he killed one of their companions. Even a fool knows that he is coming for their Parkins family, and it is very likely that he is the mastermind behind this. A quick counterattack is the most correct decision at the moment. However, the red light transformed by the black magic throat sealing curse seemed to encounter an illusion and passed through directly. Then, three figures disappeared. This made Kano's face change. Oops, fell into a trap. The next moment, Kano was shocked to find that his companion Amy looked at him with hatred, madness and murderous intent, and quickly waved her wand at him. Avada Kedavra. Are you crazy? Amy, I'm Kano. Kano Parkinson quickly dodged to the side and shouted at the same time, "Disarm you." It seems that, because he is his companion, Kano did not kill him, but was prepared to limit his ability. But the other party seemed not to hear it. While dodging the spell, he madly cast a spell on Kano. It seems that he regards the other party as an irreconcilable enemy. Break into pieces. Blade to the throat. Petrify all. Disarm you. In an instant, the two wizards kept waving their wands, and spells with red, emerald green, and grey-black light kept interweaving. However, Kano, who was fighting fiercely, seemed to have forgotten the dark wizard who attacked them at the beginning. As time passed slowly, suddenly Kano felt that his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. "Jones, are you ready? When can we start?" Thomas, a dark wizard wearing muggle clothes, asked Jones, who was pale on the side. While asking, he tightened his wand and looked at the three figures with dull eyes on the opposite side, as if any action of the other party would cast a spell. "Soon, wait a little longer," Jones said in a cold tone. It was also at the entrance of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Sicknesses, outside the King Jin department store. However, there were a small number of muggles here, wandering around. They received orders from their masters. In addition to stopping the people of the pureblood family, the most important thing for this operation was to hide their tracks and never expose their tracks. Well, Lockhart didn't want to expose his connection with the dark wizards now, otherwise, it would be very troublesome to deal with them later. So, outside a magic hospital, don't fight if you can, otherwise it will be too easy to attract attention. And which Jones has in-depth research in the fields of spirit and illusion. Naturally, they discussed and controlled them through illusion. At this moment, Thomas looked at the three controlled pureblood wizards, and a strong malice flashed in his eyes. If their bodies were refined into corpses, the effect should be very good. The thought turned. Okay, they have completely lost their ability to resist. Hearing Jones's voice, Thomas's mouth curled up, and then he praised, "You are worthy of being the spiritual witch Jones Grace. Your mental illusion is definitely the best among the dark wizards I know." While praising, he walked towards the three pureblood wizards. He took the three to the alley on the side to deal with them. TSK. The pureblood wizards themselves are worth a lot of gold galleons in Nocturne Alley. Pureblood is not just a joke. Jones, who was standing by, had just started to clean up the traces. The spells he cast were easy to clean up, but if he cast the unforgivable curse, it would be more troublesome to clean up. For top wizards, it would be easier to see the traces. Soon, Thomas came back alone with a perverted smile on his face, as if he had gained a lot. Jones, who was standing by, saw what Thomas had done. Many people in Nocturne Alley knew about his skill in making inferi. Inferi are good things. Inferi of a higher grade can resist the killing curse. With his mind turning, Jones began to think about what items to get from Thomas. She had taken action against these three people. How could she let go without giving her some benefits? At this moment, suddenly, the golden dragon magic brand on their arms suddenly flickered, as if transmitting some information. The two people's faces changed instantly. It was sent by their teammates who were sent to scout. The Squibs team was about to arrive, and the most important thing was that Dumbledore was suspected to be coming too. Trample, trample, trample. The two looked at each other and walked away in a hurry. Both of them were wearing muggle clothes, just like a couple, without any abnormality. They were not afraid of pureblood wizards. Even if they left traces, the other party would not be able to figure it out. But Dumbledore was different. They were not so careless. They were so cautious. To put it bluntly, they were still worried about being caught by Dumbledore. This was the greatest white wizard of this century, and it was not too cautious to be too cautious. Ministry of Magic Aura Office. Rufus Scrimgeour. They rebelled. They rebelled. Those squibs rebelled. Lucius was complaining to Scrimgeour in the office, his face full of dissatisfaction. Kane Parkinson said gloomily, "This is a rebellion of the squibs, and it must be suppressed." Scrimgeour, who was sitting on the desk, looked at the two people complaining in front of him and said expressionlessly, "This matter was caused by you. Are you going to let the Ministry of Magic clean up your mess? Or is our to capture dark wizards, not to become your subordinates?" Scrimgeour's tough tone gave Lucius and Kane a headache. The head of the Aura office was just like Moody, with a tough attitude and abnormal hostility towards dark wizards. The only good thing was that Moody was disgusted with pureblood families. Scrimgeour had the same attitude towards pureblood families and half-blood wizards. This was also an important reason why Scrimgeour could become the head of the Aura office. To hold this position, combat power and achievements are indispensable. They could not arrange it at will, and could only tend to candidates who had less influence on them. Of course, when they came here, they naturally had ways to convince the other party. Scrimgeour put aside other matters for now. Now that group of squibs are leading a group of wizards to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. There may be violations of the Statute of Secrecy. This is something you should take care of. At least, you should send someone to watch over it. In case of an accident, it cannot be made a big deal. Well, as long as the auras arrive, we will have to take action, even if we don't want to. Scrimgeour was silent for a moment. When he heard this, nodded and said, "Although we can't control the gathering of wizards, but violating the Statute of Secrecy should be absolutely prohibited." As he said this, Scrimgeour looked at Lucius and Kane with a warning look. It seemed to tell the other party not to try to do anything, otherwise don't blame him for turning against you. Lucius and Kane's faces were solemn, but in their hearts, they still didn't care. As a single family, they would not easily offend Scrimgeour, who controls a large number of auras in the Ministry of Magic. But this time, a large number of pureblood families have united together. To put it bluntly, Minister of Magic Fudge would not dare to act rashly, not to mention Scrimgeour. At this moment, Scrimgeour seemed to sense the two people's inner thoughts, but he didn't say much. He sat up from his desk and walked outside, followed by Lucius and Kane. After walking out of the office, he saw an aura and ordered directly, "Dawlish, go inform Moody, Kingsley, and Nymphadora. Tell them to put down their work and come to the hall. There is a mission." Scrimgeour called the names of more than a dozen auras in one breath. These are basically elite auras, especially Moody, who is not inferior to himself in many aspects. I believe that under their supervision, the pureblood family should be more restrained. Soon, 15 auras gathered in the hall of the Ministry of Magic. The one in the front was Aura Alastair Moody, nicknamed Mad Eye. The slightly fat body, alert expression, and the wand in his hand at all times. All of them show the other party's quality as an aura. But the most eye-catching thing is that the other party's right leg is not a wooden prosthesis, and the magic eye floating in the eye socket. "Scrimgeour, what do you need us for?" Moody said bluntly. The two had a good relationship, especially in terms of fighting against dark wizards. Could it be that the pureblood family has committed a crime? Moody looked at Lucius and Kane standing behind Scrimgeour and said sarcastically. Lucius and Kane had no expression on their faces after hearing this, as if they had ignored him. However, from the way they tightly grasped their wands, one could see their dissatisfaction. Moody, Kingsley, and all the elite auras. Scrimgeour stood in front of everyone and said seriously, "Lucius Malfoy and Kane Parkinson just reported that there is a high possibility that someone has violated the Statute of Secrecy. Our mission is to arrest wizards who attempt to violate the Statute of Secrecy." At this point, Scrimgeour glanced at the two with a warning look. He knew how many wizards there were this time. if they were to arrest them, no matter if there was a reason or not, as long as they took action, not only the Aurors, but even the Ministry of Magic might be criticized. He could imagine that this kind of embarrassing behavior might even bring shame abroad. This was also why Scrimgeour was unwilling to get involved in the affairs of pureblood families. Now it was like there was a pile of dog shit that not only didn't stay away, but also tried desperately to get closer, even sticking its face to it. Only a fool would do that. But there was no way. The Statute of Secrecy was the foundation of the existence of their Ministry of Magic, and they had to take action. As his thoughts turned, Scrimgeour shouted to all the Aurors, "Let's go. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." At this moment, suddenly, a slightly old voice sounded in Scrimgeour's ears. "Scrimgeour, I heard about the Squib Parade. Do you need my help?" Dumbledore? Chapter 306 Dumbledore's Thoughts. Snape goes to Russia. The lobby of the Ministry of Magic. "Dumbledore, what are you doing here?" Stringer looked at the old man in front of him and said indifferently. He did not have the preference of respecting the old and loving the young for Dumbledore. Compared with the trust of ordinary wizards in Dumbledore, he was only wary of Dumbledore, not to mention that he was powerful and uncontrollable. More importantly, according to the information he accidentally obtained, the two generations of Dark Lords had unclear relationships with Dumbledore. Therefore, he could not trust Dumbledore at all, but was full of vigilance. According to his logical conjecture, it is possible that the third generation of Dark Lord has a relationship with Dumbledore. Dumbledore seemed to know Stringer's attitude, but he didn't care, but said gently, "Stringer, I just received the news. This Squib Parade seems to be related to Professor Lockhart's meditation method. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I think it is necessary to understand the truth of the matter and try to reduce the possibility of accidents." After Dumbledore gave his reasons, Stringer was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly and said, "Okay, then I'll trouble Headmaster Dumbledore to help." He didn't want to get involved in the trouble caused by the pureblood family. What's more, with Dumbledore's help, I believe the pureblood family will not dare to cause too much trouble. The greatest white wizard of this century, this title is not a joke. Lucius and Kane on the side heard it, their faces changed. They opened their mouths to speak, but seemed to find no suitable excuse. In the end, they could only look at each other, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. The Squib Parade was beyond their expectations, and Dumbledore's appearance was too coincidental. All this seemed as if they had fallen into a trap. "Thank you, Stringer. According to the news I received, they are almost at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Should we go directly to the hospital to persuade them, find out the truth, explain the misunderstanding, and try to reduce the impact?" Dumbledore suggested again. After hearing this, Stringer looked at Dumbledore deeply and nodded slightly. Then, he shouted loudly to all the Aurors present, "Let's go to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." After hearing this, everyone present waved their wands directly. Apparition. In an instant, black shadows flashed, and more than a dozen figures disappeared in the hall of the Ministry of Magic. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Don't worry, a Muggle shielding spell has been cast here, and the Statute of Confidentiality will never be violated. We don't want to cause trouble, but we ask to save our companions, and take back the meditation method that should belong to all of us. At the entrance of the hospital, or on the road outside the department store, a large number of wizards and squibs gathered together. Opposite them, there was a high platform created by the transfiguration spell. On the platform stood a handsome young wizard, Ian. Ian stood in front of everyone, and shouted loudly to the squibs and wizards. Edmund Kale, Yasha Kale, Amina Radinga, Cossum Loranian stood in front of everyone, and read out the names of the 5 people word by word. His voice became more and more powerful, and his tone was mixed with anger and unwillingness. They are all squibs, but they are also about to become wizards from squibs like me, because they have successfully practiced meditation. Even Yasha Kale and Amina Radinga have cultivated magic power through meditation and become wizards, but they have not learned spells yet. But, for some reason, they were fine yesterday and communicated with us, but today, less than 24 hours later, they became the mentally damaged people in their mouths and were taken to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Is this possible? Is this realistic? Isn't this a naked frame up? Do you believe it? Ian shouted loudly in front of everyone. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. All the squibs present waved their arms angrily and shouted, and the wizards on the side also gradually shouted. Outside the hospital, the atmosphere became more intense and the voices became more noisy. Ian's narration just now, coupled with the leaflets they saw in their hands. They have subconsciously believed that this is a conspiracy of the pureblood family. This gave many wizards who had long been dissatisfied with the pureblood families a chance to vent. Seeing the atmosphere getting more intense, Ian felt excited. From now on, the squibs will officially step forward and become a real part of the wizarding world. Instead of being like house elves, they can only do slave work. After a while, Ian looked at the excitement on everyone's faces and knew that it was almost reaching a peak. So, he stretched out his wand, pointed at his throat, and said again, "The hospital is a place to cure diseases and save lives. And we are not thugs. I have contacted Principal Dumbledore. I believe that he will make the decision for us, instead of letting the pureblood families bully us, frame us, slander us, and even hurt us." Hearing Ian mention Dumbledore, all wizards, including the squibs, looked excited. As the greatest white wizard in the world and the principal of Hogwarts, all the squibs only admire him, and the wizards present were basically all students of Hogwarts. They were naturally very excited to hear that Dumbledore was coming. At this moment, suddenly, whoosh, 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 a large number of black shadows appeared. They were Dumbledore, Stranger, and many auras. Ian noticed it at the first time and shouted excitedly, "Headmaster Dumbledore is here, and the auras from the Ministry of Magic are here. I believe they will definitely help us bring out our companions and expose the conspiracy of the pureblood family." With one sentence, all the auras who had just appeared were put on the stand. After hearing this, Stranger didn't know what to say, especially when he saw a large number of squibs and the wizard's gazes. He swallowed back the words he wanted to say. He could only hold the wand, point it at his throat, and shout loudly, "Everyone, the Ministry of Magic will definitely tell you the truth. Everyone, be quiet first." At the same time, Dumbledore on the side also said, "Everyone, don't worry, we will definitely give you an explanation." After hearing this, Ian immediately said to everyone, "Everyone, be quiet. I believe that Director Stranger and Principal Dumbledore will definitely take us into the hospital and reveal the truth." Hearing the shouts from the three parties, all the wizards and squibs gradually quieted down. Then, Ian walked down the platform, stretched out his wand, and waved it gently. The platform formed by the transfiguration spell began to sink and return to normal, and the ground became flat again. At the same time, Ian hurriedly walked up to the two and said, "Director Stranger and Principal Dumbledore, are we going to the hospital now? Before, I was more worried that someone was being treated in the hospital, so I stopped everyone from entering the hospital. But now that you two are here, I believe you can return to my companions smoothly." After hearing this, Stranger looked at Ian and said directly, "Don't worry, since we are here, we will definitely give you an explanation." However, there was a hint of warning in his eyes, as if telling Ian not to make trouble. After seeing this, Ian was not annoyed and focused his eyes on Dumbledore. The most important thing is Principal Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Ian silently and said slowly, "Don't worry, we just need to wait here. I have contacted my old friend, Falcardo Mungo, the director of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Diseases, and he will bring your companions out." At this time, Kane and Lucius looked at the gathered wizards, their eyes full of exploration, as if they were looking for someone. But their faces were a little anxious, as if they couldn't find the people they arranged. This made the two of them feel depressed, and they felt more and more that they seemed to have fallen into a whirlpool. At this moment, "Albus, you are finally here." A slightly old wizard walked out of the hospital in trance, walking towards Dumbledore and shouting. Soon, the hospital director, Falcardo Mungo, walked up to Dumbledore and said with some complaints, "You are finally here. The healers in the hospital were quite frightened just now. I was afraid that the wizards outside would break in directly, and I finally calmed them down." At this time, Ian hurriedly said, "Dean Falcardo, where are my companions? How are they now?" Hearing Ian's question, looking at the large number of wizards and squibs opposite, his expression was a little hesitant. Then he walked up to Dumbledore and whispered a few words. Seeing this, Ian was not annoyed by the other party's lack of reply, but instead stared at Dumbledore's face. After hearing Dean Falcado's answer, Dumbledore's expression remained calm, but he sighed in his heart. Then, he said softly to Falcado Mungo. His tone seemed a little helpless. "Falcado, bring the people out." Hearing this, Falcado seemed to be prepared, and gently waved his wand at the door. Then, from the hospital door, a petrified wizard floated over. At the same time, Dumbledore also spoke. "Falcado mentioned to me just now that a wizard was going to cast the Oblivion spell on the 5 squibs lying on the beds. As a result, he was stopped on the spot by a wizard who was brave enough to do what was right. Despite this, 2 squibs were still cast with Oblivion and lost a lot of memory." The Dean Facale at the side also added, "The 5 squibs who are still lying in the hospital have been identified by professional therapists and have suffered varying degrees of mental damage, suspected of being hit by black magic. The possibility of successful treatment is very low." After hearing this, Ian looked sad, as if he had suffered a blow. Stringer on the side said, "Farker, can you take me to see the wizard who did this brave thing?" This Farker glanced at Dumbledore and the auras next to him, and said awkwardly. The other party said that he knew this wizard, a wizard from the Frank family. He couldn't afford to offend the pureblood family, so he left first, and I couldn't stop him. After hearing this, Stringer was also silent. This pureblood wizard from the Frank family. He must have seen the movement outside, and felt that his plan was exposed, so he was ready to eliminate the last trace. As a result, he was caught in the act. Ian seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly said to Facale, "Dean Facale, these are our companions. Please take good care of them. Don't worry about the gold galleons, we will pay for it." Then he turned to Stringer and said, "Director Stringer, now that the person has been caught, I hope to get the truth of the matter. Also, please protect our companions and the petrified wizard to prevent someone from killing again." Hearing what Ian said, Lucius and Kane standing aside became gloomy. This time it's really troublesome. It's really hard to say what the petrified wizard will say after waking up. It seems that he can only cut off his arm to survive. The two looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. At this moment, Stringer was silent after hearing Ian's request, but soon affirmed, "Don't worry, I will give you an explanation." After hearing this, Ian nodded silently, then walked in front of the crowd and the wizard, and said in a low and frustrated voice, "Everyone, we just got the news that our 5 squibs have all been subjected to black magic, causing mental problems. Even, the murderer is going to erase the traces. 2 of the squibs have been hit by the forgetting spell, and have lost a lot of memory. However, the murderer's plot did not succeed. He was successfully caught. According to preliminary investigations, it is related to the pureblood family, but the mastermind behind the scenes needs further investigation by the Ministry of Magic." Hearing this, all the wizards and squibs shouted loudly, "Conspiracy, conspiracy, all conspiracy. The truth, reveal the truth." Seeing this, Ian did not seem to want to stop it, as if he wanted to put pressure on the Ministry of Magic in this way. And Stringer behind him couldn't wait any longer, and hurriedly stepped forward and said loudly, "Please rest assured, the Ministry of Magic will definitely bring you the truth. The mastermind behind the scenes will definitely not escape our auras." Stringer kept promising in front, and with the reputation of the auras, the noisy crowd gradually stabilized, and Dumbledore behind him was silently watching this scene, thinking in his heart, what is Lockhart's ultimate goal? What is the next plan? Nermengard, Castle Study. Grindelwald stood in front of the study window, looking at the snow-capped mountains in the distance. Behind him, the patriarch of the German Shafik family, Philo Shafik, stood respectfully behind him, and said in a deep voice, "My lord, according to our intelligence, most wizards in the British wizard world already know about the Squib Parade, and many even participate in it. And the conspiracy of the pureblood family is known to most wizards. In particular, many squibs distributed various leaflets on the street, constantly telling the tragic story of the 5 squibs, and exaggerating the harm of the pureblood family. Grindelwald, standing in front of the window, was thinking while listening. Is this the work of his old friend Dumbledore? It doesn't look like it. Dumbledore prefers subtle methods and likes to promote elite actions. This method of guiding public emotions and mobilizing the masses. It looks a bit like his handwriting. If it's not Dumbledore, it would be interesting. It is possible that he had misjudged Professor Lockhart. Grindelwald's thoughts turned, and after listening to Philo Shafik's story, he asked directly, Philo, how is the potions professor who Dumbledore sent to find Lockhart now? After hearing this, Philo thought about it, as if he had thought of something, and said with a smile, Professor Snape should be eating snow in Russia now. At the same time, Snape looked at the icy and snowy environment outside, the muggles walking back and forth in thick clothes, and the dense Russian words written on the shop signs outside. The corners of his eyes twitched, and a nameless anger rose in his heart. He had just left Africa, and agreed to return to England. But why did he run to Russia? Chapter 307, Voldemort returns, Karkaroff's plan, Malfoy Manor, Conference Hall. 3 wizards from our Parkinson family are missing. 2 wizards from our Caro family are missing. 1 from the Knot family is missing. The bright candlelight, emitting bright light, illuminated the gloomy faces of every pureblood wizard at the conference table. A wizard from our Frank family is now being guarded by the auras of the Ministry of Magic. Lil Frank, who was sitting in the front seat, said in a cold tone, We just caught someone. The squib started to act, and Dumbledore arrived. This can't be explained by coincidence. At this point, Lil Frank waved his wand lightly, and a leaflet appeared in front of each wizard. It was the one that was distributed to all wizards around during the Squibs parade. Loud slogans, wonderful stories, and a large number of leaflets. It's clear that someone set up a plan in advance and calculated all our reactions. Hearing Frank's angry tone, all the wizards present understood it even more. The Frank family suffered the most in this operation. The wizard of their family was caught on the spot, sent to the auras, and is now locked up in the Ministry of Magic. If this matter is not handled properly, the Frank family will become the scapegoat. Of course, the most likely result is that the Frank family will not sit idly by and drag them down with them. Frank, don't worry, things won't end like this. Ale Rosier on the side comforted him. Garmin Frank's matter is the matter of all of us, and we will not let it go. Yes, this time it is aimed at all of our pureblood families, and we must work together. The representatives of the pureblood families on the side also responded one after another. This made the Frank family and several other families that suffered losses feel better. Then, a wizard from the Owl family proposed, Everyone, our plan has not failed yet. We can put pressure on the Ministry of Magic to delay it. The most important thing now is to deal with Gilderoy Lockhart. If he doesn't die, there will be a huge loophole in our plan. I propose that we can't wait any longer and find an opportunity to kill Lockhart now. As long as he dies, the plan will not fail. Second, as long as Lockhart dies, all their conspiracies against us will fall apart. Second, the Owl family's proposal was recognized by most people. At this moment, suddenly, Ernst Shafik, the representative of the Shafik family, said, Your proposals are naturally good, but there are some problems that we cannot ignore. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were focused on Ernst Rowell. Ernst Roll saw this and said, Since the other party has already calculated our actions, then, will the other party know about our hunting of Lockhart? Will there be any accidents in the process? For example, Dumbledore's rescue. When Dumbledore was mentioned, most wizards' hearts sank, and the meeting room was silent. If the other party had anticipated everything, the people they sent would most likely not be their opponents. Especially if Dumbledore came to rescue them personally, the people they sent would be like throwing meat buns at dogs, and they would never come back. There is even a possibility that Dumbledore would catch them. In the silent meeting room, no one took the initiative to speak. But after a moment, Lucius Malfoy said with some difficulty, Don't worry about Dumbledore. I have a way to involve Dumbledore. His expression was full of hesitation and struggle. But after saying it, it seemed as if he had put down the burden in his heart. After seeing this, the other wizards were curious, and Ernst Rohr asked with some concern, Lucius, what method are you going to use? Hearing this, Lucius sighed and said, "This is what I was going to tell everyone." As he said that, he pulled open his sleeves, revealing the Death Eater mark on his arm. At the same time, he said in a heavy tone, "Everyone, the master is coming back." Seeing the dark green Death Eater mark activated with slight magical fluctuations on Lucius's arm, everyone present stared at him. As Death Eaters, they naturally knew who the master Lucius was talking about was the Great Dark Lord, Voldemort. "Lucius, is it true? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Lucius, that gentleman, is he really back?" In an instant, the whole conference room became lively, and everyone asked one after another. Some were cautious, some were suspicious, and others were full of joy. The different expressions showed that everyone had different attitudes towards Voldemort's return. At this moment, Lucius' mind was filled with the familiar fat figure and the black notebook in his hand. Finally, he nodded heavily to everyone and said, "Everyone, what I said is true. I saw it with my own eyes. Besides, the master is very interested in our plan." Hogwarts, the principal's office. Dumbledore sat at the desk and looked at Ian, who was a little restrained in front of him. Then, he waved his wand lightly, and an empty cup appeared in front of Ian. At the same time, Dumbledore asked gently, "Ian, what do you want to drink?" "Tea. I think your teacher Lockhart likes tea very much." "Thank you, Principal, tea is fine," Ian replied quickly. Hearing Ian's reply, Dumbledore tapped his wand lightly, and the cup in front of Ian was filled with fragrant tea. "Lockhart likes to drink tea very much, and he often advises me to eat less sweets, which is good for the body," Dumbledore said with a smile. "However, it is difficult for an old man to change his habits." As he spoke, honey juice surged in the cup in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore took a sip of honey juice, and Ian saw this, and raised his cup, and drank a sip of tea. "Ian, did your teacher ask you to tell me something?" Dumbledore asked gently, after putting down the cup. "Principal, the teacher reminded me to write to you in case of any problems. Also, he asked me to apologize to you," Ian said softly. "The teacher mentioned that a good opportunity can only be encountered by chance. If you miss this one, you don't know when you will have the next one." Hearing this, Dumbledore sighed, but didn't say much. According to his idea, it is better to slow down and not be anxious. If the contradiction is intensified all of a sudden, it will only cause more losses, and it may even be more than worth the loss. Judging from the current situation, the pureblood family can only kill Lockhart. Lockhart must die, otherwise, the pureblood family will be hit hard. It seems that it is not safe for Snape to go to Durmstrang alone. In any case, he has to go. He does not want the student he is optimistic about to die. This Lockhart really does not listen to advice. As the thought flashed, suddenly, poof, poof, an owl flapped its wings and flew in from the window with a letter in its mouth. Seeing the envelope, Dumbledore's expression changed, because he saw a familiar mark on the envelope. It was Tom's Death Eater mark. Seeing this, Dumbledore closed his eyes slightly, as if he thought of something, and his expression was hesitant, but soon, it turned into determination. This made Ian on the opposite side feel a little puzzled, and Dumbledore waved his hand casually. The letter disappeared, and the owl left immediately. Afterwards, he chatted with Ian briefly for a few more words and let him leave. "Wait until the entire office is empty." Dumbledore waved his hand again, and the letter reappeared on the table. He opened the letter and read the contents of the envelope quietly. "Dear teacher, I want to apply for Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts again." Looking at the familiar handwriting on the letter, Dumbledore sighed softly. Tom was involved with the pureblood family again. This time, he really wanted to involve himself and prevent him from leaving Hogwarts. Otherwise, the little wizards might. Thinking about it, Dumbledore wrote a letter. He must stop what Tom wants. Since he can't leave, he naturally has to let the Order of the Phoenix go. It's not enough to rely on Snape alone. Durmstrang, large classroom. Lockhart stood in front of the podium, waving his wand, and sketched out runes of different colors in the air one after another. Looking at the focused little wizards below, Lockhart said in a deep voice, "For a wizard, rune is not only a blessing for the squibs, but also an important key for us wizards to become stronger." "Why do you say that?" Because the existence of rune provides us with a clear way to improve our mental power, magic power, and even study spells. In the past, we relied purely on blood to improve our own magic power. According to surveys, as we grow older, the growth of magic power in our bodies will gradually slow down. After reaching adulthood, except for some wizards with pure blood, it basically tends to stop. Including most pure blood, no exception. And rune can break through the shackles of blood. Even when the increase in our blood disappears, we can still use rune to enhance magic power and improve strength. And the most critical thing is the transformation of rune to our mental power, and the relationship between magic and rune. When a certain number of runes are combined, a wonderful connection will be generated to help us transform the nature of mental power, and transform the magic power in the body. In the future, any wizard who wants to be powerful will definitely study rune. The rune is just a key. When we use this key, we can open the door to a magical treasure. There are 3 key points to outlining the rune. First, visualize the rune. As Lockhart continued to talk about a lot of knowledge about runes, the young wizards and professors below took notes. The young wizards sounded more or less confused. But after hearing this, the professors below became more and more excited. Because this Professor Lockhart pretended to be dry goods, and it was even more or less helpful to them. He is worthy of being the founder of meditation and the discoverer of runes. At some point, outside the classroom door, Durmstrang Principal Karkaroff stood outside the classroom door. His expression was solemn, but he seemed to have been waiting for Lockhart to finish his lecture. At this moment, Karkaroff was completely speechless about what happened in his hometown, the British wizarding world. It was agreed that he would let himself block the news. But less than 2 or 3 days later, he immediately changed his words and asked himself to push Lockhart to leave Durmstrang. Prepare to kill and silence the witnesses. He wanted to refuse in his heart. This happened during his invitation, and a large part of the responsibility would definitely be attributed to himself. Moreover, he dared not offend Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. But there was no way. The pureblood family began to exert pressure directly. He was curious. Norway was so far away from Britain. The pureblood families in the British wizarding world had such a long reach that they directly affected Norway. If they were really that powerful, wouldn't they be able to attack him at any time when he offended those pureblood families in Britain before? As he thought about it, Karlov felt that the water was getting deeper and deeper. What he wanted now was to drive Professor Lockhart, the central figure of this vortex, out of Durmstrang as soon as possible. The longer he stayed, the easier it would be to involve him. The water was too deep, and he was a little unsure. It was not that he was a coward, but that he cherished his life and followed his heart. As time passed, it was soon time for a break. The little wizards walked out of the classroom one after another, or stayed in the classroom to rest. Lockhart stood on the platform, slowly drinking water, as if he had talked too much just now, and wanted to moisten his throat. Seeing this, Karkaroff walked directly to the platform and said solemnly, "Professor Lockhart, things are not going well. I don't know the specific information, but it seems that someone in the British Ministry of Magic is questioning your identity as the founder of ideas and the discoverer of runes. And they seem to have solid evidence. More importantly, your followers, such as squibs and wizards, have been marching and demonstrating in Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade and other places, making quite a commotion. Do you want to go back to London first and prove your innocence, and then come back to continue your lectures after you have settled the matter?" At this point, Karkaroff quickly added, "Of course, I, including the entire Durmstrang, have always believed in your research results." After hearing this, Lockhart's face showed an incredible expression. He seemed to be extremely surprised by what Karkaroff said. However, he quickly came to his senses and said hesitantly, "Okay, thank you for trouble, Principal Karkaroff. After this class, I will start preparing to return to England." After hearing this, Karkaroff nodded quickly and said, "Okay, Professor Lockhart, I will also contact the Norwegian Ministry of Magic and ask them to approve your cross-border transmission application as soon as possible. I hope your trip goes smoothly and reveals the truth. Well, if you can survive this disaster, there is no doubt that I, Karkaroff, am your most loyal friend." If you don't survive, then I can only say that you fled for fear of crime. In any case, I can be invincible. As long as I don't enter the vortex, I will never fail. Lockhart heard this and said meaningfully, "Don't worry, everything will go very smoothly." Chapter 308, World Travel. Snape, The Dilemma of the Order of the Phoenix. Durmstrang, Lockhart's lounge. After class, Lockhart returned to his lounge and packed his things. Sitting at the desk, looking at the daily profit given to him by Karkaroff, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems that the pureblood family is anxious. Otherwise, they would not be in a hurry to let him leave Durmstrang. Thinking about it, Lockhart closed his eyes slightly and sensed Snape's location. Then he frowned slightly. What's going on? Why is Snape running farther and farther? The last time I saw him, he was still in Africa. And today, it feels like he is running in the United States. It's only been less than 2 or 3 days. Does he want to travel around the world? The thought emerged, and Lockhart smiled in his heart, but then became cautious. Traveling around the world is naturally impossible, but it is very likely, because the pureblood family has made arrangements all over the world. Don't let anyone have the possibility of supporting themselves. It seems that they treat me with care. However, it doesn't matter whether Snape comes or not, and it doesn't affect the overall situation. Now, it's time to act. Nermengard, Castle Study. Coo. Coo. The eagle Nubby stood in front of the table, lowering his head to eat the food in front of him. Grindelwald sat on a chair, gently stroking Nubby's feathers, which were as soft as black gemstones. Opposite Grindelwald, a slightly old man wearing a black wizard robe with the mark of a saint embroidered on his chest stood respectfully. "Philo, how are the purebloods preparing? Have my clues been delivered?" After hearing this, Philo Shafik replied respectfully, "My lord, they have all been delivered." After knowing the news, their vigilance against Lockhart has increased again. It is said that this time, just in case, they seem to have called a few old guys. Grindelwald paused slightly on his eagle-holding hand, and then said jokingly, "Don't those old guys value their lives very much? This time, they are not afraid of damaging their lifespans, and they may even put themselves in danger. This time, it is said that the 12 pureblood families have united and taken out a lot of items that can replenish vitality, so they took action." Having said this, Philo looked at Grindelwald cautiously and continued, "My lord, do you think we need to remind Lockhart, or allow Dumbledore's people to come to Norway? If the Order of the Phoenix and others can arrive, I believe the strength of the two sides can be balanced." He had followed Lord Grindelwald for a long time before, and he could guess what his master wanted to do. The Lord has always been optimistic about talents, not to mention Lockhart, who is a top talent in the wizarding world. If Lockhart can be subdued, it will be of great benefit to the great cause of the new wizarding order in the future. When Grindelwald heard this, he shook his hand and said, "No, let's see what Professor Lockhart is capable of." I'm now more and more interested in Professor Lockhart. Well, the plan is good, but any plan must be matched with strength. If the strength is poor, it is called overestimating one's own ability, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a joke. France, Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Transportation. Tell me why the transmission to Norway cannot be started immediately. Alastair Moody asked the middle-aged wizard sitting opposite him dissatisfiedly. Next to Moody, Nymphadora Tonks also stared closely at the director of the French Transportation Department, Eden Herbert, as if waiting for his reply. At this moment, Herbert said helplessly, "There are many wizards going to Norway recently. We can't just send anyone who wants to go. You have to be patient. Make an appointment first, then explain your previous purpose, whether you have a letter of introduction, etc. And you have to go through all the procedures. I'm arranging for you to be teleported to Norway." Hearing Herbert's explanation, Tonks on the side seemed very dissatisfied and said, "When did the cross-border procedures become so cumbersome? I didn't even hear about it when I was in the UK. Do you have any means to shorten the process?" At the same time, a space extension bag appeared in Nymphadora Tonks's hand, shaking slightly, making a sound of gold galleons colliding. Herbert looked greedily at the space extension bag in front of him. Then he showed an apologetic look and explained again, "I'm very sorry, we have just introduced a policy here, so the management is very strict. You must go through all the procedures and then queue up. Otherwise I can't do anything." Hearing this, Tonks's face turned cold and she took back the space extension bag in her hand. Moody on the side took a deep look. His huge magic eyes kept turning, staring at Herbert, who was waving his hands and making a helpless expression. Then, he pulled Tonks to walk behind him. After Tonks followed Moody outside, she said angrily, "The people in the UK played tricks on us, saying that Norway has suspended the flu network with the UK and suggested that we come from France. In the end, the French side asked us to follow the procedures. Captain, what about Principal Dumbledore's mission? Digger and the others are waiting for us in the hall." Tonks asked Moody on the side. "The people on the Pureblood family are reaching out for a long time. It seems that the other party wants to delay us." Moody said coldly, "Don't worry, there is not only one way to go to Norway. I know some acquaintances in France. Let's rush there through smuggling channels. I believe it won't take long, and we will be able to arrive in time." "Okay, Captain." Tonks nodded and said, "It seems that she has confidence in her captain." At the gate of Durmstrang School, in the ice and snow, Karkaroff and a group of professors stood at the door and waved to Lockhart in front of them. Karkaroff took a step forward and said, "Professor Lockhart, due to some reasons, your lecture had to be interrupted. Many of our young wizard professors, including myself, feel sorry. However, we believe that you will succeed and prove your innocence. Welcome to Durmstrang again, and tell the rest of the rune knowledge." Well, the posture is so strong that I believe that, even if Lockhart is really in trouble, Dumbledore will not be able to say anything. Seeing this, Lockhart smiled and said to everyone, "Don't worry, this matter was caused by Ozzy when he saw that I was not around. As long as I go back, everything will be solved. I believe it won't be long before we meet again. When the time comes, I will share my latest research results with you." Hearing this, Karkaroff and the professors responded one after another. Then, Gale and Poulsen, who had led the way before, stepped forward, took out a piece of parchment, and said apologetically, "Professor Lockhart, I'm very sorry. According to Durmstrang's usual practice, the specific location of the school needs to be kept confidential. Please sign the relevant contract. Then I will take you to the vicinity of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic." Seeing this, Lockhart nodded slightly, took a quick glance, and found that there was no problem, so he signed his name on the contract. Then Poulsen handed the parchment to Karkaroff. Then, he walked to Lockhart, and said in a deep voice, "Professor Lockhart, hold on to me." Lockhart had no doubts, and grabbed Poulsen directly. Accompanied by an apparition spell, the two figures disappeared, and Karkaroff and others returned to school. Not long after, suddenly, with the flashing of black shadows, several figures appeared at the gate again. It was Moody, Tonks, the Order of the Phoenix, etc. At this moment, Moody was holding a compass in his hand, as if he was trying to locate someone's position. Then, his face changed, and he suddenly realized that the location was not in Durmstrang, but in another direction. Chapter 309 Pureblood Elders Council, Poulsen's Plea. Norway, Wasteland. The land was covered with ice and snow. In the white wasteland, a large number of figures in black wizard robes emerged. From a distance, it was just a black dot. But when the line of sight got closer, two old-looking wizards and a middle-aged wizard were standing by. In front of them, a dozen wizards silently waved their wands, outlining a large number of lines of different colors and ancient runes in this white wasteland. "Andre, when was the last time we met?" Herman Frank, the wizard of the Frank family, said with some nostalgia. Andre Flint, who was indifferent at the sight, forced a stiff smile on his cold face after hearing Albert's question, and said, "It's been a while. The last time was probably 10 years ago. I still remember the last time we met. Let's discuss the Dark Lord in the Elders Council." Hearing this, Herman nodded lightly, and said with some regret, "I met the Dark Lord once in the early years. His philosophy, pure blood is above everything, which I agree with very much. And his strength is indeed very strong, better than us old guys. It's a pity that he went crazy studying black magic in the end." At this moment, the middle-aged pureblood wizard next to him, Donovan Travers, also interjected lightly. If he hadn't lost his mind and even wanted to conquer the Elders Council at one point, how could he perish so easily? Good talent, but unfortunately, he was too hasty. Facing Donovan's evaluation, Andre also agreed. You are right, Donovan. You must be cautious when studying black magic. We all have the support of our family background, so we won't take some detours. But the Dark Lord doesn't have that. At this point, Andre sighed. However, this is also why we can see how terrible his talent is. Herman said lightly, he is indeed a person who can compete with Dumbledore. Mentioning Dumbledore, Donovan said, it's a pity that Dumbledore refused to join our Elders Council. Otherwise, the Phoenix bloodline might be the key material for our next step in extending life. Don't even think about it. Andre seemed to mock himself. He sees death more clearly than us. I tried to win him over before, but he mentioned to me that death is just another great adventure. At that time, I knew that he might be the same as us. Hearing this, Donovan and Herman were silent. After a moment, Herman changed the subject and said, have you received the message from the family? The Dark Lord seems to have appeared again. It seems that he was not completely dead last time. What do you think? Like before, I think our elders should not intervene. Andre said softly, if he wins, he still needs us. If he can't win, Dumbledore will not take action against us. Although we are not afraid of them, there is no need to consume our limited lives in order to take action. Both of them nodded at Andre's suggestion. In addition to maintaining the status of the pureblood family, the most important thing about the Elders Council they formed is that everyone communicates with each other and seeks longevity together. In other words, lifespan is the key factor that unites them. In addition to maintaining the status of the pureblood family's rule, each member of the Elders Council has the common feature that when they reach middle age or old age, they are full of desire to prolong their lives. This is a pureblood alliance formed for the pursuit of longevity. Okay, let's not talk about this. What do you think of this action? Herman changed the subject again and said, it is said that the witch party reminded us not to underestimate Professor Lockhart. No matter how strong he is, as long as he falls into the magic circle this time, even if he is Dumbledore, he will lose a layer of skin. Andre said lightly. Yes, as long as Grindelwald or Dumbledore does not appear, even if we do not rely on the magic circle, we can suppress it with the three of us. I just hope that this action can minimize the loss of life. Otherwise, even if there is a supplement, it will take 5 or 6 years to rest. Hearing this, the other two nodded confidently. They don't care about Professor Lockhart at all. You know, even Voldemort is basically in middle age, close to 50 or 60 years old. His strength surpassed them. And now Professor Lockhart is only 30 years old at most. Even if he studies magic with all his might, how strong can he be? Although these people are a little old, it is precisely time that gives them more opportunities to gain more experience. If it weren't for the wizard party or Grindelwald's reminder, I'm afraid the three old guys wouldn't come. With his thoughts turning, the wizard who was waving his wand and constructing the magic circle came forward and said respectfully, my lord, the magic circle is basically constructed. Please check it. After seeing this, Andre stretched out his wand and tapped it lightly. At the same time, he closed his eyes slightly, as if sensing the magic circle. In an instant, a light gray light spread outward, covering the entire magic circle. The next moment, the magic circle gradually emerged with a flowing blood red. Seeing this, the wizards on the side stood aside very respectfully, as if waiting for the judgment of the three adults. Soon Andre opened his eyes, looked at his two friends on the side, and nodded slightly. Then, facing the wizard in front of him who bowed his head respectfully, he said in a deep voice, there is no problem with the magic circle. You should be alert on the side, and be ready to take action at any time. In their eyes, these wizards are used as cannon fodder at critical moments. If they don't have to take action, relying on the magic circle and these wizards, they can solve Lockhart, then it would be more suitable. Save their lives. The three of them agreed to this without communication. Although this mission will gain a lot of vitality, it is better to cherish it. After hearing this, the wizards stood aside respectfully. However, they held their wands tightly in their hands and remained alert, as if waiting for a figure to appear in the middle of the magic circle. As time passed, the magic circle seemed to be motionless. Suddenly, the three of them turned their heads to the left, their faces changed, and finally found what? Then they looked at each other, and Donovan said, "This Professor Lockhart is really not simple, since he can forcibly change the location of the apparition. Go." With an order, all the wizards waved their wands and chanted spells. Apparition. About 5 kilometers away from the magic circle. It was also a snowy field. A black shadow flashed, and 2 figures emerged. However, almost at the moment they appeared, the two quickly separated. At this moment, Lockhart looked at Galen Bolson, who was pale in front of him, and said jokingly, "Bolson, how is the effect of apparition?" Bolson was pale, holding his abdomen with one hand, as if he felt a little nauseous. "Professor Lockhart, why do you force the location of apparition to change?" Bolson asked directly. "Don't you know that this is very dangerous? If we are not careful, we may all be in danger of splitting." However, while asking questions, Bolson pinched the ring on his finger. It seemed that this ring could bring him a great sense of security. After hearing this, Lockhart did not speak, but just looked at Bolson silently. It made Bolson feel creepy. After a moment, Lockhart said, "Bolson, the signal was sent out." "What signal, Professor Lockhart?" Bolson asked in a panic. And Lockhart said with a smile, "It's the signal you sent to the Pureblood family, but from the looks of it, you should have sent it. Then is it useful now?" Hearing this, Bolson became even more panicked and said quickly, "Professor, I don't know what the signal you are talking about is. Please don't misunderstand." While speaking, he continued to pour magic power into the ring. Seeing this, Lockhart said lightly, "Release the signal with peace of mind. Without your signal, they can't come. You know, if they don't come, there will be no one to accompany you on the road to the underworld." Hearing this, Bolson seemed to be even more frightened and opened his mouth as if to explain. Then he saw Lockhart raise his right hand and gently pinch it forward. The next moment, he stretched out his hand to cover his heart, only to feel that his heart was constantly aching, as if it was about to break. Then he knelt on the ground with his knees, covering his heart with his left hand, and stretched his right hand towards Lockhart, his eyes full of pleading. At the same time, he stammered, "Professor Lockhart, I didn't mean it, I just..." Bang. Before he could finish his words, there was a slight thud, and his heart shattered, losing its life. Seeing this, Lockhart was not surprised at all. He glanced at it indifferently, then turned around, and looked in a certain direction behind him. He seemed to feel a spatial fluctuation emerging. At the same time, Lockhart stretched out his wand, with a faint smile on his face. The war had begun, and it was time to close a net. Chapter 310, Wizard Wars, Grindelwald's arrival. Snowy wasteland. A familiar sense of distortion occurs. But in an instant, it returns to normal. A shadow flashes, and Herman, Andre, Donovan, and dozens of wizards end their illusion. Then everyone sees a blonde handsome man standing opposite, and a body lying on the ground behind him, with his left hand covering his chest and his eyes revealing a look of despair. When Herman and the other two saw this scene, a strange look flashed in their eyes. Then Herman quietly put his right hand behind his back, and made a gesture, and said at the same time, "Are you Professor Lockhart?" At this moment, Lockhart, after hearing the question from the other side, smiled and said slowly, "You are finally here. Do it." Almost at the same time, many wizards shouted loudly, and waved their wands. "Tear into pieces. Slash your throat with a sharp blade. Disarm you." In an instant, a large amount of red, silver, and dark green light appeared in the air. They quickly rushed towards Lockhart, and Lockhart gently drew his hands, outlining a circle, which quickly expanded and expanded. The next moment, a red flame portal quietly emerged. A large number of spells of different colors passed through the portal. At the same time, behind many wizards, at some point, a portal of the same size opened. Then, a large number of spells just cast by these wizards were used in the portal. Crushing spells, throat-cutting spells and a series of extremely lethal spells hit these pure-blooded wizards. It can be said that they would give them back in their own way. Many wizards just reacted, and there were a lot of magic fluctuations behind them. Result RR. A wailing sound was heard everywhere. There were still more than a dozen pure-blooded wizards, and only 2 or 3 were standing on the ground. The rest were lying on the ground, some stopped breathing, and some lay on the ground wailing and struggling in pain. The body was on top, leaving deep wounds that penetrated the bones, soaking the snow-white ground with bright red. The 3 pure-blooded old monsters standing in the front did not move, and seemed to have reacted early. Some spells passed through the wizards behind, and entered less than 1 meter away from them. Then bang, 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 a transparent wall quietly emerged, and the spells collided with it, making a banging sound. Herman, Andre, and Donovan completely ignored the spell attacks behind them, and the wailing of the pure-blood wizards. Their expressions were only curious about the experimental color portal in front of Lockhart. Andre, what kind of magic is this? Have you seen it? Herman asked with interest. I don't know, but it is obviously a space magic, somewhat similar to apparition. Andre replied softly. However, if this space magic can be used for long-distance transmission, even if it consumes more, it is definitely a very high-quality magic, and it is even possible to replace apparition. TSK. It seems that Professor Nohut here has a lot of good things. Donovan sighed beside him. I believe that this time he will not disappoint us. Yes, just this space magic is enough. Herman nodded lightly and agreed. The 3 of them chatted lightly, as if they did not take Lockhart opposite and the injured pure-blood wizard behind them seriously. It seems that they think that, if they take action, Lockhart on the opposite side will definitely not be able to escape. At this moment, Lockhart also heard the idle chatter on the opposite side. With a wave of his hand, he cancelled the portal in front of him, and looked at the 3 wizards on the opposite side indifferently. You should be the old monsters left by the pure-blood family. Lockhart said indifferently. Dumbledore has been telling me that he is worried about the backlash of you people. But I feel that it is better for you old antiques to die. It is not your fault that you cannot keep up with the times. But hindering the development of the new era is your original sin. Hearing Lockhart's ridicule, the 3 people's faces did not change. Andre, this Professor Lockhart seems to underestimate the 3 of us. Why don't you play with him? The old-faced Herman said softly. Let him know what it means to respect the predecessors. There was a hint of cruelty in the indifferent voice. After hearing this, Andre nodded gently. Okay, I'll come down and play first. Do you want to make a bet? Guess how long it will take me to catch him and force him to hand over his knowledge. There was a strong sense of confidence in his joking tone. It seemed that taking down Lockhart was a piece of cake. Donovan on the side seemed to be very interested in the bet and said directly, I'll go first. I bet you can't finish the battle within 3 minutes. If you finish the battle within 3 minutes, I'll give you 100 wizard points. If you don't finish it, you give me 100 points. And Herman also said at this time, in that case, I'll do it within 10 minutes. Lockhart on the opposite side heard that the 3 people seemed to be betting on him. But he was not angry. That's right, who would be angry with the dead? But he would not let the other party make fun of him, so he stretched out his wand and waved it gently in the air, outlining a series of red stripes. At the same time, a deep wave of magic power emerged. Seeing this, the 3 people's chat immediately stopped. Andre took a step forward, stretched out his wand, gently raised it, and waved it again, while quickly reciting the spell from his mouth. Soul Shock. In an instant, a transparent ripple spread rapidly from the tip of the wand to Lockhart. At this moment, Lockhart seemed to feel the properties of the other party's spell. He raised his eyebrows and ignored it directly. If it were other black magic, he might be more careful. But this soul magic, sorry, he really has no fear. He really thinks his soul transformation and true spirit mark are just for fun. At the same time, in just 1 or 2 seconds, the red lines in the air formed a complex rune pattern, and then quickly exploded, and waves of red flame spread around. Space confinement. The opponent's soul attack only made Lockhart feel like a breeze blowing over, and even his eyes did not change. This made Andre on the opposite side frown, as if he had not expected Lockhart's performance at all. He was also prepared to directly use a soul shock to catch Lockhart. Now it seems that I have underestimated the other party. However, the next moment, the red flame ripples spread rapidly, and I felt the fluctuations in the surrounding space. Andre, Donovan and Herman's eyes condensed. It seems that they did not expect Lockhart to do this. They have not yet opened the space confinement, but the other party actually made the first move. However, the next moment, Lockhart waved his wand again, God's Edge without shadow. Several transparent blades quickly shot at the three wizards on the opposite side. As if feeling the power of this spell, the three of them waved their wands continuously. A dark green protective shield quickly appeared in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. As the spell and the protective shield collided with each other, a bang bang sound was heard. It can be seen with the naked eye that the surface of the three light green protective shields has obvious cracks, and the color is obviously much darker, as if it is about to fall. This made the three people look solemn. It seems that they did not expect Lockhart to have such strength. Then, the three of them put aside their contempt in their hearts, and quickly waved their wands, and a large number of spells shot at Lockhart. Break into pieces. Soul exhaustion. Blade boiling blood. Lockhart looked at the large number of spells of different colors in front of him with a calm expression. At the same time, he waved his wand, and a large number of spells appeared again. Blade cuts throat. Petrify all. Break into pieces. Crackling. The spells of both sides collided rapidly in the air, making crackling sounds. Although Lockhart was alone, the number of spells he cast was no less than 3, and under his powerful soul control, each spell collided and offset the opponent's spells. It can be said that there was no spell that escaped and flew towards him. It was enough to see the exquisiteness of Lockhart's spells. And, compared with the three wizards on the opposite side who stood still and kept casting spells to resist, Lockhart took one step at a time and walked forward leisurely. At the same time, the wand in his hand kept flicking and waving, and with every step he took, a large number of spells kept flying towards the opponent. Eliminate every spell cast by the opponent in advance, or move it aside. Lockhart's actions seemed to indicate that he was crushing the opponent, or showing something to certain people. When Andre and the other two saw this scene, their expressions tightened. Looking at Lockhart, who was getting closer and closer, they felt pressure in their hearts. The three looked at each other, and without communicating, they seemed to understand each other's meaning, to be ruthless. The next moment, Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra. This time, they seemed to no longer care about the fact that Lockhart could not obtain magical knowledge after his death. Instead, they directly cast the 3 unforgivable curses, the killing curse. In an instant, a large number of dark green killing curses emitting deadly auras quickly shot towards Lockhart. They were spread all over the place, as if to prevent Lockhart from escaping. Lockhart turned his hands and waved the hanging ring. Suddenly, a round shield similar to the red color appeared in front of him to welcome the upcoming killing curse. When the 3 wizards saw Lockhart directly resist the killing curse with magic, a sneer flashed across their faces. The most important reason why the killing curse is listed as one of the 3 unforgivable curses is that there is no counter curse. In other words, either dodge it or use the same killing curse to consume it. Apart from this, there is no other way to resist the killing curse. Then, seeing the next scene, the 3 people's faces froze. Bang! Only a large number of killing curses collided with the red shield in front of Lockhart. At the moment of collision, all the killing curses stopped in front of the shield and then exploded with a bang. In front of Lockhart, all the killing curses instantly turned into colorful butterflies flying around. The scene was gorgeous and elegant. It was the top defensive magic of Kamar-Taj, the ancient body of Hogs. Counter curse? How is it possible? Herman and the other 3 exclaimed. In the wizard world for thousands of years, no one has ever studied the counter curse of the killing curse. Otherwise, it would not be listed as one of the 3 unforgivable curses. And Lockhart's actions were equivalent to directly subverting their cognition. Times are developing. Just because it didn't exist before doesn't mean it doesn't exist now, Lockhart said leisurely. Then, without waiting for the 3 people to react, he put his hands together, and the magic power flowed into the hanging ring, turning it with his mind, and waved his hands vigorously. Kamar-Taj magic the shape of Archon. In an instant, 2 identical figures appeared on both sides of Lockhart. The 2 newly emerged Lockhart figures shook their hands and a magic wand appeared in their hands. Seeing this scene, the 3 people immediately thought it was an illusion. However, The next moment, the two clones also waved their wands. A large number of magic spells of different colors kept attacking them like raindrops. The three people hurriedly waved their wands and cast magic spells, using offense instead of defense to defend. At the same time, they also called on the pureblood wizards who were still alive behind to join the battle. What made them feel incredible was that the magic spells cast by the three figures were all real, and the magic power was not weak. Feeling the huge pressure brought by a large number of magic spells, the three people all had bitter expressions on their faces. Could it be that they are really behind the times? With their thoughts turning, they wanted to retreat. They had already consumed a lot of vitality by casting a lot of spells just now. Looking at this situation, even if they can continue to fight, they will probably be exhausted to death in the end. This is a bit of a loss. In fact, deep in their hearts, they actually have a fear. The more they desire immortality, the more they fear failure and death. At this moment, Lockhart felt the strength of the clone and nodded with satisfaction. In the original plot, Doctor Strange can split a large number of clones, which is with the help of the power of the Time Stone. He has reached the limit by splitting two, but despite this, the effect is quite good. The difference between the clone and the original body is not big. With mutual cooperation, the combat power has increased by more than 3 times. With his thoughts turning, he continued to wave his wand and cast all the spells he was good at. The three Lockharts directly relied on a large number of spells to force the wizards on the opposite side to retreat continuously. Then go. Instantly, the three wizards in front turned around and turned into a dark green mist. The three Lockharts cast spells and rushed straight to the pure-blooded wizards behind. These pure-blooded wizards basically all fell to the ground. Some died directly, and some were half dead and seriously injured. The three who escaped didn't care at all. These wizards were originally used as cannon fodder, and it was reasonable to sacrifice some for them now. And Lockhart looked at the three dark green mists escaping from above, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Then the wind of Wartum. 2 red flames appeared on Lockhart's wrists, and the light circles kept rotating. Then, he gently waved his hands and pushed forward. But, instantly, a red flame light quickly spread around, dyeing the snow-white open space with a layer of red, as if constructing a certain field. Bang! The dark green mist transformed by the three wizards reached the edge of the red flame light and was about to escape. With a bang, a transparent defense shield emerged, preventing the three dark green mists from separating outwards. It was over. They were trapped. How could Herman and the other two not know that Lockhart had done this? They were about to turn around and fight with Lockhart in order to escape. Suddenly, everyone, are you still having fun? At some point, Lockhart stood in the air, silently looking at the three mists opposite. You have had enough fun, then end this meaningless battle. The next moment, with Lockhart as the center, the surrounding space within a radius of 100 meters was shrouded in light golden light, including the three dark green mists that had just reacted. Wizard talent, rewriting reality. With thoughts turning, the mist began to transform into human form, and the figures of the three wizards appeared. However, the changes did not stop. After the human form appeared, it continued to change, and soon in front of Lockhart, 3 lambs floated in the air. Meow, meow, meow. As if they sensed the change in their bodies, the lambs transformed by the three wizards kept struggling, bleating in fear. Seeing this, Lockhart smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, 3 crimson ropes emerged. The ropes were put on the heads of the 3 lambs. As Lockhart fell to the ground, the lambs also fell. And as Lockhart pulled forward, the 3 lambs kept struggling, but had to follow behind. As Lockhart walked in front of the pureblood wizards lying on the ground, looking at the half-dead pureblood wizards, Lockhart's mouth curled up. Then Lockhart turned his head to the left and said faintly, "Mr. Prophet, can I come out?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Grindelwald, return to the wizarding world again. Mr. Prophet, can you come out now? Lockhart's voice fell, and there was no change at the scene. There was only the bleating of the 3 pure-blooded old monsters behind him who turned into sheep, and the sound of the pure-blooded wizard on the opposite side bleeding and wailing. The cold airflow blew with the wind, accompanied by the whistling wind. Apart from that, there was no change. It seemed that what Lockhart said just now was just empty talk. At this moment, Lockhart was not annoyed when he saw such a situation. Instead, he looked at the left front, with a look of watching a show. At the same time, the magic wand in his hand kept rolling and jumping between his fingers, as if playing with it. However, the light golden light that lit up from the tip of the magic wand from time to time, and the strong magic fluctuations, seemed to warn the other party of something. Then not far away on the opposite side, a black-haired middle-aged wizard appeared. At this moment, Grindelwald looked at Lockhart's eyes, and flashed a trace of surprise. He found that he did underestimate Professor Lockhart, not to mention how the other party discovered him. In the battle just now, Lockhart's fighting power was definitely very strong, not to mention that he cast a series of new magic. These magics, especially the magic similar to the clone just now, and the magic suspected to be the counter curse of the killing curse, they were completely different from what he had seen before. He had previously talked with Lockhart about the knowledge of runes. If he guessed correctly, the magic just now was based on runes. Has Lockhart's research on runes reached such a level? These magics looked very mature and powerful, even powerful. This made Grindelwald more and more curious about runes. However, what made him most curious at the moment was that Lockhart cast something similar to a domain in the air just now. If he guessed correctly, this should be the talent of Lockhart's wizard blood awakening. Just like his prediction of the future and Dumbledore's summoning of the Phoenix. They are all talents that will awaken only when the wizard's blood is pure to a certain extent. Thinking about this, Grindelwald said hello without blushing. What a coincidence, Professor Lockhart. I just noticed a lot of magic fluctuations here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see you again. After hearing this, Lockhart did not reply, but instead looked to the right again. In your perception, it seems that several more wizards appear. This made Lockhart's mind flash with doubt. Is it the Prophet's men? But it doesn't seem like it. Lockhart didn't have time to think deeply, because the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, a familiar figure came into view. It was Moody, Tonks and others. At this moment, Moody, with Tonks, Digger and other 7 members of the Order of the Phoenix behind him, quickly arrived. However, before he got too close, he smelled the familiar smell of blood, which made him frown. After getting closer, looking at Lockhart standing up, and the pure blood wizards lying on the ground bleeding and wailing around, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had no objection to Lockhart killing wizards. This was not in Britain. Norway was now a barren wasteland, where no one would care how many people died. Moreover, it was obvious that there were enemies here. However, when he saw Lockhart, a middle-aged wizard standing not far away on the opposite side flashed a trace of vigilance and clenched his wand in his hand. Seeing that the 2 sides did not take action, he did not say much and directly reached out to greet the team members behind him. Then he quickly walked to Lockhart and said quickly, "Professor Lockhart, I'm Alastair Moody. I have been asked by Headmaster Dumbledore to protect your safe return." However, when Moody mentioned the word protection, he looked strange. The members of the Order of the Phoenix behind him were the same. Because seeing this scene, it seemed that their arrival was a bit redundant. It seemed that Lockhart alone could solve all the enemies. At the same time, they also had a preliminary judgment on Lockhart's strength. At this moment, Moody looked at Lockhart in front of him and looked around. He asked in confusion, "Professor Lockhart, where is Snape? He left earlier than us, so he should have arrived earlier." Lockhart's expression froze when he heard the question about the purpose, and he said softly, "Sorry, I haven't seen Snape yet. He may have been delayed by something. Well, Snape is busy traveling around the world at the moment." After saying that, without waiting for Moody to ask again, Lockhart directly stretched out his hand to signal the members of the Order of the Phoenix to retreat, and finally said, "Moody, let's not talk about it for now. A friend has been waiting for me." After hearing this, Moody turned his eyes to Grindelwald on the opposite side. Seeing this strange middle-aged wizard, his brows frowned. Standing next to Lockhart, He stretched out his wand, pointed at the other party, and said sternly, "Tell me, who are you?" At the same time, Tonks and others also took out their wands and pointed them at Grindelwald on the opposite side. It seems that, if the other party makes a slight move, they will launch an attack. At this moment, Grindelwald looked at the wizards standing in a row on the opposite side and raised his eyebrows. He said indifferently, "Lockhart, are you sure you want to go with them?" He was not joking. When one's strength reaches a certain stage, the human wave tactics really have no meaning. Besides, the other side only has about 10 wizards. If Lockhart was not on the opposite side, he really would not be interested in fighting with this group of little guys. If a few of them died, Dumbledore might come to him again. Apart from Lockhart, this group of people, except for the leader Moody, is still worth looking at, and the level of the others is just average. After hearing this, Lockhart smiled, waved his hand and said, "For the sake of safety, I can go alone when dealing with a person like you, Mr. Prophet." As he said that, Lockhart took a step forward. In an instant, a red ripple quickly spread towards Grindelwald and then passed through. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows without any obstruction. Moody and others felt the fluctuations in the surrounding space, as if they were restricted, and their expressions tightened. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but Lockhart gently waved his hand and said, "Moody, you don't have to worry about it. This prophet may not be an enemy, but it is necessary to learn from each other." Then he turned to Grindelwald opposite and said, "I'm right, Mr. Prophet. I'm quite curious about your true appearance." Well, with the transformed soul, Lockhart found someone hiding aside at the beginning, and the other party's breath was quite familiar. That is, Mr. Prophet who had met before. Combined with Snape's experience, Lockhart instantly knew that this prophet might not be simple. He didn't believe that a pureblood family could affect all the magic ministries around the world and let Snape travel around the world directly. The root cause of Snape's transmission problems may be due to this prophet. As for the opponent's power, combined with his title, Lockhart seemed to guess some, but he was not sure. Prepare to fight and see the opponent's strength and true identity. After hearing this, Grindelwald smiled and said, "Okay, let's have a competition. I'm quite curious about your own magic." After hearing the conversation between the two, Moody looked thoughtful and looked at the half-dead pureblood wizards lying on the ground around him again. He gently waved to Tonks and others, pushed back, and left the battlefield to Lockhart and Grindelwald. He could clearly feel that he was no match for either of the two. If he wanted to intervene rashly, he would only suffer a serious backlash. In fact, he didn't know if his intuition was wrong. Facing the middle-aged wizard opposite him, he felt like he was facing Voldemort, the Dark Lord. So, although he felt unhappy, his reason told him to retreat. After all, his teammates and members of the Order of the Phoenix were all around him. If he really got hurt, he would have no way to explain to Dumbledore. Seeing this, Lockhart walked towards Grindelwald, and Grindelwald seemed to have a telepathic connection, and also walked forward. After the two were about 1 or 2 meters apart, they stopped one after another. The next moment, Lockhart looked at Grindelwald in front of him, raised his wand, put it in front of his chest, and bowed slightly according to the etiquette of dueling. Grindelwald did the same. Then, the two put down their wands at the same time, and turned to walk back. 1 step, 2 steps. The atmosphere was stagnant and oppressed at this moment. The people of the Order of the Phoenix behind them also held their breath, as if they knew that the war would soon begin. Soon, it was the 5th step. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. In an instant, the two turned around almost at the same time and waved their wands quickly. Bang. In an instant, 2 red spell lights emerged from the tips of the wands of both sides and quickly shot towards the opposite side, making a fierce collision. Then, when the 2 spells collided with each other, the 2 sides seemed to have a telepathic connection. At the same time, they infused magic power to maintain the existence of the spell, and competed with magic power. Zizzy, zizzy, zizzy. The 2 spells, like red lasers, confronted each other, tilted towards Grindelwald from time to time, and then clean towards Lockhart, and the 2 sides entangled with each other. Among them, the shining red light made the surrounding snow reflect a piece of red, and the faces of both parties were also stained with a touch of red. Grindelwald seemed to be able to sense the strength of Professor Lockhart's magic power and directly infused more magic power. It seemed that he wanted to defeat Lockhart directly by crushing him with huge magic power. After Lockhart felt the surging magic power of the other party, he was not to be outdone. A large amount of magic power spread from his body to the wand and then quickly rushed towards the other party. His magic power has undergone 2 rounds of transformation, or even, to be precise, 2.5 rounds, and the amount is definitely not low. At this moment, the powerful magic fluctuations of the battle between the two sides shocked Moody and others behind. This is just a competition of magic power. Soon, Lockhart felt that the competition of magic power had reached a stalemate and seemed to have no meaning. With a flash of thought, he gently raised his wand. The next moment, bang, 2 disarming spells collided with each other and exploded in the middle with a bang. The dust and snowflakes brought by the explosion were mixed and fluttered everywhere, like a grey mist, blocking the vision of both parties. Then shattered to pieces. Petrified. Blade to the throat. Both parties kept waving their wands, and a large number of spells were shot at each other like raindrops. However, I don't know if it was a coincidence or the two people's strong control. Each spell of both parties miraculously collided with each other one by one, and then cancelled each other out. There was no mist spell passing through this piece of spells. It was like showing off their skills. What surprised Moody and others behind was that the two people waved spells while stepping forward, and the speed of casting spells became faster and faster, and the magic fluctuations emitted by the spells became stronger and stronger. This had to shock the Phoenix Order and others. You know, at a distance, it is very convenient for both parties to cast spells. But as the distance gets closer, the test of the spell casting ability of both parties will be very strong. If you are not careful, you will be hit by the opponent's spell before you can react. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of spells of different colors collided with each other, making a banging sound, like a storm hitting trees. It was fierce, but also had a strange beauty. Lockhart felt that the battle had fallen into a stalemate again, and he sighed in his heart. It is worthy of being an old monster that has been dominating for a century. It is really difficult to defeat it with ordinary means. At this moment, Grindelwald's expression did not change, but there was still a trace of surprise in his eyes. He seemed to feel the change in the situation. So he took a step back and waved his wand again. Whoosh! A stream of indigo fiendfire was released and quickly turned into the shape of a thunderbird, flapping its wings, and a large amount of blue fiendfire fell from its body, attacking Lockhart. And the one who fell at this moment saw this familiar scene, and his heart instantly understood. He was right. This prophet was Grindelwald. While thinking, Lockhart looked at the fiendfire coming towards him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Fiendfire, he had played a lot before. Then, he waved his wand and lightly tapped in the air, and several runes quickly emerged. Then, a stream of the same indigo fiendfire emerged. Boom. It seemed that the runes formed a fiendfire, which was completely different from the usual fiendfire. In an instant, with a boom, the flames seemed to be stimulated by something and expanded rapidly. With a boom, it directly engulfed the thunderbird-shaped fiendfire cast by Grindelwald and quickly seized control. Then, as Lockhart infused magic power, the fiendfire spread towards Grindelwald in turn. Grindelwald sighed softly when he saw this. Then he waved his wand again, and a transparent ripple spread forward. The indigo fiendfire in front of him seemed to have encountered a natural enemy after encountering it, and quickly disintegrated and disappeared. He had been playing with fiendfire for so many years, and had studied it countless times. How could he not know how to break it? Lockhart saw that his fiendfire spell was directly wiped out by Grindelwald. His expression did not change, but he sighed in his heart. Snap, snap, snap. It seemed that after several rounds of fighting, he found that, if the two did not kill each other, they would only be in a stalemate. But if they kill each other, it is hard to say who will win or lose, not to mention that it is not worth it. It is enough to test each other. Immediately, the two looked at each other, as if they had a telepathic connection, paused the release of the spell, and then gently clapped their hands, as if praising each other. Mr. Prophet, the spell was cast well. Professor Lockhart, your magic is also very strong. Under the premise that both sides were wary of each other and did not kill each other, a simple business compliment was made to dissolve the tense atmosphere. Moody and others behind him also breathed a sigh of relief. The surprise they had just received from the Fiend-Fi was no longer a novel Fiend-Fi, this is the top black magic. When the two of them cast it just now, it was like an ordinary levitation spell, comfortable and relaxed. They had to tighten their hearts. Then Mr. Prophet, can I see your true face now? Otherwise, if I see you in person in the future, I still won't recognize you, which is a bit inappropriate. Hearing Lockhart's request, the man from yesterday raised his eyebrows and did not refuse. Ever since he knew about the chaos in the future, he had the idea of coming out again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Snape travel around the world. To put it bluntly, it was to remind Dumbledore. It was also to tell him that Grindelwald, was back in the wizarding world. Immediately, he waved his hand gently, and his figure and appearance began to change. Although his hair turned pale, his body became more upright, and his face exuded a majestic aura. Seeing this, Lockhart subconsciously exclaimed in his heart, Caecilius. Chapter 312 Grindelwald spying on the Marvel world. Caecilius, how is it possible? Seeing the familiar face on Grindelwald's face, Lockhart was extremely surprised, and kept thinking in his mind. Although Grindelwald looked a little old, Lockhart could still recognize him clearly. He was very similar to his friend Caecilius in the Marvel world. To be precise, the other party was an old version of Caecilius. While Lockhart was surprised, the sharp Grindelwald clearly noticed the difference in Lockhart's face. As if he noticed something, the black pupil of his right eye turned silver white in an instant when he looked at Lockhart. Wizard talent, Eye of Destiny. Then Grindelwald snorted, and the silver white pupil seemed to be backfired, turning into a light red, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How is it possible? Grindelwald recalled the picture that emerged in his mind. His expression did not change, but his heart sank directly, and he kept thinking. Lockhart's future seemed to be obscured by a mysterious force, and he could not peek into it, which was not surprising to him. After all, when he was spying on the future and making predictions before, Lockhart seemed to be non-existent. Therefore, he did not spy on Lockhart's future directly, but tried to capture Lockhart's thoughts just now, using clever indirect means to spy on the traces of fate. Wherever there is contact, there must be traces. This is the foundation of Grindelwald's spying, based on his wizard talent. But a broken picture. Although he only spied on a very short broken picture, he was interrupted. But this picture made Grindelwald's heart unable to stop thinking. Because the picture showed his younger self. No, it should be a wizard who looked almost exactly like him. Because the wizard in the picture had no wand on his waist, wore different clothes, and had a completely different temperament from himself. His temperament was like a leader, while the other party was similar to an aurora professor. Grindelwald keenly discovered that the ring in the other party's hand was almost exactly the same as the ring in Lockhart's hand. It was enough to show that the other party had a relationship with Lockhart. The two walked on a street and seemed to be communicating. Grindelwald only caught a glimpse of one sentence. Lockhart, be careful recently. The New York Temple has received a notice from Kamar-Taj. No, it should be half a sentence, and he was interrupted. But this half sentence was enough for Grindelwald to think for a long time. At the same time, Lockhart on the opposite side also discovered Grindelwald's abnormality, combined with the sudden feeling of spying in his heart just now. As soon as the thought moved, a pale golden field spread out in an instant. Wizard talent, rewrite reality. In my own domain, I'm a god, creating everything, and I can do everything. Mr. Prophet, is there anything else? Lockhart said in a flat tone. If there is nothing, please leave. We still have some trivial matters to deal with. Here, I won't keep you. As if he heard the dissatisfaction in Lockhart's tone, Grindelwald also said softly, okay, I won't bother you anymore. As he said, he glanced at the three sheep behind Lockhart again, and didn't say much. The shadow flashed and used apparition to leave. There are some things he still needs to check. At this moment, Lockhart nodded slightly after seeing Grindelwald leave. It was worth the trip to confirm Grindelwald's identity. He didn't believe that Dumbledore would continue to stop him after knowing that the first generation Dark Lord Grindelwald and the second generation Dark Lord Voldemort had appeared. As for the similar appearance of Grindelwald and Cassius, although Lockhart was very surprised, he didn't have too many doubts. After all, in the world of heavens and the multiverse, what kind of coincidence would not appear? With a flash of thought, Lockhart turned and walked towards Moody and other members of the Order of the Phoenix. At this moment, Moody was greatly relieved after seeing Grindelwald on the opposite side leave. He entered Hogwarts and even graduated in the era when Grindelwald dominated. In their era, Grindelwald's appearance was announced by the Daily Prophet early, or it was on the wanted list. Although Grindelwald on the opposite side was a little old, he could recognize him at a glance. Grindelwald left no mingered! Moody's only thought now was to quickly inform Dumbledore of this news that was enough to shock the entire wizarding world. Then, when Moody saw Lockhart walking towards him, he strode forward and asked tentatively, "Professor Lockhart, that man just now?" He had not forgotten that from the previous communication between the two, it seemed as if they had met before. Gatler Grindelwald. Before Moody finished speaking, Lockhart interrupted directly. "He met me once under the alias of the Prophet before, and now I know his true identity. This matter must be notified to Headmaster Dumbledore immediately." Moody was interrupted before he finished speaking, although he was a little dissatisfied. But when he thought that the other party could fight Grindelwald and even draw a tie, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction in his heart, then nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Professor Lockhart, we have to return to England quickly." Then he glanced at the pureblood wizards lying on the ground, most of whom had lost their lives, and the 3 sheep behind them. Well, Moody had some guesses about the 3 sheep. It is not reasonable for 3 sheep to appear in the snow, especially when they are struggling. And behind this unreasonableness, it is very likely that Lockhart cast magic. If nothing unexpected happens, these 3 sheep should be wizards. "Professor Lockhart, let's go to the Norwegian Ministry of Magic first, and then return to the UK, to deal with these prisoners. I believe the Ministry of Magic will give you an explanation," Moody said in a deep voice. After hearing this, Lockhart raised his mouth and said softly, "Don't bother so much, I can take you directly back to the British Ministry of Magic. You deal with the prisoners, and I can directly open a portal to the British Ministry of Magic." After hearing this, Moody was stunned. He could understand the portal, which is similar to Apparition or Flu Network. But Lockhart opened it from Norway to the UK alone. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Lockhart naturally saw Moody's expression, but he didn't care. Instead, he waved his hand casually, and the crimson magic ropes on the necks of the 3 sheep appeared in Lockhart's hand again. Meow. Meow. As Lockhart stretched out his hand and pulled, 3 struggling sheep were pulled in front of him. "Everyone, please deal with the captives. Also, if any of you are not convenient to go to the Ministry of Magic directly, tell me. I will send you to London, England, and you can return on your own." Lockhart did not forget that some members of the Order of the Phoenix still need to hide their identities. Moody seemed to hear the confidence in Lockhart's words. After a moment of silence, he said to everyone, "Tunks, you and Roberto will take the captives back to the Ministry of Magic with me. Daedalus, you and the others, let Professor Lockhart take you back to London. Lockhart will directly open a portal to the UK." After hearing this, Tonks and others were a little confused, but they nodded. They had no idea about Grindelwald's identity and what Lockhart had just said. But they saw the battle between the 2 top wizards just now, and they did not dare to underestimate Lockhart's strength. Then, Moody, Tonks and other auras waved their wands, and the blood on the ground began to disappear. The bodies of the pureblood wizards lying on the ground also floated in the air, and fell in front of them. A magic rope appeared on the wrists of the wizards who were not completely dead, and the wands flew into the hands of Moody and others. It was inconvenient to reveal their identities, such as Daedalus and other members of the Order of the Phoenix stood in front of Lockhart. "Professor Lockhart, we are ready, please," Daedalus said, with a hint of admiration and expectation in his calm tone. He only admired Professor Lockhart's strength in his heart. He put himself into it, and found that he might not be able to hold on for even half a minute. At this moment, Lockhart looked at the members of the Order of the Phoenix in front of him with a gentle smile on his face. These members of the Order of the Phoenix came from all over the world to help him. Although their strength was average, their hearts were good. He would naturally not ignore them. As Lockhart waved his wand lightly, some magic items appeared in front of these members of the Order of the Phoenix. Some are necklaces, some are jade pendants, and some are bracelets, earrings, etc., all of which emit certain magical fluctuations. Everyone, you have come from afar to Norway to help me. I appreciate your kindness. These are some magic items I made before. This is my small token of appreciation. If you need help later, just tell me directly. That's a bit inappropriate, Professor Lockhart. Seeing the hesitant expressions on everyone's faces, Lockhart said again, it's just a small gift, not worth too many gold galleons. Could it be that you are not afraid of danger and come thousands of miles to support me? If you don't accept this little token, it would seem that I'm a bit mean. Hearing what Lockhart said, everyone was not polite. They didn't want to refuse at first, but no one said it. But after putting it away, their good impression of Lockhart suddenly increased. Well, Lockhart felt the change in everyone's attitude and couldn't help but sigh that the method of throwing money is practical. In the future, try to get all the members of the Order of the Phoenix to your side. It would be great if Dumbledore could take more rest and focus on magic research. Between heaven and earth, only magic, working, is eternal. With thoughts turning, Lockhart looked at Daedalus and others who were putting away the gifts, and reminded them again, you will arrive at a certain alley in London. You can return on your own when the time comes. Daedalus and others nodded heavily, to show that they understood. Lockhart waved his wand, and soon, a red flame-colored halo appeared in front of everyone, and then quickly moved towards Daedalus and others. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Daedalus and others disappeared as they passed through the portal. Only Moody, Tonks, and Roberto were left. The 3 of them all applied through the Ministry of Magic, so they returned directly to the Ministry of Magic without any worries. As for the identity of the members of the Order of the Phoenix and their relationship with Dumbledore, most pureblood families knew about it. Lockhart saw Moody and the other 2 had already packed up the bodies and the pureblood wizard captives, walked up to them, and said in a deep voice, excuse me, everyone. I will go back to the British Ministry of Magic with you. However, Moody's keen intuition formed by fighting dark wizards for many years seemed to sense that Lockhart's tone was a little wrong. But he didn't find anything wrong, but subconsciously raised his vigilance. Then, Moody still said in a deep voice, excuse me, Professor Lockhart. We need to quickly tell Headmaster Dumbledore about Grindelwald. Lockhart nodded slightly to show that he understood, and then said as a reminder, everyone, let's go. The moment he finished speaking, Lockhart waved his wand again. A red flame portal appeared again, and then flew towards Lockhart, Moody and others. It seemed to take them back to their destination. Diagon Alley, London, England. The parade launched by Ian and others yesterday did not seem to affect Diagon Alley. A large number of wizards came and went, constantly wandering in various shops, which seemed very prosperous. However, occasionally seeing some squibs or squib wizards constantly distributing flowers in their hands reminds people of yesterday's large-scale demonstration against pureblood wizards. At this moment, suddenly, in the middle of the road in Diagon Alley, a strong wave of magic emerged, as if warning the surrounding wizards that there was something strange here. The surrounding wizards dodged to the side, and some even stretched out their wands, looking a little alert. Then a red flame halo appeared in the middle of the empty road. The next moment, a large number of figures and 3 sheep appeared. At the same time, a faint smell of blood filled the surroundings, and the expressions of the surrounding wizards became alert. When the surrounding wizards saw the people in the middle of the road clearly, they showed incredible looks on their faces and exclaimed, Professor Lockhart! Professor Lockhart! At this moment, Moody, accompanied by a red flame halo, passed in front of him. Then I only felt a wave of space, and in an instant, the scene changed. From the cold ice and snow to the warm Diagon Alley. No, why is it Diagon Alley? Shouldn't it be the Ministry of Magic? As soon as this thought came to Moody's mind, an apologetic voice came to his ears. Sorry, due to the long transmission distance, there was a slight error in the destination. We are in Diagon Alley now, but it doesn't matter. We can directly call the Ministry of Magic to come over. After hearing what Lockhart said, Moody looked at him deeply, and said nothing more. Only a fool would believe this. It would be better to say it directly. He wanted to parade these pureblood wizards who attacked him through the streets. After the thought flashed through his mind, Moody's face was calm, and he said in a deep voice, "Okay, Professor Lockhart, I will contact the Aura." However, his inner vigilance against Professor Lockhart became stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lockhart looked at the noisy and vigilant wizards around him, who were exclaiming one after another, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He explained loudly, "Everyone, I'm Gilderoy Lockhart, the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. I'm very sorry to bother you. I accepted Durmstrang's invitation to give a lecture. Later, I received slander against me, and was ready to come back to clarify. But I never expected that there would be pureblood wizards ready to attack us, trying to kill, and cover up the truth." At this point, Lockhart stretched out his wand and gently pointed at the captives with their wrists tied tightly, and their wands put away. He continued, "It's these wizards. They seem to have anticipated it, and are preparing for a joint sneak attack. Fortunately, the auras of the Ministry of Magic arrived in time. We will deal with these invading enemies together." Lockhart paused. The wizards around him looked at Lockhart and the bound pureblood wizard captives from time to time, and discussed it one after another. "I said that Professor Lockhart is a good man. How could he plagiarize others' achievements? TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that the pureblood families are desperate, and have started to send people, to kill people to silence them. Hey, if it wasn't Professor Lockhart, but an ordinary wizard, facing the means of the pureblood families, would there be hope to prove his innocence?" Hearing everyone's discussions, sighs, and even the sound of grief, Lockhart's mouth curled up. This is the effect he wants. Moody, Tarks, Roberto and others on the side couldn't help but twitch their eyes after hearing it. They saw clearly the fighting power of Lockhart and the miserable appearance of these pureblood wizards. There were even 3 people who were neither human nor ghost, and turned into sheep. It was so miserable. The actions of the pureblood wizards this time were simply sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. Then, Lockhart said again, "Just now, we wanted to return to the Ministry of Magic in advance, reveal the truth, and prove my innocence. So, I used the space magic I created to teleport. However, since it has just been developed, there may be some problems, so there was an accident in the positioning. As a result, we did not return to the Ministry of Magic, but landed in Diagon Alley. Please forgive us for the inconvenience." Hearing Lockhart's explanation, the wizards around said one after another, "It's okay, Professor Lockhart. Yes, Professor Lockhart, proving your innocence is the most important thing. Professor Lockhart, you are back, and someone will take charge of us squibs." Moody was speechless when he heard the words of the wizards around him. It was clear that Lockhart intended to create momentum for his return in public. At the same time, it was mixed with the intention of humiliating the pureblood family. At this moment, a black shadow flashed, and a team of auras apparated and came. The leader was Scrimgeour, the head of the auras of the Ministry of Magic. Scrimgeour strode forward, glanced at the surrounding wizards, and heard everyone's discussion. Then he looked at the pureblood wizard captives behind Lockhart, next to Moody, and the 3 sheep. Finally, he said to Lockhart in a serious tone, "Professor Lockhart, someone has reported you for using the 3 unforgivable curses, and plagiarizing other people's research results. Please come with us to the Ministry of Magic for an investigation. I will add another chapter later, to thank Mr. Chenzi for his 320 recommendation votes. For 4 consecutive days, 80 recommendation votes a day. Thank you Mr. Chenzi for your support. I would feel bad if I didn't add more chapters." Chapter 313 Dumbledore, Order Above All. Director Scrimgeour, "Don't worry. I came back this time to specifically deal with the accusations made against me by some villains," Lockhart said with a smile, looking at the serious-looking Aura Directus lined in front of him. At the same time, the wizards around him also said loudly after hearing it, "Director Scrimgeour, Professor Lockhart is innocent. Yes, look, these are the murderers who framed Professor Lockhart." Lockhart heard the voices of the wizards around him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Then he gently waved his hand, signaling for silence, and said to all the wizards, "Don't worry, I believe that the Ministry of Magic is fair, and will definitely uncover the truth of the matter. Well, if it is not fair, I will help it be fair. Fair. After hearing this, Scrimger had a blank expression on his face. As an aura, he was naturally repulsive to Lockhart's behavior of inciting the people. Even though he knew that this was a conspiracy of the pureblood family, Lockhart pointed to the captive wizards behind him and said, "Dean Scrimger, these wizards behind me were all preparing to attack me when I was in Norway. It is very likely that they are the masterminds behind the false accusation against me this time, and they are preparing to kill and silence them. Please remember to interrogate them. They are the key evidence to uncover the truth. Don't give them the opportunity to kill and silence them." After hearing this, Scrimger nodded and said in a deep voice, "Okay, Professor Lockhart. We will send someone to guard and interrogate them on this point. Don't worry." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded to show that he understood. Scrimger then said, "Professor Lockhart, can you come back to the Ministry of Magic with me now?" As he said this, Scrimger lightly touched the wand on his waist with his right hand, stepped slightly sideways, and took a fighting stance. The auras behind him had adjusted their positions at some point to form an encirclement. It seemed that they were warning Lockhart not to think about escaping. Seeing this, Lockhart smiled and said, "Of course, Director Scrimger, I can't wait to uncover the truth. Look who is so anxious to frame me. Just left England and arrived at Durmstrang, and they have already started to act. It's really timely." At the end, Lockhart's tone revealed a trace of emotion. A stringer did not speak, but took out the magic wand with his right hand, stretched it forward, slightly turned his waist, made an invitation gesture, and said, "Professor Lockhart, please." "Then I'm welcome, Director Scrimger." Lockhart nodded and said with a smile. Then, he walked forward. But, Lockhart had just taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, causing Scrimger to pause, and a trace of vigilance on his face. And Lockhart, as if he had thought of something, said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Director Scrimger, there is something about the prisoners that has not been dealt with. Let me tell you." As he said that, he gently pulled with his right hand, and a long crimson magic rope appeared in his hand, pulling the three sheep behind him to the front. At the same time, he explained to Scrimger, "I'm sorry, Director Scrimger. 3 powerful wizards wanted to ambush me before. However, fortunately, I'm still strong enough. I used my own magic to turn them into sheep to prevent them from escaping. The effect is good, but I have to solve the magic myself, otherwise it will be difficult for you to interrogate them. Look, should I solve it now, or go back to the Ministry of Magic to solve it?" Scrimger was silent for a moment, feeling that the 3 sheep had no magical fluctuations, just like real sheep. He took a deep look at Lockhart and said, "Sorry to bother Professor Lockhart. Please go back to the Ministry of Magic to solve it." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, he pulled the rope, pulled the 3 sheep, and followed Scrimger to the front. Bah. 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 The 3 sheep kept struggling, and seemed to feel that the rope was tightening as they were pulled, increasing the pain to their bodies, and could only make bleating sounds. The wizards nearby, seeing Lockhart's actions, also looked at the 3 sheep that kept bleating, and all kinds of speculations arose in their minds. Some even raised their cameras to take pictures. However, for some reason, a piece of news quietly spread among this group of wizards. These 3 sheep were all powerful wizards sent by pureblood families, but they were caught by Lockhart. Returning to the Ministry of Magic, the magical restraints will be released. Hogwarts, the principal's office. Moody stood in front of the desk, staring at the grey-haired old man in front of him. "Alastair, are you sure it's Jettler? Also, can Lockhart really tie with Jettler?" Dumbledore sighed and asked. "Yes, Albus." Moody nodded and said with certainty, "You know the effect of my magic eye. I will not recognize the wrong person." And we saw the whole fight between the two. Although the two did not use all their strength in a life and death battle, I feel that the strength of the two should be similar. The most important thing is, what is the reason for Grindelwald to come out again? Could it be that he wants to start a wizarding world war again? After hearing this, Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and said in a calm tone, "Based on my understanding of Jettler, he should have seen something. Don't worry about this, I will handle it. Now, please go back to the Ministry of Magic, and keep a close eye on the wizards captured by Lockhart. Try not to give them the opportunity to do something or silence them." In response, Moody nodded to show that he understood. After hesitating for a moment, he asked again, "Albus, what do you think of Professor Lockhart?" As he said, it seemed to emphasize again the relationship between him and this squib parade. Moody did not elaborate, but the meaning was very clear. With his many years of experience, he believed that Lockhart was definitely closely related to the squib operation. In fact, with Lockhart's ability to send a portal over a long distance, he could definitely come to London in person to promote the development of the entire situation. After hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent. After a moment, he did not answer Moody's question, but waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. In response, Moody did not say much, but turned and left. He was full of trust in this old man, who had raised him since he was a child. Seeing Moody's departure, Dumbledore closed his eyes slightly and lay on the chair, as if thinking about something. Moody asked him what he thought of Lockhart. Of course he had, but this question was meaningless. When Lockhart showed his combat power comparable to Grindelwald and launched the ability of long-distance cross-border teleportation, in addition to this squib parade against the pureblood family, it was enough to show that Lockhart did not want to wait, and even did this in front of Moody, just to warn him through Moody. If he still did not change his mind, then Lockhart would most likely act on his own, or go it alone. And the only thing he had to do was not to disturb. This was the real reason why Dumbledore fell silent. As a top wizard, he was the same as Grindelwald and Voldemort. He had his own ideas and his own concepts. And these concepts were based on his cognition and his will, and it was impossible for Lockhart to change them with just one word. And his philosophy: order is above everything. Everything can be done slowly, sacrifices can be made, even he can be sacrificed. But the wizarding world should never be allowed to fall into civil war again. The wizarding world can no longer afford to be hurt. The world of the future is not the world of wizards. The future of wizards lies in what he did was to accumulate the foundation for wizards, not losses. Thanks to Mr. Chenzi for giving 80 recommendation tickets a day for 4 consecutive days, for a total of 320 recommendation tickets. To be honest, this is the first time I know of someone who can reward 80 recommendation tickets at a time, and he continued to reward for 4 days. Thank you for your support. Chapter 314, The Wizengham at Court opens. The lobby of the Ministry of Magic. Bar. 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 The 3 sheep kept struggling and shouting, attracting the attention of the surrounding ministry members. As if they noticed the curious and watching eyes of the wizards around them, the 3 sheep were so ashamed and angry that they wanted to hit the wall directly. Around the necks of the 3 sheep, there was a long dark red magic rope. Following the rope, you can clearly see a handsome blonde wizard in front of him, holding 3 long ropes tightly in his hands. The long ropes shook slightly, but they were very stable, as if to prevent the sheep from escaping. Aura Director Scrimgeour and other auras stood on both sides of Lockhart, as if they were on guard against something. Professor Lockhart is back. Such a big show. Director Scrimgeour is here too. What happened? What's the matter with these 3 sheep? Hearing the whispers of the wizards around him, Lockhart showed a smile between his eyebrows. Soon, Lockhart walked into a spacious room with many auras. Professor Lockhart, just hand these 3 sheep over to our auras. I will definitely give you an explanation. After entering the room, Scrimgeour said to Lockhart calmly, "Okay, Scrimgeour." Lockhart did not refuse and stretched out the rope in his hand, indicating that he would take it away, and continued, "Do you need me to remove the magic from them now? Just give me my wand." Hearing this, Scrimgeour was silent for a moment and declined politely. "Don't worry, we have a special curse remover. I believe you will not be disappointed." As a senior aura, the first thing to do when arresting a suspect is to take away the wand. Although he knew that the probability of Lockhart being wrongly accused was very high, the wand still had to be taken away. Fortunately, Lockhart himself was very cooperative, which made Scrimgeour feel relieved. However, facing Lockhart's request to take back the magic, even if it was just to cast a spell, his years of experience still made him choose to refuse. Besides, he was quite confident in the professional curse removers of the Ministry of Magic. Although Lockhart said that he created his own magic, he still didn't care. After all, only a few people create good magic. Most of them are very ordinary or even bad. And judging from the situation, this is just a variant of the transfiguration spell, which should not be a difficult problem. When Lockhart heard Scrimgeour's refusal, he didn't care. He nodded and reminded him, "Okay, if it doesn't work, you can come to me." After Scrimgeour took the long rope in his hand, he also nodded to indicate that there was no problem. Then he stretched out his hand to gesture to the table in the middle of the room and said in a deep voice, "Professor Lockhart, given your identity and the problem reported by the informant, we need to know some things in advance. Tomorrow, the Ministry of Magic will arrange for the two of you to confront each other. Do you think it's okay?" "Of course." Lockhart nodded without hesitation and said, "I'm very much looking forward to proving my innocence and finding out the mastermind behind it." "Okay, Professor Lockhart." Scrimgeour handed the magic rope in his hand to the aura next to him, pointed to the table and chairs beside him, and said in a deep voice, "Then let's get started. Frank family manor, living room. This is your plan." Little Frank stood up. He coldly questioned the pureblood families in front of him. Those who sent out the attacks died or were injured. Now, the wizards who are still alive have all become prisoners, and have all been taken back to the Ministry of Magic for custody. Lockhart is even staying in the Ministry of Magic, waiting for a face-to-face confrontation tomorrow. Lol, don't be angry, don't be angry. Kane Parkinson on the opposite side hurriedly comforted him. "We are just like you. We have lost a lot of people in the East Network. My people died or were arrested. I'm also very sad now. But now the most urgent task is to discuss how to reduce the impact instead of losing our composure." "Really?" Lil sneered. "If your old Zuckdahan Parkinson is arrested, I don't believe you can still sit here safely now." Hearing Lil's sarcasm, Kane Parkinson became angry, but quickly suppressed it. He also lost a lot of people this time. However, he also understood Lil's current state. Anyone would be anxious if the ancestor of his family, who was the foundation of his family, was arrested. He was a little glad now that he did not go to the Council of Elders to call his ancestor. Thinking about this, Kane glanced at Lucius who was sitting quietly beside him, and without saying much, he continued to comfort him. "Lyle, the person is not dead yet. With so many families working together, we will definitely be able to recover some losses and bring back Mr. Herman." Hearing this, Lil nodded, and the anger on his face was much less. Of course, he knew that others had to take action. After all, 12 pureblood families were involved in this plan. Start first, no one can escape. But he must at least make his attitude clear. At this moment, Lucius was silent. Lockhart came back smoothly, and even brought prisoners with him. This was far beyond his expectations. As the proposer and executor of the entire plan, he was under the greatest pressure in his heart. If he was not careful, he might be the first one to go to Azkaban. "Lucius, is there no problem with Rango Marcus's handling?" Lil asked calmly. "It won't reveal our identities. He just wanted to stop the loss and save his ancestor now. Even if he paid a part of the price, it would not be unacceptable." Hearing this, Lucius replied directly, "Don't worry, there is no problem. Even if it is found out, it is just a dark wizard. It can't be found on us." Although he said so, Lucius was still a little unstable. Even if there is no problem with Rango Marcus, there are many wizards captured this time. If you are not careful, no, it should be said that it will definitely be leaked this time. It's just a matter of how much it leaks. If enough information is leaked, even the identity of his mastermind is revealed. Lucius is sure that he will definitely go to Azkaban. As his thoughts turned, Lucius' heart surged with a fierceness. There is no evidence against the dead. This principle, he understands. What's more, his master is still there. The next day, in the Wizengamot courtroom, in the spacious space, Lockhart sat at a table nearby. Not far away, a middle-aged wizard with messy hair, Rango Marcus, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and looked at Lockhart with anger on his face. It was as if Lockhart had robbed his entire family. And around, a large number of Wizengamot members in red robes sat down one after another. At this moment, Lockhart, sitting on a chair, looked at the female judge Miranda opposite him, and looked at her serious expression, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Looking at each other, Miranda looked at the handsome Lockhart, and her serious expression did not change. However, Lockhart could still find a slight fluctuation in Miranda's eyes. Immediately, he looked at Rango opposite him and saw the expression on his face that he wanted to eat him. Helplessly, he turned his head to look at the Wizengamot members around him. At this moment, suddenly, Dumbledore pushed the door open. The two looked at each other, nodded slightly, and Dumbledore found his seat and sat down. Ding, ding, ding. As Judge Miranda rang the bell on the left, a solemn voice rang out. The case in which Rango Marcus accused Gilderoy Lockhart of stealing research results and casting the unforgivable curse has officially begun. Chapter 315, Lockhart, the man who throws dirty water on others. Wizengamot courtroom. Although I was affected by the Oblivion curse, I can still clearly remember Lockhart's hideous face when he tortured me and cast the Cruciatus curse. Regarding the research process of runes and meditation, I can still recall a lot of fragmented scenes in my mind until now. Rango Marcus said in a trembling voice, looking at Judge Middle in front of him, his eyes full of prayers, as if praying for the judge to give him justice and severely punish Lockhart, the Dark Wizard. Because I had an adventure before and ate a precious soul fruit, I have a certain resistance to mental and soul related spells. Therefore, Lockhart never thought that the Oblivion curse, which he thought was foolproof, would restore some of my memories. When I recovered, I immediately came to the Ministry of Magic to report Lockhart. This is my statement above. I hope that the judge will never let Lockhart, the Dark Wizard, go. After Rango finished speaking, he looked at Lockhart with anger. The Wizengamot members around him whispered. Lockhart ignored Rango's eyes and looked at the Wizengamot members around him with interest, or more precisely, the pureblood family members who attacked him. The ones who attacked him this time were mainly the 12 pureblood families on the Hogwarts board of directors. They might have been worried about the division of interests, so they didn't involve other purebloods. Despite this, among the 36 members who came to the Wizengamot this time, 7 were related to them. TSK. If they really followed their plan and he couldn't come, they would call on their friends and maybe they could really succeed in their conspiracy. With his mind turning, Lockhart once again set his sights on Dumbledore. The two looked at each other, and Lockhart nodded slightly. Immediately, he turned his sights to the judge opposite him. Because clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Judge Miranda seemed to hear everyone's discussion, picked up the metal hammer, and gently rang the small bell next to him. At the same time, he said seriously, "Everyone, do you have any questions about Rango Marcus's statement?" Maybe Rango had finished his statement last time, and all the questions that should be asked had been asked. Or maybe they knew that the protagonist this time was not Rango. Only one Wizengamot member asked a question about the Cruciatus curse, and then stopped asking. Gilderoy Lockhart, please start your statement. Judge Miranda saw that no one continued to ask, and asked Lockhart in a deep voice. Okay, Judge Miranda. Lockhart nodded gently and said gently. In fact, I'm personally very surprised that someone accused me of plagiarizing my achievements and casting the unforgivable curse. But I feel that this is reasonable. Lockhart turned sideways and spoke loudly to the Wizengamot members wearing red robes around him. Why do I say that? The reason is that I believe that not only me, but everyone present knows that the meditation method I have developed has touched the interests of some wizard families. There is no doubt that meditation is beneficial to the development of the entire wizarding world. Dear respected and wise members of the Wizengamot, don't you think so? Hearing what Lockhart said, the Wizengamot members around him nodded subconsciously. Seeing this, Lockhart continued. Everything has its pros and cons. Meditation can promote the development of the wizarding world. However, some wizards, some families, or some organizations, they don't want to see this. To be precise, they are not unwilling to see the development of the wizarding world, but they don't want to see others promote the development of the wizarding world. They only live in their own world and only care about themselves. These people are like stink bugs in the gutter. They are used to darkness and can't bear to see others get light. Hearing this, some members of the Wizengamot smiled, and at the same time, a group of people looked gloomy. Lockhart continued. There is a proverb in the Far East, and I think it is very appropriate to put it here. Only the governor is allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. This sentence means that there are some things that the nobles can do, but the common people are absolutely not allowed to touch them. Because these nobles think that this is their privilege, and if the common people do the same thing, it is an insult. Ding. 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 Judge Miranda standing on the stage heard Lockhart's constant indirect criticism, and his eyes twitched slightly. Seeing that what he said was getting more and more excessive, he directly rang the small metal bell next to him. At the same time, he said seriously, "Professor Lockhart, please return to the topic and state the information about stealing research results and casting unforgivable curses." "Okay, Judge Miranda," Lockhart said with some regret. He was also prepared to use this topic to give free play and scold the pureblood family. "By the way, dig a pit and see if they can fall into it. What a pity!" Exclamation mark. Dumbledore on the side heard Lockhart's regretful tone and was not only a little speechless. Based on his understanding of Lockhart, he might be thinking about cheating people in his mind again. In fact, I personally feel very sympathetic for Rango Marcus's experience. Lockhart looked at Rango on the side, ignoring the other party's murderous eyes, and said with some sympathy, "Lockhart, you, a dark wizard, don't act like a good person here." Rango heard it and cursed directly. In his memory, Lockhart can be said to have been tortured in all kinds of ways, tortured severely, and was extremely cruel. Ding. 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 Silence. Judge Miranda rang the small bell and said solemnly, "Gilderoy Lockhart, please make your statement as soon as possible. If you continue to delay or provoke the victim's emotions, you will be charged with contempt of court." Hearing this, Lockhart shook his head helplessly. He had just said a few words, and he had to bear the crime of contempt of court. Thinking about it, Lockhart's face was calm, and he said loudly, "I believe that what Wizard Rango said is absolutely true. But, telling the truth does not mean telling the truth. Meditation and runes were researched by me, no surprise there. I can provide my relevant research experience, and even Headmaster Dumbledore can testify for me. As for what Wizard Rango said, there are a few points I want to emphasize. First, Wizard Rango may indeed have been cast a forgetfulness spell, but it does not rule out that his memory has also been falsely interfered with by other people. I have studied memory spells, and know that this is easy to do. I'm very curious, Wizard Rango, as a researcher, you yourself have not noticed anything unusual about your research on memory. As a researcher, our research habits and research ideas are reflected in our research results. You look at the research results that emerge in your mind. Research on memory. Do you feel strange or have problems? Reality and falsehood. As long as we calm down, we will be able to detect them." Having said that, Lockhart paused, as if giving Rango time to think. At the same time, what everyone didn't notice was that an extremely slight magical fluctuation spread rapidly from Lockhart's feet to Rango, and then disappeared in an instant. Rango Marcus, hearing what Lockhart said, was a little surprised and doubtful. But it seemed that something was touched again, and suddenly his emotions and anger swelled, and his hostility towards Lockhart surged wildly in his mind. But the next moment, it seemed that a cold breath entered his brain, calming down his chaotic brain instantly, and his mind was running fast. As a magic researcher, without interference, he quickly found a few strange things in his memory. Therefore, the whole person fell silent, thinking constantly, trying to prove it. When Lockhart saw Rango, who was silent at the moment, he nodded slightly, and didn't continue to ask. The second point, I feel that the whole thing is very coincidental. I just received an invitation from Durmstrang to give a speech, and went to Norway. As a result, as soon as I left, someone reported it. Do you think this can be explained by coincidence? Lockhart looked at the members of the Wizengamot and said meaningfully, "What's even more coincidental is that when I received the news that someone had reported me, I was ready to return to England to prove my innocence. As a result, a large number of wizards attacked me and tried to silence me, creating the illusion that I had escaped. This once again proves that this is a deliberate frame-up, a conspiracy against me and the meditation method." Hearing this, the members of the Wizengamot around whispered, "Sure enough, the rumors yesterday were true. I didn't expect that someone was really going to silence Professor Lockhart. Oh, this method is really sinister." Lockhart heard the discussion of the people around him. A faint smile appeared on his face, and then he continued. Regarding the wizards who attacked me, this can be testified by the auras of the Ministry of Magic, and the wizards I captured can also prove it. Here, I would like to take this opportunity to file my complaint to the Wizengamot. Having said this, Lockhart paused for a moment, as if giving everyone time to prepare. Then he said solemnly, there is a pureblood family that colluded with a witch party, released Grindelwald, and attempted to kill people and hinder the development of the wizarding world. As soon as Lockhart finished speaking, the entire Wizengamot courtroom fell silent. Everyone looked at Lockhart. After a moment, the silence turned into noise, and a large number of wizards seemed to be stimulated, and quickly asked Lockhart, what? Grindelwald? Impossible. Isn't Grindelwald imprisoned in Mermengard? Professor Lockhart, this is the Wizengamot. You have to take responsibility for what you said. The originally quiet Wizengamot courtroom, at this moment, seemed to be as noisy as a vegetable market. One question after another, asked Lockhart. And Dumbledore also sighed softly. He knew that Grindelwald had come out, and if he didn't take the opportunity to treat the pureblood family, he would not be Lockhart. The crime of colluding with and releasing the first generation of Dark Lord Grindelwald. If this was true, which family could bear it? Ding, ding, ding. Silence. Silence. Judge Miranda kept ringing the small bell, making a clanging sound. At the same time, she shouted loudly and seriously. The whole noisy courtroom slowly quieted down. Professor Lockhart, this is the Wizengamot. Pay attention. Every word you say is witnessed by everyone. Here, in the name of the Wizengamot, I ask you again. Are you willing to take all the responsibility for what you just said? Of course I am. Facing the interrogation of Judge Miranda, Lockhart said without hesitation. Regarding Grindelwald, I didn't see it alone. The auras Moody, Tarks, Roberto and others who supported me in the Ministry of Magic all saw it. Including the wizard captives I defeated. They all witnessed Grindelwald. If you have doubts, you can let them come up to testify now. At this point, Lockhart paused, looked at Judge Miranda, and changed the subject. Now, Judge Miranda, can you accept my appeal? The pureblood family's release of Grindelwald is not just aimed at me, it will cause extremely serious harm to the entire wizarding world. I think the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot should conduct a severe, strict and prompt review. Otherwise, who can imagine how many things these pureblood families will do to threaten the wizarding world? It is possible that they have colluded with the second generation of the Dark Lord's Death Eaters, and they may even be preparing to resurrect their master. Lockhart's voice had just fallen, and in an instant, one voice after another rang out. Lockhart, don't change the subject, and try to evade your guilt. Judge Miranda. Lockhart has changed the subject again. I think he should at least be convicted of contempt of court. Hearing Lockhart pouring dirty water one basin after another, Corin Caro, Bridget Farley and other pureblood Wizengamot members were a little anxious, and said one after another, Grindelwald, they didn't know much, but Voldemort was really alive, and they really contacted him. He was even preparing to be resurrected. Hearing Lockhart say this, they were shocked. If they didn't know Lockhart's identity, they really thought the news had leaked. Seeing the reactions of these people, Lockhart curled his lips and looked at Judge Miranda. Ding, ding, ding. Silence, silence. Judge Miranda rang the small bell again. She was a little helpless. Professor Lockhart was here to make a fuss. The trial at the beginning was like a speech. It was even more cruel later. Grindelwald was pulled out, and then the dirty water was poured out crazily. Even the second generation of the Dark Lord came out. Who doesn't know that Voldemort is dead? Hearing the serious voice of Judge Miranda, Corin Caro, Bridget Farley and other wizards calmed down. Then they seemed to think of something. Corin Caro stood up and said to Judge Miranda, Your Honor, I think the result of this trial has come out. Lockhart was lying just now. Because according to what he said, if he met Grindelwald, I don't believe that Lockhart could come back alive. This is very likely a lie made up by Lockhart to escape his crime. Judge Miranda heard it, as if it was really logical. Grindelwald, that was the first generation of the Dark Lord of the Wizarding World, who almost set off the Wizarding World War. Then Judge Middle and all the members of the Wizengamot heard Lockhart say faintly, "Who told you that I'm weak? When did I say that? I'm not Grindelwald's opponent. The 3 old monsters you invited, the 17 pure-blood wizards, were all killed or captured by me. Do you still think that I'm weak?" At the same time, Lockhart released the mental deterrents after the transformation of his soul. Everyone present suddenly felt as if their hearts were pressed down by a heavy burden, and they were almost unable to breathe. Especially those pure-blood family members who just spoke, they felt as if they were stared at by a giant dragon. The hair stood up, as if he would die at any time. Bang! Cory and Caro, who had just stood up, seemed to have no reaction, and fell directly to the ground with a bang. But no one around cared, because the pressure in their hearts was getting heavier and heavier. They looked at Lockhart, as if they were looking at a monster. Fear and even awe rose in their hearts. "Lockhart, that's enough." As Dumbledore's gentle but serious voice sounded, Lockhart withdrew his mental deterrents, and suddenly everyone gasped. It was as if the thousands of burdens in their hearts were being removed. However, they looked at Lockhart with a trace of awe. This is the instinct for the powerful. And Lockhart, smiling, said, "Everyone, members of the Wizengamot, the best way to confirm whether I lied? That's for you to go to Nurmengard and ask Grindelwald. Give me my name, he shouldn't make it too difficult for you." Hearing this, everyone present was a little speechless. Do they have the courage to go to Grindelwald? If he had the guts, he wouldn't have been so surprised, or even panicked. Then, Lockhart continued, "Of course, the auras of the Ministry of Magic and the wizards who came to kill me just saw my fight with Grindelwald. They are all in the Ministry of Magic, and can be called over to testify for me at any time." Hearing this, everyone present was a little moved, although they did not dare to underestimate Lockhart's strength. But they attached great importance to proving that Grindelwald had reappeared in the wizarding world. Grindelwald's reappearance would inevitably cause changes in the entire wizarding world, and some arrangements of their own family must also be adjusted. They dared not go to Nurmengard, but proving it in this way was also a very good way. The thoughts turned, and all the Wizengamot members looked at each other, as if they were waiting for someone to speak first, but they all remained silent. In the current situation, whoever speaks first will easily become a target. Moreover, their duties do not seem to include these, which is a bit beyond their authority. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore spoke. "Judge Miranda, I suggest that we call out the Ministry of Magic auras who went to support Professor Lockhart and the wizards who attacked Professor Lockhart to prove his innocence." As soon as Dumbledore spoke, the wizards around him also spoke up. "Yes, I agree with Principal Dumbledore's proposal. Yes, it is important to call out witnesses to prove his innocence." Hearing the requests of the Wizengamot members, Miranda was silent. This court session was about Lockhart's suspected theft of research results and the casting of the unforgivable curse. As a result, Lockhart's interference completely deviated the topic. This was the first time she had tried a case so difficult. But after a moment of silence, she instructed the wizard who was taking notes, "Summon the Ministry of Magic auras Moody, Tarks, Roberto and enter the Wizengamot courtroom." Hearing this, the wizard who was taking notes nodded quickly and ran outside. The entire Wizengamot courtroom fell silent. After a moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a somewhat panicked cry sounded. "It's bad, Judge Miranda. All the wizard captives that Professor Lockhart brought back to the Ministry of Magic are dead." Chapter 316 Grindelwald and the Return of Voldemort. All dead. How is it possible? What do auras do? People are in front of us, and something can happen. What is the cause of death? Who did it? As the young wizard said in a panic, the Wizengamot members around him stood up and asked Tacitus feebly. Yesterday, Lockhart returned with the wizard captives, and handed them over to the Ministry of Magic. Everyone knew about it, and it was even in the newspapers. As a result, the next day, everything was over. This slap in the face was too fast. Then, some Wizengamot members from pure blood families looked at each other, their eyes full of doubts. They didn't seem to have arranged for anyone to do it. But it's good that someone did it. At least it eliminated a lot of hidden dangers. I don't know which good person dared to do it directly. Thinking about it, they also began to question one after another. Well, anyway, everyone is dead. It's time to perform. Ding. 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 Silence. Silence. Judge Myrna rang the small bell again, calling everyone to be quiet. To be honest, she was a little speechless. In so many years, this is the first time that everyone needs to be reminded to be quiet so frequently. Soon, everyone sat down quietly. Albert Kingsley, explain what happened. After hearing this, the young wizard Albert's panic expression gradually calmed down. At the same time, he felt a little puzzled. What happened today? Is it so easy to panic? He should have quietly informed Judge Middle. But he didn't have time to think deeply, because Judge Middle called his name here. Albert, explain the current situation to all members of the Wizengamot. Okay, Judge Middle. Albert said immediately. Everyone, I went to the aura to call the prisoners just now. As a result, I saw them howling in pain. When I arrived at the room where the prisoners were held without saying a few words, I found that their facial features were constantly bleeding, and black mist was emitted around their bodies. The aura next to him said that this was black magic, and he kept casting various counter spells, but there was no way. In the end, these 7 prisoners were basically all turned into a pile of dry bones. Albert described the cruel scene he saw with a trembling voice, making the wizards around him frown. Typical black magic, and it is very likely to be a trigger type, or a curse type. These captives died miserably, and the auras were helpless, which shows that this is definitely a top black magic. And it happened in the Ministry of Magic. You know, the Ministry of Magic has been cast countless defensive spells over the years. To be able to break through so many constraints and perform it must be a top black wizard. When they thought of this, the faces of some pure blood Wizengamot members changed slightly, as if they were thinking of someone. At this moment, suddenly, Albert, I would like to ask, are the 3 sheep I brought still alive? Also, can I take a look at your memory? Some details may be distorted, based on the description alone. I have some guesses, but I need to see your on-the-spot memory, or the memory of other auras. Albert looked to the side following the voice, which was Lockhart's request. Faced with Lockhart's request, Albert hesitated. It is not a good thing to have your memory extracted by someone. If you are not careful, your memory will have problems or be seen. That Rango Marcus is a classic case. With his mind turning, Alberto said, Professor Lockhart, please wait a moment about the 3 sheep you brought. I'll go back and ask. Well, he didn't mention the memory. Alberto ran to the back, but after running a few steps, he turned back. Because a middle-aged wizard of medium build, a little fat, wearing a suit, walked slowly. It was the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. As the Minister of Magic, under the guard of many auras in the Ministry of Magic, a life was lost, which was simply a slap in the face. He had only been in office for less than 2 years, and such a thing happened. He was almost mad. He could imagine what news would be written in the Daily Prophet tomorrow if he didn't intervene. He came this time to reduce the impact. As the source of the incident, he naturally had to be the first to arrive. Fudge naturally knew about Lockhart's problem. He pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice, Professor Lockhart, you brought 3 sheep. The curse breakers have not yet broken your spell, and they are still being broken. I'll have someone bring them here right away to break the spell. As for the memory, Fudge reached out and called Alberto, whispering a few words in his ear, and then said with a smile, Professor Lockhart, you can check his memory later. Hearing what Fudge said, Lockhart was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Minister of Magic to be so cooperative. Then, he nodded gently, and praised without hesitation, as expected of the Minister of Magic, you do things cleanly and neatly. I believe that under your leadership, there will be a brand new future. Good words, say a little more, and it won't lose a piece of meat. Hearing what Lockhart said, Fudge smiled. This Professor Lockhart is not as difficult to get along with as those purebloods say. It seems that it should not be a problem to ask him to help suppress the public opinion of the Ministry of Magic. As the Minister of Magic, it is natural to solve the source of the problem. The other members were easy to talk to, as they all had certain relationships, so it was not a problem to ask them to minimize discussion. However, for Lockhart, he was the one who arrested the person, and was also on trial. If something went wrong, it would be easy to cause problems. Fudge's first thought was to appease as much as possible. During his term, it was better to have peace and stability. Only in this way could he continue to be re-elected. Afterwards, Fudge had a few simple exchanges with Lockhart and hinted at a few words. Seeing that Lockhart said there was no problem, he said hello to the side with peace of mind. Dumbledore also came this time, although he was a little disgusted, worried, and even afraid of the huge influence behind Dumbledore. But this did not prevent him from asking Dumbledore for advice and using Dumbledore's influence to do things. Dumbledore saw Fudge in front of him, a little helpless, but he also said a few words. At this time, bar, 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 the sound of sheep sounded, and an aura, holding 3 red ropes in his hands, pulled forward. The 3 sheep behind him felt the pain of the red rope on their necks and cried out in struggle, but there was nothing they could do, so they could only move forward along the rope. Professor Lockhart, the sheep are brought to you. Please take a look. After seeing the sheep, Lockhart raised his lips, waved to the aura, and said, "Sorry for the trouble." At the same time, in the eyes of everyone, the magic rope in the aura's hand disappeared and reappeared in Lockhart's hand. This scene made many wizards feel depressed. Casting without a wand. Now, the only uncertainty is how powerful Lockhart can be without a wand. Minister Fudge, do you have anything else to say? If not, then I will start to remove the curse. Hearing Lockhart's reminder, Fudge nodded and looked at the 3 sheep with interest. He heard that the rescuers had no way to rescue them, and even thought that someone was playing a prank. Because these 3 sheep had no magic fluctuations, and no traces of any transformation spells, they were just 3 sheep. At the same time, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. With his level, he seemed to have only seen some clues. He started with the transfiguration spell and entered Hogwarts. He had done a lot of research in this area. But if he saw the souls of these 3 sheep, they were almost perfect. Lockhart didn't care about this. He touched the ground with his feet and moved slightly. In an instant, a light golden field enveloped the 3 sheep in front of him. Wizard talent, rewrite reality. With a thought, the 3 standing sheep began to gradually transform from a flock of sheep to a human form. The horns on their heads began to shrink, revealing a head full of white hair. The white wool also slowly disappeared and turned into old skin. The limbs turned into hands and feet and touched the ground. Soon the 3 sheep turned into 3 people chasing Lockhart. Lockhart saw the exposed old skin of the 3 people, frowned slightly, and waved his hand again. Black wizard robes appeared on the 3 people. However, the 3 people who stood up had dull eyes, as if they were already dead. The wizards around seemed to have noticed something. Because the 3 of them only had slight fluctuations in magic power, just like a dud. "I'm very sorry, Minister Fudge," Lockhart said apologetically. "After all, I created this spell not long ago. So there may be some negligence that affected their magic power, causing them to seem to lose their magical abilities. But it's not a big problem. They can recover through meditation later." Hearing Lockhart say this, the wizards around shuddered and subconsciously took a step back. Killing people and destroying their hearts. This is killing people and destroying their hearts. They don't believe what Lockhart said about the magic power being affected by the spell. This is naked revenge. And he also told them that they can only recover through meditation. Slap in the face. They wanted to say something to refute, but when they thought of the mental pressure Lockhart brought to them just now, they all remained silent. Fudge heard it. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he wanted to say something, but found that he had nothing to say. After all, these are captives, prisoners. The only thing worth mentioning is that they are all old wizards from pure blood families, and they have considerable influence. However, at this point, he has no choice. 3 wizards, tell me about Grindelwald. Seeing that no one spoke, Lockhart asked Herman and the other 3 wizards without any courtesy. But since Herman and the others found out that they had lost their magical abilities, they have been heartbroken. They didn't want to say anything, and even thought about dying. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't cooperate, Lockhart curled his lips. "Everyone, it seems that these 3 have a deep relationship with Grindelwald, and are unwilling to reveal any information." Lockhart said to everyone, "Well, I have developed a magic that can project their memories. Do you want to see Grindelwald with your own eyes? Minister Fudge, what do you think?" At this moment, Cornelius Fudge was a little confused when he heard Grindelwald. Shouldn't they talk about Lockhart stealing research results and casting the unforgivable curse? How did it come to Grindelwald? In an instant, he felt that the whole thing was a bit complicated. When Lockhart saw that no one was reacting, he simply assumed that they had agreed. He stretched out his right hand, pointed his finger at Herman and the other two, and flicked it gently. 3 silver white threads sank into the brows of the 3 people at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the threads sank, Lockhart made a strange gesture with his right hand and pulled them back. Under the gaze of the crowd, 3 miniature silver white light balls were slowly pulled out by the threads and then slowly floated in front of everyone. Without Lockhart's introduction, they also knew that this was the memory of the 3 people. Then, Lockhart reminded everyone, please pay attention. The following are all projection images, and they will not attack anyone. After hearing this, everyone nodded slightly, and Lockhart waved his hand directly. Puff. In an instant, the 3 silver white light balls, with a puff, turned into silver white mist, and then expanded rapidly, as if stimulated by something. Soon, the entire Wizengamot courtroom was filled with silver white mist. Perhaps because of Lockhart's reminder, everyone did not panic, and Dumbledore looked at it with interest. Lockhart's magic is much more useful than the pensieve. Alas, I really don't know how he developed it. Unfortunately, the Heritage Library of Hogwarts didn't find too much information, otherwise some clues about runes could be obtained. While Dumbledore was thinking, the fog gradually dissipated, but the entire space scene turned into ice and snow. It was the ice and snow wasteland area of Norway. Soon, in everyone's eyes, the scene of Lockhart and Herman confronting 17 pure-blood wizards emerged. Then everyone saw that Lockhart used a space magic to transfer a large number of enemy spells. 17 wizards died or were disabled. This made everyone silent. What made them feel even more panic was that Lockhart's battle with Herman and the other 2 was crushing. A large number of spells, including the killing curse, shot at Lockhart like raindrops. But they were all defended. Even the killing curse seemed to be cracked. This made everyone feel a little dreamy, and Dumbledore was also very surprised. They could clearly see that the magic used by Lockhart was different from his, and was completely based on the research of runes. In other words, this was all Lockhart's own magic. The power of the new spell and Lockhart's overwhelming combat power made them subconsciously feel awe and desire. That was a desire for runes, which, with a little guidance, could be transformed into a desire for a new magic system. Feeling everyone's emotions, Lockhart nodded slightly. Soon, in the eyes of everyone, Herman and the other 2 fled frantically. But under Lockhart's spell, they had no resistance, and turned into sheep. Many members of the Wizengamot were quite moved, and they would have died long ago. At the same time, most of them knew that this was a demonstration by Lockhart. The target of the demonstration was undoubtedly the group of pureblood families, and the others were just incidental. And Dumbledore seemed to understand something when he saw this. Lockhart, like Grindelwald, awakened his wizard talent. While everyone was thinking, they heard Lockhart remind them again. Everyone, Grindelwald is coming. Hearing this, everyone was alert. When the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge saw the scene just now, he was thinking a lot, and he was afraid of Professor Lockhart in his heart. He really dared to kill, and directly turned the enemy into a beast, and then abolished the magic power, and turned it into a squib. This method is really cruel. The most important thing is that this guy has always followed the rules on the surface, and others can't find fault with him if they want to. He is not afraid of good people like Dumbledore, but he is afraid of ruthless people who are white on the surface, but black in their hearts. While thinking, he saw the picture change, and a middle-aged wizard appeared again. Then the auras of the Ministry of Magic and members of the Order of the Phoenix came. But in their eyes, except for Moody and others who were clear, everyone else was blurred. At the moment of their doubts, Lockhart's voice with a hint of apology came again. I'm very sorry, some of them are my friends, who came here to help me this time. They don't want to disclose their information, so I respect their wishes. Hearing this, everyone didn't say much. Dumbledore nodded slightly, and Lockhart was still as careful as ever. If the identities of the people in the Order of the Phoenix were revealed, it would not be a good thing for him. Immediately, he continued to focus on Grindelwald. He was very curious How had he changed over the years? Soon, the magic power of Lockhart and Grindelwald collided. Although it was a projection, they seemed to be able to feel the tension in the atmosphere. Then, there was another competition of spells. The two waved their wands, and a large number of spells collided and offset each other very cleverly, which made everyone take a deep breath. It showed the surging magic power and exquisite control of the two. At this moment, they had almost no doubts in their hearts. The appearance of the Fiend Fire later made some familiar Wizengamot members show inexplicable expressions on their faces. They experienced Grindelwald's era personally, when the entire wizarding world was in collective panic, and even the Wizarding World War was about to break out. In the end, the two tacitly ceased fighting, and Grindelwald revealed his true face. Familiar faces appeared again, and everyone had a heated discussion. Grindelwald really appeared, there is no doubt about that. Where they should go is a question that needs to be considered repeatedly. However, someone soon set his sights on Lockhart. Dumbledore is old, and Lockhart is in his prime. There is no doubt that there is a general inclination in his heart about how to choose. Feeling the change in everyone's inner emotions, Lockhart said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I think we should be prepared for Grindelwald to appear again. As far as I know, Grindelwald did not wreak havoc in Britain last time, but this time it may not be the case." Hearing what Lockhart said, everyone's faces showed sorrow. Then, without waiting for everyone to discuss, Lockhart said again, "Everyone, Grindelwald's matter has been proved. Next, we should solve the incident about the death of wizard captives." As he said, Lockhart asked Fudge, "Minister Fudge, I will check the memory of Alberto the Wizard now, to find out the truth for the Ministry of Magic." Hearing this, Cornelius Fudge, who had just reacted, nodded subconsciously. He only felt a little powerless about Grindelwald's appearance. Why can't there be a little more peace during his term? Lockhart called out to Alberto, who was standing beside him. "Alberto, don't be nervous. There is no danger." Okay, Professor Lockhart. Thinking of what Minister Fudge had just said, Alberto gritted his teeth and nodded, and said nervously, "You must be careful." Seeing this, Lockhart nodded slightly, then stretched out his index finger, and tapped Alberto's forehead lightly. In an instant, a silver thread emerged, and sank into the forehead. Similarly, a dangerous silver ball was quickly pulled out. With Lockhart's control, the silver-white mist filled the entire courtroom again. The scene changed, and everyone came to the Ministry of Magic, in front of the detention room. Watching Alberto knock on the door lightly, then pull the door open to enter, he said to the guard Aura sitting inside, "Dear Auras, I have been ordered by Judge Miranda to bring these wizard captives to the courtroom for interrogation." As he spoke, he looked at the captured wizard captives in the glass wall opposite. After hearing this, the Aura nodded, and was about to say something. At this moment, suddenly, save me in the eyes of everyone. The wizards and captives who were being watched cried out in pain. The blood vessels on their bodies were extremely conspicuous, as if they were constantly expanding, and bright red blood flowed out along their facial features. At the same time, wisps of black mist began to spread over the surface of their bodies. Everyone present frowned. Seeing this, Lockhart waved his hand gently. The whole scene was still. The Wizengamot judges around saw this scene, and began to communicate. And Fudge whispered to Dumbledore next to him, "Principal Dumbledore, can you tell what kind of black magic this is?" "Sorry, I need to take another look." Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said. Then Dumbledore took a step forward, and walked in front of the wizard who jumped into the black magic curse. He stretched out his hand, and tried to touch the black mist that permeated the surface of his body. But after all, it was a picture, and a hand passed through. However, Dumbledore seemed to have noticed something, and his pupils shrank. He suddenly found that a blue-black magic mark appeared on the arm of one of the wizards, and this magic mark has a skull on the top and a snake on the bottom. It is the Death Eater mark. Lockhart, you will go back to your memory and freeze the picture at the moment when the black magic broke out. Dumbledore called to Lockhart, and his tone became cautious. The surrounding Wizengamot members and Minister of Magic Fudge also set their eyes on Dumbledore, as if they knew that Dumbledore had found some traces. And Lockhart, with a faint smile on his face, waved his hand casually, and the whole picture began to slowly reverse. "Stop." At the moment when the black magic broke out, Dumbledore immediately shouted, and Lockhart immediately froze the picture. The other wizards all focused their attention on the wizard opposite Dumbledore. They knew that this was probably the trace that Dumbledore had discovered. Lockhart, start slowly, slow down the screen, and fully display the entire process of the black magic outbreak. Dumbledore instructed Lockhart. And Lockhart, of course, would not reject it, and start the screen slowly. In the eyes of everyone, the wizard in front of Dumbledore began to wail at the beginning, and the signs of being eroded by black magic were the most obvious. Then soon, the people around this wizard also wailed. Everyone clearly saw that, as if a virus was contagious, all the wizard captives began to howl one after another. The signs of being eroded by black magic on their bodies became more and more obvious, and the black mist that permeated their bodies seemed to devour flesh and blood, and their bodies became thinner and thinner. Without Dumbledore's explanation, everyone also understood that the source of this crisis was the wizard in front of Dumbledore. As the screen slowly changed, everyone clearly saw the entire process of black magic erosion. Stop. Suddenly, Dumbledore shouted, and Lockhart immediately stopped the screen again. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then turned to everyone and said, "Everyone, I'm afraid you are going to hear some bad news. Albus, tell me. Dumbledore, what happened?" Fudge and the Wizengamot members said one after another. "Everyone, take a look at this wizard's arm." Dumbledore gently pointed at the wizard's arm. With Dumbledore's reminder, everyone clearly saw a mark on the wizard's arm. They were very familiar with this mark. At the same time, Dumbledore's serious voice came to their ears. "Everyone, we must be alert. The Dark Lord Voldemort is back too." Chapter 317, Establishing a Squib School for Wizards. The Dark Lord? No, the you-know-who is coming back. Wasn't he killed by the Savior? Albus, tell me, are you kidding? Compared to Grindelwald's global scourge, Voldemort's rampage in Britain left the most profound impression on them. You know, compared with Grindelwald, Voldemort is like a madman, with darker, crueler and more brutal methods. The most important thing is that Voldemort has only disappeared for about 10 years. Basically, everyone present has experienced the period when the Dark Lord was rampant, and they couldn't help but feel panic in their hearts. Especially the Minister of Magic Fudge, who even felt a little weak all over. Impossible, absolutely impossible, the you-know-who is dead. Fudge shouted loudly, trying to change the will of everyone present. Voldemort is not dead yet. If this news gets out, it will cause chaos in the wizarding world. Unless he is hostile to Voldemort, he should not think about re-election. It is even possible that he will step down in the middle. When he thought of this, Fudge trembled all over. It would be better if he didn't taste the power. But he has tasted the taste of power. The feeling of everyone looking up to him and mobilizing a large number of wizards with just one order. The more he thought about it, the harder it was to let go. Just as he was about to shout at Dumbledore to deny the news, suddenly, "Principal, having the mark of a Death Eater does not mean it is the Dark Lord. I think someone is going to kill people to silence them, and then put the blame on the Dark Lord. Let's make sure there is no evidence." Lockhart's voice came from his ear, and Fudge was a little excited, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and he quickly affirmed it loudly. "Yes, Dumbledore, Professor Lockhart is right. The Dark Lord is dead. He can't be alive. This is definitely a conspiracy. There are wizards who are trying to kill people in the name of the Dark Lord." Fudge's voice had just fallen, and Lockhart on the side agreed. "Yes, we must not be fooled by the enemy. Even if the Dark Lord is still alive, why would he kill these wizards? These wizards were sent to attack me. Could it be that the mastermind behind this is a dead Dark Lord? To put it bluntly, if he is really the mastermind, I will find him and let him die again. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, always avenge my grudges." Hearing this, the wizard on the side was just about to ridicule Lockhart for overestimating his own abilities. But just thinking of Lockhart and Grindelwald's tour, and even being able to break the killing curse, suddenly silent. Especially some members of the Wizengamot of pure-blood families did not speak. Because, in their current state, it is very likely that their master is really not Lockhart's opponent. After hearing this, Fudge, who was standing by, seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Yes, Professor Lockhart is right. With Professor Lockhart's strength, even the Dark Lord would not dare to act rashly." He had seen Lockhart's strength just now. He could not say that he could defeat the Dark Lord by being able to draw with Grindelwald, but he could definitely protect him. Even if the Dark Lord really came out, he could become the trump card of the Ministry of Magic without relying on Dumbledore. At that time, he might be able to keep his position. Well, to be honest, he actually believed in Dumbledore's judgment in his heart. It was just that his desire for power suppressed his inner thoughts. At this moment, Dumbledore sighed in his heart, but did not say much. He knew that Lockhart wanted to attack those pureblood families this time. If he used Tom as an excuse, then everything he had done before would be in vain. In addition, Lockhart, who could draw with Grindelwald later, was definitely an extremely important key to deal with Tom. Finally, he could express his attitude through silence. When Lockhart saw everyone, especially Fudge's attitude towards Dumbledore, he was very satisfied. Sure enough, only when facing enough external threats can the internal unity be achieved. He didn't believe that Dumbledore was going to push himself to the opposite side when facing Grindelwald and Voldemort. And if the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge didn't want to rely on Dumbledore, he could only rely on himself. Thinking about it, Lockhart said to everyone in a deep voice, "Everyone, although these wizards are dead, the three leaders are still alive. We can still catch the mastermind behind the scenes. Just now, I have obtained some information, and I will hand it over to Minister Fudge and the Auras later." Having said this, Lockhart turned to Fudge on the side and said, "Minister Fudge, these three wizards must be taken care of, and information about the mastermind behind the scenes must be obtained from them in time. Don't let people have the opportunity to kill again. Otherwise, I can only do it myself." At the end of the words, Lockhart's tone was cold and threatening. Fudge was stunned when he heard this, and quickly said, "Don't worry, Professor Lockhart, the Ministry of Magic will give you a satisfactory explanation." When Dumbledore heard this, a complicated look appeared on his face. He was a little confused. What was his student planning? He had the information in his hand, but he didn't tell it, and he handed the person over to the Ministry of Magic again. What exactly did Lockhart want to do by making such a big fuss this time? The members of the Wizengamot around, especially those from pureblood families, showed a hint of joy on their faces after hearing it, but it disappeared in an instant. They were very familiar with this. Lockhart did this just to take this opportunity to make a deal with them. Such secret negotiations and private transactions were something that their pureblood families were very familiar with. As for why Lockhart did this, they didn't doubt that, even if Lockhart revealed the truth, what good would it do him? It was nothing more than proving his innocence. But if they traded privately today, they could get real benefits. Only a fool would not do this. Now the only thing they were worried about was whether Lockhart would ask for too much. This is the point they are most worried about. The tone of Lockhart's last sentence made them understand that, if they are not satisfied with the deal, he will do it himself. At this moment, Lockhart looked at the members of the Wizengamot who were full of thoughts. He pulled the topic back again and said to everyone, "Everyone, now that Grindelwald has proved it, let's go back to the issue of the wizard Rango suffering from the forgetfulness spell at the beginning." Hearing this, everyone came back to their senses and focused their attention on Rango marks again. At this moment, Rango marks would reveal decadence, sadness, hatred, and anger. He saw Lockhart's battle scene and vaguely discovered that there was a problem with his memory. In fact, he had a guess deep in his heart. So he was a little desperate for a while, knowing that he had become a pawn and was being played as a fool by the pure blood. "Professor Lockhart, do you have anything else to say? If you don't have anything to say, then move on to the next step." At this moment, Judge Miranda above asked Lockhart with a complicated expression. He also understood the meaning of Lockhart's previous words. This was an act that she hated very much, but had no choice. The prisoner is willing to settle privately, so what can the judge do? "Judge Miranda, please give me some more time, I still need to say something." Miranda naturally nodded in agreement. "Members of the Wizengamot, I believe that there are already some guesses about this case. I'm willing to believe in everyone's fairness. However, as I mentioned earlier, I actually feel very sympathetic to Rango Marcus's experience. I also specifically said before that I have done a lot of research on memory spells. At this point, Lockhart's tone revealed confidence. Regarding the matter of Rango Wizard suffering from the forgetfulness spell, I can actually help him remove the influence of the forgetfulness spell, and it won't take too much time. I would like to make an application to the judge and all the members of the Wizengamot. Please allow me to cast magic to help Rango Wizard restore normal memory. In this way, all the accusations against me will naturally be revealed. After hearing Lockhart's request, all the members of the Wizengamot began to discuss. But soon, the Pureblood family Wizengamot members immediately said, "We agree to Lockhart's application." They naturally knew that the situation could be made less embarrassing, so they were willing to do it. Even if Rango recovered his true memory, he would not leak the information about the Pureblood, and it would not have much impact on them. Soon, others also agreed one after another. Judge Miranda above sighed inwardly, and then asked Rango Marcus, "Wizard Rango, are you willing to accept Professor Lockhart's magical treatment?" Hearing this, Rango did not hesitate at all and said directly, "I'm willing to believe Professor Lockhart." As he said this, he showed a grateful look to Lockhart. In the absence of magical interference, with his IQ, he can naturally judge who is good and who is bad. Okay, of course Wizard Rango and all the Wizengamot members agree. Then Professor Lockhart, you can take action. Judge Miranda said expressionlessly. In fact, everyone already knew the final result, so she naturally would not deliberately stop it. Today's trial was the first time she had ever experienced such a strange trial. The trial was not like a trial, it was completely like a personal show of Lockhart. When Lockhart heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Then he gently stretched out his right palm, and in an instant, a green light floated above his palm. As soon as the light appeared, everyone present felt a surge of vitality and the desire revealed by the soul. At the same time, they heard Lockhart's introduction. "Everyone, this is a treasure I refined. I named it the Light of Life. Its function is to make up for the damage to the soul and reduce the backlash of black magic. Of course, the most important point is to prolong life." Hearing Lockhart's introduction, especially the last point, most wizards subconsciously held their breath, with greed in their eyes. But they all knew Lockhart's strength, and did not make any moves. Then, they heard Lockhart's introduction again. "The essence of the Oblivion Curse lies in its influence on the soul's memory, which I can solve. But it is obvious that the Wizard Rango has also been tortured by the Cruciatus Curse, and has suffered certain damage. This ray of life can completely help the Wizard Rango's soul return to normal, and even strengthen his soul, and prolong his life. Help the Wizard Rango fully recover." When everyone heard this, they looked at Rango with envy. Then, they saw Lockhart wave his hand casually, and the emerald green light of life sank into the Wizard Rango's forehead. The next moment, Lockhart stretched out his hands, made a strange gesture, and then moved slightly. In an instant, several silver white runes and a large number of silk threads appeared in front of Lockhart. As Lockhart's hands slid, they combined into a silver white halo. Then, the silver white halo slowly floated above Rango's head, and a large number of silver white light spots appeared from the halo, falling into Rango's brain like raindrops. It seemed to be undergoing a deep level treatment. At this moment, Rango felt unusually comfortable all over his body, even his soul, as if he was taking a hot spring bath. The soul was constantly repairing and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, making him tremble slightly with pleasure, and a comfortable smile appeared on his face involuntarily. At the same time, the memories that had been cleared in his mind began to recover. As his memories recovered, Rango's emotions began to fluctuate sharply. He was indeed attacked by a black wizard, but not 2 years ago, but not long ago. A black wizard in black clothes cast the forgetting spell and the Cruciatus Curse on him to torture him. Pain, pain, it was endless pain. The other party cast a lot of spells on him later to distort his memory. When he thought of this, Rango's emotions fluctuated abnormally, and he wanted revenge. But soon, a cold feeling entered his mind, making him calm down quickly and rationally. At this moment, Lockhart, feeling that Rango had completely recovered, waved his hand gently again, and the silver white rune halo on his head disappeared. Then, Lockhart said to everyone, "Everyone, Wizard Rango has recovered his normal memory. You can check it, and you can ask questions if you have any doubts." At this time, Wizard Rango said in a hoarse voice, "Dear members of the Wizengamot, I have recovered my memory. It was someone else who attacked me, not Professor Lockhart. This is a deliberate frame-up." At night, Malfoy Manor. In a spacious conference room, everyone sat down around a round table, and their faces were basically very bad. "Lucius, this is your plan. Look at the result you have caused now. Not only have we mobilized a lot of resources, but the number of wizards who died is the largest in the past 10 years. Yes, Lucius, have you seriously investigated Lockhart? The other party can fight Grindelwald, and we don't know anything. Otherwise so many people would die. Lucius, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but how should we explain the Elders' Council? Those three may be members of the Elders' Council, but now they have become squibs, and even their lives are coming to an end." Lucius sat in front of his seat, listening to everyone's criticism expressionlessly. He was the proposer of the entire plan, so naturally he was the first person to blame. As for this point, he knew very well that there was no way, so he didn't say much. The best solution is to do nothing, and vent everyone's anger and resentment first. Everyone looked at Lucius who did not react, and they all felt helpless. This time it was really a big loss. People died, resources were lost, and they were even blackmailed by Lockhart. It was simply a huge loss. Everyone, let's not discuss these for now. Let's discuss the requirements put forward by Lockhart first. Parkinson said indifferently. Many people in their family died. Before the Squib Parade, he sent people to deal with some of the leaders and caused chaos. However, for some reason, all the wizards who took action disappeared, and there is no trace of them so far, or they are dead. Lucius, tell me, Fudge conveyed Lockhart's request to you. Hearing what Parkinson said, everyone fell silent. Lucius looked a little hesitant, and said in a low voice, "Lockhart wants our 12 pureblood families to provide 120,000 gold galleons, 3 bottles of felicity, 100 bottles of dream potion, 3 top-level magic items, and 500 low-level magic items." Everyone's faces turned pale when they heard Lucius spit out a huge list of resources. If they really wanted to take out all these, they would have to empty all the 12 pureblood families. Soon, Lucius's very heavy voice came to everyone's ears. "Finally, Lockhart asked us to use all our strength to pass a resolution in the Ministry of Magic. That is to publicly establish a squib wizard school like Hogwarts. Lockhart will be the principal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 318 Becoming the Headmaster of Hogwarts, Pureblood Duel. At night, Hogwarts, the headmaster's office. "Headmaster, thank you for letting Moody and the others come to support us. After leaving Durmstrang, I actually found something wrong. Today I went to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. I heard about it from Ian, but I didn't expect it." Lockhart sat at the table and whispered to Dumbledore in front of him. Dumbledore silently looked at his student and listened to him patiently. Suddenly, Dumbledore asked, "Lockhart, you mentioned going to St. Mungo's that day. How are the squibs who were attacked?" In response to Dumbledore's question, Lockhart said directly, "Headmaster, I specifically looked at them today, although they were all affected by the dark magic. But the light of life I refined is still very effective, and they are basically back to normal. Moreover, under the influence of the light of life, they have all become formal wizards, and they are just short of learning spells." Hearing this, Dumbledore nodded slightly and said meaningfully, "It's good that you're fine. Everyone's life is priceless. When ignoring life becomes a habit, it's not far from being a dark wizard." Hearing this, Lockhart also said meaningfully, "Yes, Principal, I think so too. There will definitely be a price to pay for doing things. We can't let people who bleed also shed tears. At this point, Lockhart changed the subject and said, "Principal, I went to St. Mungo's Hospital today and learned that Neville's parents seemed to be members of the Order of the Phoenix. It seems that they were attacked by the Dark Lord's men before, and their souls were severely damaged. Do you need my help? The Light of Life I refined is still very effective in this regard." Dumbledore heard this and knew that this was Lockhart's goodwill. So he didn't ask the other party about the source of the information and nodded directly and said, "Okay, then trouble you, Lockhart." Hearing this, Lockhart smiled and waved gently. In an instant, a small bottle appeared on the table. Inside the bottle, 3 green light spots emerged, which were the 3 lights of life. The next moment, a magical power surged out, and attraction emerged in the bottle. A ray of life light floated out of the bottle and landed in front of Dumbledore. "Principal, do you want to try the Light of Life? See the effect?" Lockhart looked at the principal in front of him and said. After hearing this, Dumbledore paused, as if thinking about something, or exploring. Then, he nodded gently. Then, in Lockhart's perception, a magical power surged out from in front of Dumbledore, and then wrapped the Light of Life into his body. Dumbledore closed his eyes slightly, as if he was sensing the effect of the Light of Life. After a long time, "Lockhart, the Light of Life you refined is really good. It is a good supplement for soul power, and it contains a surge of vitality. If I guess correctly, the Light of Life just now can generally prolong life for 1 to 2 months. It is considered a rare treasure." Dumbledore analyzed, but his eyes were a little complicated. Lockhart took out the Light of Life and introduced it in public, and even let him try it now. Dumbledore couldn't fail to understand the meaning of this. If Lockhart didn't show strength comparable to Grindelwald, then he would be a child with gold, swaggering through the streets and asking for trouble. But with the strength he showed now, he would only be wooed and shown goodwill by everyone. Longevity is the ultimate lifelong pursuit of many wizards. In response, Lockhart smiled and said, "It's okay as long as it works. I personally think I'm very happy to be able to help fighting heroes like Neville's parents." Dumbledore nodded in disbelief. He just thought that this was Lockhart's gift to mobilize the support of the Order of the Phoenix, or gratitude. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Lockhart, what are your plans for the future?" After this time, Dumbledore already understood. Lockhart might have his own ideas, and even bypassed himself for such a big thing. This means that he feels that he is a bit of a hindrance. However, he didn't feel particularly surprised, and even felt relieved, because he could sense that the conflict between the two of them had begun to intensify. He wanted to go slow and steady, while Lockhart wanted to go fast, or in other words, he wanted to achieve greater results directly, so he could accept it, even if it cost him a price. For example, this time, using squibs, students, and even himself as bait. The price. Dumbledore felt inexplicably familiar with this. It was like his younger self. Perhaps, this is the difference between young and old thinking. As his thoughts turned, Dumbledore stared at Lockhart, as if waiting for his answer. "Principal, of course I still have to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts course to the young wizards next. But, as soon as the bud was mentioned, Lockhart changed the subject. Principal, as the founder of meditation, I also hope that the wizarding world can prosper again. Later, I will further promote meditation and let more squibs become wizards. So, I decided that, if there is a chance later, I hope to build a wizard school dedicated to teaching meditation." Hearing what Lockhart said, Dumbledore was completely silent. He originally guessed that Lockhart might want to cultivate his own strength, just like he cultivated the Squib Wizardian. Or he might be preparing to attack the Council of Elders. But he never expected that Lockhart was going to leave Hogwarts and establish a wizard school. How to say it? He will compete with him for students in the future. A strange thought emerged in Dumbledore's mind, but it disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he began to think about what impact Lockhart's behavior of establishing a wizard school would have. Lockhart was willing to say it, which meant that he had made up his mind and would definitely develop in this direction in the future. It was impossible for him to stop it directly in his current situation. After all, regarding Tom, Lockhart needed to work together, not to mention Grindelwald. Seeing the surprise in Dumbledore's eyes, Lockhart added, "Of course, there is no rush. After all, the wizard school still needs a long time to prepare. I will continue to serve as the professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course and recruit young wizards to study. Of course, Principal, you can now prepare in advance for the next Defense Against the Dark Arts professor." At this point, Lockhart joked, "It seems that the position of the Professor of the Dark Arts at Hogwarts is really cursed as rumored. It seems that I can't do it for a year." Dumbledore didn't care about Lockhart's joke. On the contrary, he asked seriously, "Lockhart, building a school is not an easy thing. Are you really ready? Also, what are you going to do about the Ministry of Magic or the Pureblood family? You know, building a wizard school is not something that can be done with just a word. Not to mention, whether there is a station and a large amount of magical resources. The approval of the Ministry of Magic alone is very troublesome. This is not something that Fudge has the final say. There are definitely many forces involved. After all, this will involve the growth of a large number of young wizards, especially now that Hogwarts exists. Not to mention, they will be responsible for admissions and school professors. This is definitely not a simple matter." In response, Lockhart said slowly and confidently, "Principal, don't worry. Since I'm very organized, it means that I have a corresponding plan in my mind. As for whether the Pureblood families agree or not, it is not up to them to do it, but to see if I agree or not. The matter of attacking me is not completely over yet. I don't think they should think that I will knock on their doors one by one." The next day, the Ministry of Magic, the Minister's office. Cornelius Fudge sat at his desk, looking at Lockhart sitting opposite him with some distress. "Minister Fudge, how did the Pureblood families respond to my request?" Lockhart tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, making a slight sound, and asked slowly, "Since the end of the Wizengamot trial, Fudge has invited him to win him over. Of course he would not refuse. After all, there would definitely be a lot of things that the Ministry of Magic would need to do later. Of course, he would not let himself do things in vain. A light of life was enough to make Fudge agree to help pass on the message, and there would be absolutely no objection to the establishment of the school." When he heard Lockhart's question, Fudge smiled bitterly and said, "Professor Lockhart, there is no reply from the other side." Then, he said persuadingly, "Based on my personal experience, they just want to drag it out. If no one mentions it again in the end, then just treat this matter as over. In fact, you can try to reduce some resources as much as possible. As for the proposal to build a school, I think we can temporarily slow down and not rush." Then, as if he thought of something, he tempted Lockhart, "Professor Lockhart, it will be very troublesome to build this school from scratch. Now Dumbledore is old. If you are willing, the Ministry of Magic will fully support you in getting the opportunity to become the headmaster of Hogwarts. Isn't this more convenient than rebuilding a wizard school?" Lockhart heard it and shook his head firmly to refuse. Didn't he have any related ideas? In fact, he was also a little tempted to be the headmaster of Hogwarts. But later he discussed this with Carter specifically and finally chose to give up. Inheriting Hogwarts has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that there are a lot of ready-made resources and school background. But the disadvantage is that Dumbledore is still alive, and Hogwarts itself already has a mature teaching, enrollment and education mechanism. Even if he really becomes the principal, he will face great resistance if he wants to make changes. It is better to rebuild a school by himself. Although it may be difficult at the beginning, it is easier to paint on a blank sheet of paper. Isn't it good to build a new wizard school with Lockhart's characteristics? Besides, the so-called difficulty is only for ordinary wizards. For Lockhart, it's just a little troublesome. At this moment, Fudge saw Lockhart shaking his head and refusing, and a look of pity appeared on his face. He has been wary of Dumbledore's extensive influence for a long time. To put it bluntly, if the other party really wants to be the Minister of Magic, it is very easy to squeeze him out directly. Therefore, he has long wanted to restrict Dumbledore. If Lockhart follows his advice, with the other party's strength and the support of the Ministry of Magic, there is no doubt that it will solve his biggest worry. As if sensing Cornelius Fudge's inner thoughts, Lockhart narrowed his eyes, and a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Wanting to use him as a knife, a mere minister of magic, is a bit unreasonable. It seems that Fudge still needs to be trained. Thinking about it, Lockhart said lightly, Minister Fudge, you don't have to worry about this matter for the time being. For those people, without enough pressure, I'm afraid it won't be transformed into motivation. I've given them a chance. Now it seems that it is necessary to let them recall the tradition of the Wizarding World Pure Blood Duel. Fudge's eyes widened when he heard it, his mouth opened slightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Really? Professor Lockhart? Are you really going to start a pure blood duel? The so-called pure blood duel is a very ancient way of dueling. That is, dueling with family members as a standpoint until one side is completely defeated or killed. Even in the most chaotic and disorderly era, this kind of duel is extremely rare. But it must be admitted that this way of dueling exists and has not been abolished. Although Lockhart is a half-blood, with the evidence in his hands, he has enough reasons to start a duel, leaving the others speechless. For pure blood families, family honor is of vital importance, and it is impossible and unacceptable to refuse a duel. Seeing Fudge's shocked expression, Lockhart said as a matter of course, my time is precious. I'm not interested in playing any delaying games with them. Minister Fudge, please inform me about this matter. I promised you the light of life. When everything is over, I will naturally hand it over to you. Tell them that they can go and find external help, even if they call Grindelwald and Voldemort over. In the wizarding world, strength is respected. I feel that these wizards who are immersed in the glory of blood have forgotten this principle. After hearing this, Cornelius Fudge felt a chill in his heart and looked at Lockhart with fear in his eyes. But as if he had thought of something, he didn't say anything. After a moment, he just nodded, indicating that there was no problem and that he would definitely convey the message. Hogsmeade, Lockhart's home. Lockhart stood in the living room, looking at Ian, Vera, and Remy in front of him, and said with appreciation, "You did a good job. Our plan was implemented very smoothly. Now, you have officially stepped onto the big stage of the wizarding world." Hearing the praise from their mentor, the three people smiled brightly and said one after another, "It's all because of the good education of the mentor." After hearing this, Lockhart waved his hand gently and said in a deep voice, "Everyone has paid a lot this time. What do you want as a reward? Tell me, I will try my best to satisfy you." Hearing the words of their mentor, the three people's eyes lit up. This is their mentor. They know their mentor's character, so they will not be polite. Thinking about it, Remy spoke first and said, "Teacher, if possible, I would like to go to the new world to practice. In the new century, I found that, whether it is the speed of meditation practice, or the speed of mastering spells, it is much faster than the wizarding world." After hearing this, Ian and Vera also said, "Teacher, we also want to go to the new world and hope to stay longer." For them, the new world is like an extremely powerful wizard's secret realm, or a paradise. They have only been there for a month, and their strength has improved significantly. Although there are a lot of resources, the environment has played an important role. The most important thing is that no matter how long you stay there, it will only take a second to return to the wizarding world. This is simply too cool. When Lockhart heard this, he smiled and said, "Okay, this request will be met. I will take you with me when I go to the new world later. Also, as your reward for this operation, I will give each of you a bottle of fueling potion. I hope that, when you encounter danger in the future, you will be able to turn danger into safety." Hearing the reward from the teacher, the three people showed surprise on their faces. After systematic training, they are no longer wizard rookies. They may have heard of the effects of the top magic potion, fueling potion. After drinking it, good luck continued, which can be said to be hugging the thigh of the goddess of fate. This made the three people happy. Afterwards, Lockhart encouraged his students a few more words, and asked Remy and Vera to leave, leaving only Ian. At this moment, Ian looked a little nervous and curious. He didn't know what the teacher was going to do with him. Could it be a secret mission? While thinking, suddenly Ian, "I also learned about your family situation before. The family that did it is the Frank family, right?" Hearing what his mentor said, Ian was shocked, then nodded slowly, and a murderous intention arose in his heart. He would never forget the hatred of killing his parents and destroying his family. Then, He heard his mentor say something in a calm tone that excited him. In 3 days, I will take you to the Frank family to avenge the blood feud. Chapter 319 Voldemort's Ambition. President of the Pureblood Presbyterian Church. Pureblood Elders Council. In a spacious conference room, there is a large brown wooden round table in the middle, which emits a certain amount of magic fluctuations and a faint fragrance. If others smell it lightly, they will find that their hearts are calm and focused. On the round table, there are a large number of seed cards, pure glass, with bright red names engraved on them. Names of pureblood families such as Borders, Carlo, Knott, Roll, Frank, etc. In the main seat, an old man closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Despite this, he could vaguely sense the majestic aura emanating from the other person's body. The seed card placed in front of him was engraved with Travers' bright red handwriting. It seemed to indicate that this was an old wizard from the Travers family. While the old man was closing his eyes, a black shadow occasionally flashed in front of the spacious conference space. This was someone performing phantom teleportation to the conference table. Every time a wizard arrived, he glanced at Vlad Travers, who was sitting in the front, and a trace of respect and fear flashed in his eyes. Then there was no communication, sitting in his seat, waiting silently. As time passed, the entire conference room remained silent despite the presence of wizards at the table. However, the entire space was occasionally filled with faint magical fluctuations, and their expressions changed slightly. It seemed that everyone was communicating through magic in private. Ahem. As if sensing that everyone who should come to the conference room had arrived, Vlad Travers, the president of the Presbyterian Church, who was sitting at the front, coughed lightly. Immediately, everyone focused their eyes on the old man. Everyone, a new big change is coming. Vlad Travers said indifferently. Grindelwald left Nurmengard. Voldemort appeared in the wizarding world, and there is also the new Lockhart. Today, the focus of discussion is where our Elder Council will go. What do you think? You can say it. Hearing what Vlad said, an old wizard from the Frank family stood up and said, President Vlad, I personally think it is unrealistic to remain away from the world. Some people have begun to disrupt the pureblood order created by our Elder Council, trying to dilute the influence of the pureblood family through the squibs. And the other party is not weak. Herman, Andre and others have been defeated. Now they have become squibs, and their remaining lifespan is not much. Hearing what Justo Frank said, a large number of wizards looked gloomy, as if they were unhappy. Herman, Andre and others had met before, and they had some relationship with each other more or less, but now they are all useless. It is inevitable that they will feel sad for the rabbit's death. Justo, Vlad, are you sure that this Lockhart can fight Grindelwald? Basically, it's certain. Justo Frank nodded and said, Herman saw it with his own eyes, and I checked my memory to confirm that there is no problem. And this Lockhart, like Grindelwald and Voldemort, is suspected to have awakened his wizard talent, which may be related to the transfiguration spell. Hearing this, everyone was silent. The combat power of wizards who have awakened wizard talents and those who have not awakened wizard talents is very different. Among their elders, only Vlad Travers has awakened wizard talents. This is why the other party is in the main seat that symbolizes the leader. Can this Professor Lockhart be won over? Or will he fight to the death with us? The wizard of the Prewett family on the side said. After hearing this, Justo Frank was silent for a moment, and said cautiously, at present, the other party has not completely shown an attitude of fighting to the death. But according to the information we received, Professor Lockhart wants to establish a wizard school to teach meditation. What the other party wants to do will undoubtedly disrupt the pure blood order we have built. Just as Justo finished speaking, a wizard beside him asked in surprise, Justo, are you sure? Is Dumbledore willing? In the entire British wizard world, only Hogwarts can nominally recruit wizard students. Yes, Justo, if that's the case, can you win over Dumbledore to target Lockhart? Facing everyone's questions, Justo stretched out his hand to suppress them, and said, everyone, I tried Dumbledore's side. His attitude is very strange, neither confirming nor denying. It seems that he wants to see what our elders will do next. What is Voldemort's attitude? He doesn't like squibs. The wizard beside him asked in a deep voice. Voldemort has not expressed his attitude and seems to be watching what our elder council will do next. Justo replied in a deep voice. Obviously, they are all waiting for the attitude of our elder council. If we are weak, I'm afraid. Justo didn't need to continue. Everyone already knew the possible scenario. Pick the weak persimmon. If the elder council does not take any action, then everyone will come to pinch it. I have received news that Lockhart is ready to have a pure blood duel with us, and the first challenge is our Frank family. Everyone, now it depends on what our elder council does. Justo Frank's voice fell, and the whole conference room was silent. It was mentioned earlier that Lockhart's strength can be compared with Grindelwald. They don't have the confidence to compete with Grindelwald, so naturally they dare not say that they can beat Lockhart. Don't look at how alarmist Justo said before, talking about endangering the pure blood order, and everyone will look at the attitude of the elder council and so on. In fact, no one cares too much. Everyone can talk big. What they were curious about was the establishment of a wizard school. What would Dumbledore think of it? To put it bluntly, the Council of Elders was just a scattered alliance, based on the status of pure blood in the pursuit of immortality. When there were benefits, everyone was a member of the Council of Elders. When there were no benefits, they would just live their own lives. If they won the pure blood duel, they would naturally gain benefits. And after losing, as long as they turned in time, the impact on them was not that big. The only one affected was the Frank family. It was common for pure blood nobles to change their ways according to the situation. Even if the order was really chaotic, they could rise in the end with their superior wizard bloodline. They just needed to hide at the beginning. This was the confidence of being a pure blood. Even when Voldemort was rampant, their Council of Elders was not affected much. They didn't believe that there would be any trouble with just Lockhart. Especially now that Grindelwald, Voldemort, and Dumbledore were all there. Lockhart really dared to attack the Council of Elders. Wasn't he afraid that the Council of Elders would turn to others? Seeing everyone's attitude, Justo sighed and knew what everyone was thinking. After all, everyone knew what kind of people they were. If this pure blood duel had not involved the Frank family, he would not want to get involved. However, he persuaded Vlad Travers to hold this meeting. What he said before was just to give a suitable reason. It depends on how many conditions their family can offer in the future to get how much help. Otherwise, everyone will just listen and will not take action. Fortunately, it is not only the Frank family that is targeted this time, but also the other families have to work together to bear the responsibility, especially Lucius Malfoy, who must not try to escape this time. Otherwise, don't blame the Frank family for turning against him. Thinking about it, Justo Frank said in a deep voice, everyone, we know the rules. As long as we can survive this disaster, our Frank family owes you a favor, and we are willing to borrow 5 ancient magic books, 3 Hogsmeade shops, and a small magical creature breeding farm. Hearing the conditions offered by Justo, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, who would do something that has no benefits? They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why play liars, eh? If we fail this time, I, the Frank family, will also owe you a favor. Here I will share an extremely valuable piece of information. At this point, Justo paused, as if to let everyone focus. According to our discovery, Professor Lockhart has mastered the technology to extend life. It is a bit similar to the Philosopher's Stone, called the Light of Life, which can extend the life of wizards, and also has a nourishing effect on the soul. At this point, Justo observed the expressions of the crowd, and saw that everyone's breathing was slightly rapid, especially when he saw Vlad Travers, who was sitting in the right seat, opened his eyes. So he smiled a little, and then said word by word, through this pure blood duel, we have the opportunity to legitimately defeat Lockhart, and obtain the Light of Life refining technology in his hands. At night, in the basement of Malfoy Manor, step, Lucius, wearing a black wizard robe, walked steadily, but subconsciously lightened his steps, and walked deep into the basement. Deep in the basement, a black notebook was placed on the table. Seeing this, Lucius stepped forward, bent over, and stared at the black notebook in front of him with a look of awe. As if noticing Lucius's arrival, a soul phantom emerged from the black notebook. Although it was an illusion, one could still see the handsomeness of the other person, as well as his dark and elegant temperament. It was Tom Riddle, or the younger version of Voldemort. Master, the Council of Elders has made a move. This time, the president of the Council of Elders, Vlad Travers, will personally take part in the pure blood duel. As he spoke, he lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Voldemort's eyes. He had not forgotten that his master, who was only in the state of soul, had cursed so many wizards in the Ministry of Magic to death. It was simply terrifying. He was indeed the most powerful dark wizard in history. After hearing this, Tom's mouth curled up slightly, and then he waved his hand elegantly and said, "Okay, Lucius, help me keep an eye on the duel between the two. Who wins and who loses, what magic Lockhart used, all show me carefully, and report back to me when you come back." "Understood, Master. I will definitely analyze Lockhart's strength clearly." Hearing this, Tom waved his hand gently, signaling Lucius to withdraw. Just as Lucius was leaving, Tom suddenly reminded, "Prepare the resurrection materials as soon as possible. Peter Pettigrew's side is almost ready, only your side is missing." Lucius heard it, and his heart shuddered. He quickly nodded in agreement, and then cautiously pushed out. After seeing Lucius leave the meeting room, Tom did not go directly back to his notebook Horcrux. Instead, he stretched out his illusory right hand and gently touched the black notebook in front of him. Feeling his soul passing through the notebook, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Finally, I have a chance to leave Gilderoy Lockhart." However, the next moment, as if sensing something, a golden dragon magic mark appeared between Tom's eyebrows. Instantly, Tom's soul face began to change a little hideous, as if he wanted to howl, but he kept holding it back. Soon, with the disappearance of the magic mark on his forehead, Tom's soul phantom also collapsed a little. However, his face still had no expression, and he suppressed his inner thoughts. "I hope I can see Lockhart's background clearly this time. When the time comes, when he cuts off the mark and successfully resurrects, he will definitely let Lockhart enjoy what is called the unforgivable curse package." While thinking, Tom threw himself back into the notebook. Now, he still needs to continue to condense his soul, to lay the foundation for the resurrection later. I have to sigh that the soul meditation method that Lockhart took out is too helpful for a split soul like him. 2 days later, in the morning, Frank Manor. Today, a large number of wizards are scattered all over the manor, constantly wandering, as if patrolling, with a somewhat vigilant look. On the green lawn in front of the manor, suddenly, a red halo emerged. Then, 2 figures walked out of it. It was Lockhart and his student Ian. Lockhart, who had just arrived at Frank Manor, did not hide his aura, and directly spread it to the entire manor. Almost instantly, most of the wizards in the entire manor suddenly felt dazed, as if their chests were carrying thousands of weights, and some of them could not breathe. As if sensing the aura emitted by Lockhart, a cold snort came from the air, and a huge mental force pressed towards Lockhart and Ian. Feeling the quality of this mental force, Lockhart raised his eyebrows slightly. Without hesitation, the mental force that had undergone soul transformation surged out in large quantities, without using any skills, and directly attacked violently. Crack, crack. The 2 mental forces collided with each other, and all wizards seemed to hear a crackling sound from the air, as if they were in a stalemate. Although the other party had practiced for many years, constantly refining and strengthening his mental power, but compared with Lockhart, who had undergone soul transformation, he was still slightly inferior. The stalemate lasted less than half a minute, and the situation was broken. Lockhart directly pressed back with a higher quality mental force. However, as Lockhart spread his mental power throughout the manor, he suddenly found that he seemed to be unable to find the other party. Then, step, step, step. Soon, accompanied by footsteps, dozens of wizards appeared in front of Lockhart. What surprised Lockhart even more was that, even though the other party was right in front of him, he still couldn't sense the other party through his mind, as if the other party was in another space. This made Lockhart feel alert. Sure enough, no one should be underestimated. Purebloods have been able to control the wizard world for thousands of years, and they really have some tricks. With his thoughts turning, Lockhart looked at the wizards opposite, especially the old wizard who was leading. With a light step, a magical power spread out in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding green lawns turned into a huge circular flat land at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lockhart and many wizards were at the center of the circle. Then the president of the Presbyterian Church, Vlad Travers, heard a voice from the opposite side. Gilderoy Lockhart, the founder of meditation, and his disciple Ian, come to seek justice. Chapter 320, Controlling Space and Rewriting Reality. Frank Manor. On the lawn, Ian stood next to his mentor, looking at dozens of pure-blood wizards across from him. He clenched his teeth tightly, clenched his wand, and his body trembled slightly as the magic power surged. He seemed a little excited, but he tried to restrain himself. Ian kept looking at the faces of each wizard across from him, firmly imprinting them in his mind. It is very likely that the murderer of his parents is among them. Suddenly, Ian, calm down. I will give you an explanation today. The voice of his mentor came to his ears, and Ian nodded gently, but the excitement in his heart did not subside at all. At this moment, Lockhart sensed the emotions in his student Ian's heart, but did not say much, because he focused most of his attention on the old wizard standing across from him. He could feel the powerful magic contained in the other's somewhat hunched body, and even vaguely sensed a sense of danger. And this wizard was Vlad Travers, the president of the Presbyterian Church. As if he had noticed Lockhart's gaze, Vlad looked at him indifferently, with no emotion in his black and white pupils. Suddenly, whoosh, under the feet of the crowd, the circular flat ground that had just been transformed by the spell suddenly began to turn into grass again. But in an instant, it turned into flat ground again. Then the emerald green grass and the grey flat ground intertwined and kept changing, with the grass occupying the majority and the flat ground occupying the majority. It seemed to indicate the situation of the two people's secret confrontation at the moment. All the wizards around felt their hair stand on end, as if a ferocious beast was in front of them, and they might be in danger of their lives at any time. Bang! The two looked at each other, and the magic power gushing out of their bodies kept colliding and interweaving, competing for control of the surrounding space. The two magic powers collided with each other in midair, constantly making slight explosions. After a moment, as if they had a telepathic connection, the two people withdrew their magic power at the same time. The ground under their feet completely turned into half grass and half flat ground, just like a take-eye diagram. Vlad Travers, president of the Presbyterian Church. Gilderoy Lockhart, founder of the meditation method. The two men, one old and one young, one tall and one short, introduced themselves calmly. Lockhart, the Frank family is a member of the Presbyterian Church. Vlad reminded calmly. So, the Presbyterian Church also participated in the attack on me. Lockhart counterattacked without hesitation. Hearing this, Vlad frowned slightly. In the competition just now, he didn't get any advantage, and even because of his old age, he didn't dare to use his full strength, and was at a disadvantage. For a wizard like Lockhart who is in his prime, it is impossible to win without paying a price. So, try not to fight if you can. But if you really need to, you have to go all out. This is his experience of living for hundreds of years. After hearing this, Justo Frank, who was on the side, seemed to feel the tense atmosphere between the two sides, and made a slight gesture to the wizard on the side. After seeing this, everyone moved their feet slightly, put their hands on their waists, clenched their wands, and took a fighting posture. At the same time, Justo said, "I'm very sorry, Professor Lockhart. The Frank family and the Council of Elders didn't know about Herman's private actions. We are willing to make compensation for this." Hearing what Justo said, Lockhart raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "I came to the Frank family today. On the one hand, as you said, it was Herman from the Frank family who attacked me. On the other hand, it was for my student Ian." At this point, Lockhart's tone became a little solemn. "The taming technology used by your Flack family and the Dragon Farm over the years is derived from Ian's parents, Sylvie Norton and Wangari Saber. And they, the parents of my student, died 6 years ago. According to my investigation, after their death, your Dragon Farm used their magic technology. How do you explain this?" After Justo heard this, he felt something was wrong. He had left the position of the family patriarch for many years, and didn't know much about the family. Naturally, he didn't know much about Sylvie Norton and Wangari Saber. but his family is mainly engaged in the magical animal industry, and raising dragons is the top priority. He is naturally very aware of his family's monopoly habits. With his thoughts turning, Justo glanced at the current patriarch Dustin Frank standing beside him. Seeing his pale face, his heart sank. Professor Lockhart, Sylvie Norton, and Wangari Saber have been inspected by the Ministry of Magic. Unfortunately, an accident occurred while studying magic, which led to their deaths. Dustin Frank explained dryly. How is it possible? Ian on the side couldn't help but ask loudly. My parents are professional magical animal researchers. They have always been cautious and have prepared all kinds of protective measures. Even if an accident occurs, it is impossible to die directly. And during that period, my parents were studying harmless to X-level magical animals. How could an accident happen? At this point, Ian's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice rose involuntarily, as if he was very angry at the absurd reason given by the other party, and Lockhart gently patted Ian's shoulder to comfort him. Then, looking at the people opposite, he spoke slowly in a calm but threatening tone. You now have two choices. The first is to fulfill all the previous conditions, and then hand over the murderer and all the profits you have made over the years. The second is a duel. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. The winner has everything. As if sensing the meaning of Lockhart's words, Justo and other members of the Frank family turned pale. The whole set of people turned their attention to Vlad Travers, the president of the Presbyterian Church. Herman Fleck, the top fighter of their family, had been completely destroyed. They simply did not have the courage to continue fighting Lockhart. The same was true for other families, which was why they jointly invited President Vlad to take action. At this moment, Vlad seemed to feel the gaze of the crowd, took a step forward, and said in a deep voice, Professor Lockhart, let's have a fight. Lockhart looked at him with interest and said softly, okay, it seems that the elders are determined to get involved in our affairs with the Frank family. Then, may I ask, if President Vlad is ready for a life and death battle? Although Lockhart's voice was low, his words revealed a chilling breath, which made people shudder. Of course. Vlad nodded in affirmation. He was still very confident in his talent, and would not die. What's more, his chances of winning were not low. When the wizards such as Justo heard this, they all showed grateful expressions. Okay. In response, Lockhart simply replied, raised his wand, and walked forward. At the same time, with every step Lockhart took, the flat area around his feet doubled. Soon, the original lawn turned into a huge circular square. Seeing this, Vlad didn't care at all, and walked towards Lockhart. At the same time, Ian and all the wizards nearby dispersed to the surroundings, leaving the flat ground in the middle for the two to duel. Soon, Lockhart and Vlad faced each other, holding their wands in their right hands, gently stroking their chests and shoulders, bending slightly, turning around and leaving. Then God's sharpness. Sharp blade to seal the throat. After just 2 or 3 steps, the two turned around almost at the same time, and then waved their wands vigorously. The surging magic power poured into the wand at a lightning speed. A red light suddenly appeared, and hit Lockhart at a high speed. But then bang. A transparent protective shield suddenly appeared in front of Vlad. A transparent sharp blade collided with the protective shield. Seeing this, Lockhart's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. I didn't expect the other party to be so vigilant, otherwise he would have been sacrificed just now. But looking at the black magic coming towards him, Lockhart waved his hand lightly without caring. In an instant, the black spell seemed to be affected, swaying, and flew to the side. Bang! With a bang, a small pit appeared on the grey-white ground hit by the black magic. Seeing this, Fred's eyes condensed, and he waved his wand again without hesitation. Break into pieces. Slash the throat with a sharp blade. Dry up the flesh and blood. A large number of spells shot at Lockhart like raindrops. It seemed that this time, Lockhart was not going to have a chance to dodge. Seeing this, Lockhart waved the hanging ring in his hand, made a strange gesture, aimed at the incoming spell, and gently stretched out his hand to press. Sealing ring. Click, click, click. In an instant, accompanied by a sound like a broken mirror, a red flame halo suddenly appeared. It encircled all the spells and quickly squeezed towards the middle. In the eyes of everyone, in less than 2 or 3 seconds, a huge red flame ball of light appeared. The light ball contained a large number of spells. The next moment, as Lockhart waved his hand, he controlled the red flame ball of light and rushed directly towards Vlad with a large number of spells. Step. Vlad looked at the red flame ball, his expression changed, and he stepped lightly on the ground. In an instant, his whole body was looming, as if he was in another space. Wizard talent, control space. As the president of the Elders Council, he naturally has the top combat power to suppress the entire Elders Council. The most important thing is that he has awakened his wizard talent, just like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort. This is the greatest confidence of the Elders Council in facing Voldemort. At this moment, Lockhart saw Vlad's changes and raised his eyebrows slightly. Familiar feeling. Thoughts turned, and it became clear in an instant that this was Vlad's wizard talent. It seemed to be related to space. No wonder the previous mental power detection was completely ineffective. Then, Lockhart waved his wand, and a transparent ripple spread out in all directions. Restrict space. When Vlad felt the effect of this spell, he sneered and did not stop it. When the ripple spread across the entire square, Vlad gently stretched out his palm. Push forward heavily. Click. With a click, the spell that restricted space collapsed instantly. No matter how strong the spell is, can it be stronger than my awakened talent to control space? After the wizard awakens his talent, there is only one word to describe it for ordinary wizards, that is, crush. Immediately, Vlad set his sights on Lockhart. Vlad stretched out his wand and gently drew it in the air. In an instant, a silver-white space blade shot towards Lockhart. Feeling the dangerous breath brought by the space blade, Lockhart immediately rotated his wrist, driving the wand to outline a red light circle. But, almost instantly, the silver-white space blade passed through the red flame portal. Then, behind Vlad, a colorful portal also quietly opened. Feeling the fluctuation of space power coming from behind, Vlad didn't care at all, and a thought came to his mind. The space blade that was originally hitting his back suddenly stopped, and then turned to Vlad again. The silver-white power of space illuminated Vlad's face, making the pure-blood wizards behind him feel very excited. When they saw this scene, Vlad looked at the red flame portal in front of Lockhart, his eyes revealing a thoughtful look, and he seemed a little surprised. However, surprise turned into indifference. In terms of playing with space, sorry, Voldemort is not his opponent. As Vlad waved his hand gently, Lockhart only felt that the space in front of him began to become unstable, and then the red flame portal began to collapse. Seeing this, Lockhart sighed lightly and did not stop it, letting it disappear naturally. Sure enough, wizards with awakened talents are not easy to deal with, but his awakened talent is not bad. With his thoughts turning, Lockhart took a step forward. In an instant, a light golden light started from his feet and spread around, like an expanding field. Wizard talent rewrite reality. Seeing this, Vlad's face changed slightly, and he also took a step forward. A silver-white light also appeared from his feet and spread around. Soon, the pale gold domain collided with the silver-white domain. After a few seconds of stalemate, the pale gold domain slowly expanded forward. The silver-white domain could only gradually retreat. Vlad only felt that the space power he controlled seemed to be swallowed up or replaced. Just after contacting the other party, it was like betrayal or assimilation, no longer under his control. Seeing this scene, Vlad waved his magic wand. In an instant, 5 silver-white space blades appeared again, and then rushed towards Lockhart, trying to kill him. As a result, when the space blades entered the pale gold domain and flew only a few meters, they were gradually assimilated. The silver-white space blades turned into pale gold. Then the direction was reversed and shot towards Vlad. Bang, bang, bang. 5 pale gold space blades, just when they touched Vlad. In an instant, a transparent space barrier quietly emerged and blocked all the space blades. However, Vlad was still thinking about what happened to the space blade just now, and his face couldn't help but sink. According to Justo's analysis, Lockhart's wizard talent is similar to the transfiguration spell. But how could the transfiguration spell take away his control of the power of space? His thoughts turned, looking at the approaching pale golden field. Vlad had the idea of retreating. Facing the unknown wizard talent, he didn't want to take the risk. He was about to teleport away, With his spatial talent, the general means of restricting space were completely ineffective. This was his confidence in saving his life. However, he saw that Lockhart on the opposite side had his hands hanging horizontally and rotating slowly. Dense red flame runes and lines emerged, forming a circle that was constantly and slowly rotating. But Kamar-Taj's top spatial magic spatial reversal. Chapter 321. Space Reversal. Dumbledore's request. Space Reversal. Kamar-Taj's top space magic requires at least 10 Kamar-Taj wizards to call for it. With the help of Vishanti's power, they jointly draw hundreds or even thousands of runes to reverse the space and make all space abilities invalid. It is a typical group magic. The more wizards there are, the more runes they draw, and the more obvious the effect becomes. It is generally used in wars of dimensional invasion. The main effect of this magic is to limit the speed of the opening of dimensional cracks, and it can reduce or even interrupt the power of dimensional demons to use the dimension. It can also be used alone, but obviously, the power that one or two people can call is limited. When Lockhart realized that the other party's wizard talent was related to space, he immediately knew that if there was no way to limit the other party's space ability, I'm afraid everything would be ineffective. The power of space can advance or retreat, which is very tricky. No wonder Voldemort didn't attack the Elder Council before. There was no way to do it. When he knew that the other party controlled the power of space, Lockhart immediately thought of Kamar-Taj's top magic space reversal. Although space reversal requires the help of Vishanti's power, but Lockhart's wizard talent is not blank. Rewriting reality, in Lockhart's mind, has reached the top level, and can even rewrite concepts, time, and space, and destiny. Of course, his current talent development is still limited. But simulating energy is not difficult to do. Especially his magic power, which has the time and space attributes of Vishanti's power, is extremely easy to simulate. As for the best effect of group casting, but that is for the invasion of dimensional demons, and to deal with a wizard who controls the power of space, even if the other party has awakened the space talent. Lockhart thinks it is still easy to catch. At this moment, in front of Lockhart, a large amount of simulated Vishanti's power continues to gather, outlined into runes and lines. As Lockhart's hand slowly rotated, it was visible to the naked eye that the surrounding space began to fluctuate, twist, and vibrate. Then, the vibration of space became more and more obvious, the frequency became faster and faster, and it continued to spread to the surroundings. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind blew, all the wizards present felt a chill in their hearts, and their skin seemed to be pricked by needles. A sting flashed and disappeared in an instant. Then, everyone suddenly found that the magic power in their bodies seemed to be restricted. It was not as active as at the beginning, and even looked a little lifeless. Some wizards tried to cast spells, but found that a simple floating spell required at least 3 times more magic power to cast. This is the simplest effect of this magic. When facing the invasion of different dimensions, or the invasion of different energy, create an environment that is inclined to Vishanti through spatial chaos. Amplify your own magic, and suppress the opponent's combat power. When all wizards noticed the changes in themselves, their faces suddenly changed, feeling bad, and turned their eyes to Vlad in the front. At this moment, Vlad, with his wizard talent, was very keen to perceive the changes in space, chaos, vibration, and even a strange and awkward feeling. Of course, when he knew that the apparition could not be carried out as usual, his face sank. Then he looked at the expression of Lockhart opposite him, looking at him with a smile on his face and looking down, as if watching a monkey show. He sighed in his heart. Oh. As expected of a battle with Grindelwald, the other party's awakened talent is indeed powerful. Well, in Vlad's cognition, there is no magic that can achieve such an effect. Naturally, he would think that this is the other party's awakened talent. At this moment, Lockhart looked at Vlad opposite him, and his voice expanded outward with magic power. President Vlad, being able to control space is indeed extraordinary. Join me, I know your desire for longevity. As long as you join me, immortality is not a fantasy. Well, when he knew that Vlad controlled the power of space, Lockhart's love for talent rose all of a sudden. In the previous life, there was a saying that time is the emperor and space is the king. With the other party's talent, there is definitely a lot to do in the future. Even if he really surrenders later, he will have the opportunity to become the top combat force second only to himself in the Marvel world. However, when Vlad heard it, he saw that the other party seemed to have grasped him. He sneered and said indifferently, "Lockhart, it seems that you have not awakened your wizard talent for long. Our talents are not limited to magic." A hint of cruelty flashed in Vlad's eyes as he finished speaking. He didn't want to use it either. The price he had to pay to touch the most basic concept of the world was enough to make him. Now, he couldn't not use it. His thoughts turned, and he activated his talent, calling on space, touching the concept of the deepest level of space. In an instant, in Lockhart's eyes, Vlad, who had been staying in the same place, disappeared. And there was no energy fluctuation around him. It was as if Vlad had never appeared. After feeling this scene, Lockhart's face darkened, but he sighed in his heart. He should have thought that wizard's magic was always so magical. The talent that allows wizards to awaken should be even more wonderful. Like his talent, rewriting reality, even breaking the law of conservation of energy, the other party's control of space can naturally break through the general space restrictions. Sure enough, more attention should be paid to the development of wizards' talents. Well, otherwise he wouldn't know that Grindelwald even peeked into the Marvel world through his talent. If he knew, he would probably pay more attention to the wizard's talent. While thinking, Lockhart didn't care about Vlad's escape. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. The wizarding world is so big that it will fall into his hands sooner or later. Do things for him, work for him, and contribute your strength, knowledge, and wisdom. Unless he doesn't eat, drink, or ask for resources, or even prolong his life. Then, Lockhart set his eyes on the Frank family wizard opposite. Seeing that most of the wizards on the opposite side were panicked and even pale, a trace of indifference flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he stepped lightly, his body flew into the air, and soon landed in front of everyone. At the same time, Lockhart's voice came to the ears of all wizards. "Your helpers have run away. Since you have resisted, the previous conditions must be changed. Now I give you two choices, submit and live, resist and die." As soon as the voice fell, Lockhart released his mental deterrence again. In an instant, most wizards felt as if their hearts were hit hard by a hammer, and they felt dizzy. Those who were slightly weaker had a trace of blood at the corners of their mouths. And Justo Frank, who was standing in the front and the strongest, also felt as if the air was thin, and he couldn't breathe. Waves of pressure kept surging in his heart. It was as if he had returned to more than 10 years ago, and saw Voldemort again. "Professor Lockhart, we agree to all your previous conditions, and help you build a wizard school," Justo said in a somewhat awkward voice. Lockhart seemed a little dissatisfied with the other party's answer, and his voice revealed a faint coldness. At the same time, he focused his eyes on Justo, who was in the front, and the transformed soul deterrence gradually increased. This made Justo feel more and more exhausted. His thoughts began to be disordered, and he even had hallucinations. Even the magic power was out of control, as if it was about to riot. "My lord, we surrender, we surrender." Dustin Frank, the current Frank patriarch standing behind Justo, saw the state of his grandfather and said hurriedly. After hearing this, Lockhart glanced at him, and his indifferent eyes, like a heavy hammer, hit the other party's mind directly. Humph. In an instant, Dustin Frank groaned, and his body's breath suddenly declined by half, and his face became paler. At the same time, Lockhart also relaxed his suppression of Justo. When Justo felt slightly relaxed, he seemed to recall what his grandson had just said, and hurriedly said, "Surrender, surrender, we choose to surrender, my lord." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded slightly. Retracting the mental deterrence he exuded, made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Ian, who was behind Lockhart, seemed to feel that the situation was settled, and hurried over, saying with joy, "Teacher, congratulations, and I will help you again." He naturally knew that the surrender of the Frank family meant the revenge of his parents, and there was no problem in holding it. Sure enough, Lockhart's own mentor patted himself lightly, and then said to Justo Frank and Dustin Frank in front of him lightly, "You, all the wizards who were involved in the death of my apprentice Ian's parents back then, hand them over. One less, one of you two will die, and you can choose who lives and who dies." In the future, when I'm not here, you will obey the orders of my student Ian. As he said, Lockhart waved his hand lightly, and in an instant, Justo, Frank and Dustin Frank only felt as if their arms were burned by a brand. A tingling pain emerged, but it quickly disappeared. Then, the two pulled open their sleeves and saw a golden dragon magic brand on their arms. At the same time, a lot of relevant information about the golden dragon magic brand emerged in their minds. Then, the two had bitterness on their faces, killing people and destroying their hearts. The hatred between his family and the other party's parents. If he falls into the hands of the other party, I'm afraid. At the same time, Ian, with an excited face, was thinking about how to make the Frank family. Suddenly, the voice of his mentor emerged in his mind. Ian, you hate yourself, you take revenge yourself. The Frank family is the first force I gave you. You deal with it yourself. I won't ask. After the voice disappeared, Ian immediately raised his head and looked at his mentor Lockhart, with gratitude flashing in his eyes, and then nodded heavily. But Lockhart didn't care. He had known Ian's knot before, and brought him here today to resolve this knot. Of course, Lockhart let Ian deal with it himself, and another meaning was that he wanted to see Ian's methods. He wanted to see how he would treat his enemies after this period of training. He only knew anger and eventually returned to the lower level. Real revenge, that is. Then, Lockhart gave Ian a few instructions and turned to leave. Since the Frank family's force was handed over to Ian, he naturally wouldn't care too much. The top combat power and key figures have been taken down, and the others are just ants. The Council of Elders, Vlad's secret room. Although it is a closed secret room, the edges of the walls are engraved with fist-sized nightlight pearls that emit magical fluctuations. Not only do they emit soft light, but they also form strange ancient runes. Suddenly, like breathing, the light emitted by the nightlight pearls is bright and dark, constantly alternating, and the magic power fluctuates accordingly. A large number of nightlight pearls gathered by magic power are dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, in the middle of the entire secret room, a looming figure emerges. As the magic power is constantly consumed, the figure gradually solidifies. Soon, a clear face emerges. It is Vlad Travers. At this moment, Vlad's face is normal, but the magic aura emanating from his body has dropped significantly. Alas. After a week of wandering around the secret room, especially seeing the dim nightlight pearls, Vlad sighed heavily. This time, I didn't get any benefits at all. It's really a loss. Space was limited, so he could only use his talent to transform himself into a space-like existence to escape. He escaped successfully, but he wanted to transform into his own body again. Not only did he have to spend a lot of energy, but his vitality, mental strength and even soul potential also decreased. When he thought of this, Vlad showed a sad look on his face. Then, he walked to the desk on the left side of the secret room, waved his hand gently, and several potions appeared on the desk. After taking them all at once, Vlad felt the changes in his soul and vitality. After a long time, Vlad exhaled a breath of turbid air, and felt that, although his body had not reached its peak state, at least most of his heart had been restored, and he was still a little satisfied. Then, he thought about where the Elders Council would go next. Should he use his spatial talent to build a spatial barrier, like he did more than a decade ago when facing Voldemort, and keep hiding, and watch the situation develop? Or, continue to play? The thought turned, and he recalled Lockhart's talent that could affect space, and his eyes flashed with contemplation. Then, he sat at the table, and a feather pen appeared in his hand. He wrote silently on the white paper on the table. Respected Dark Lord, Elders Council Hogwarts, Principal's Office. Snape, I heard that you took a global tour during this period. How do you feel? Dumbledore's ridicule came to his ears, and Snape said unhappily, what do you think? Why don't you try it? The feeling of being teleported to all parts of the world. After hearing this, Dumbledore laughed and said, if you have time, you must try it. I haven't planned to take a global tour for many years. Seeing the old man at the table laughing out of shape, even his white beard was shaking constantly. Snape was a little speechless, but still reminded him lightly. Albus, this time, our enemies have a certain influence in various magic ministries around the world. As he said, Snape waved his hand. In the air, a triangle appeared with a circle and a horizontal bar running through it. It was the mark of the witch party, or the saint. I have investigated. This is the symbol of your old enemy, the witch party. When I was teleported, I saw many people wearing it. Hearing this, Dumbledore also restrained the smile on his face. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, Snape, this matter is none of your business. I want to ask, is there any unusual movement of the Death Eater mark on your arm? Hearing what Dumbledore said, Snape's face suddenly sank. His eyes were gloomy, as if he was thinking about something, and he said, no, there is no unusual movement. You mean him? Before Snape finished speaking, Dumbledore nodded and said, yes, he has reappeared in the wizarding world, and has even cursed, and killed several wizards. Hearing this, Snape fell silent. Did he know what Dumbledore meant? After a moment, he said, I will contact Lucius, Kane and others. If there is news, I will tell you. In response, Dumbledore nodded slightly, and then continued to speak. Snape, there is one more thing I need to trouble you with. Go ahead. Lockhart wants to open a wizard school recently. Can you help me find out which wizards he plans to recruit as teachers? Chapter 322 I declare, the Squib Wizarding School proposal is officially passed. Ministry of Magic, Wizengamot Meeting Room. The Wizengamot is similar to a combination of the British Court and Parliament. When encountering difficult cases, they will go to the Wizengamot, and when some major decisions are made, they also need to be decided by the Wizengamot members together. At this moment, a large number of Wizengamot members wearing red wizard robes and their friends are sitting on the seats on the steps on both sides. Behind the seats on the steps, most of them are members with less experience or magic researchers. In the middle, most of them are pureblood families. The one sitting in the front is a pureblood family or wizard who is famous in the wizarding world. For example, Dumbledore. Opposite many Wizengamot members, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge stood on the podium. With a smile on his face, he looked at the Wizengamot members on both sides, listened to their discussions, and did not make any answers. At this time, a large number of Wizengamot were communicating in a low voice, and from time to time they set their eyes on Dumbledore who was sitting in the front. They came to the meeting room today, and naturally knew what the theme of today was. They also knew who the protagonist of today was. One of the protagonists is Albus Dumbledore, the world's greatest white wizard. The other is Gilderoy Lockhart, the founder of meditation, who has been the focus of attention in recent years, especially recently. TSK, Rudy, how many years has it been since any wizard dared to propose to establish a wizard school? The last bankrupt school, I remember it was about 500 years ago. It didn't last more than 10 years and was disbanded. Yes, the pen of acceptance, the book of admission. This is the guarantee for Hogwarts to monopolize the source of students in the British wizarding world. Without students, the school is meaningless. But this time, Hogwarts may really be in trouble. The squibs don't seem to be within the detection range of the pen of acceptance and the book of admission. What do you think Lockhart is thinking? It costs money to open a school. Most of the squibs don't have many gold galleons at home. How many years can he last? Don't disbelieve this. If Lockhart is more frugal this time, he can at least last for 5 years. I heard that this time he got a lot of resources from the Malfoy, Parkinson and other families. TSK, tell me, why did Lockhart do this? Albus, what do you think? Do the professors at Hogwarts know this news? Do I need to vote to reject the proposal? At this moment, everyone in the conference room had different expressions and was noisy. After seeing this, Cornelius Fudge paid special attention to the expression of Dumbledore sitting in front. Seeing that the other party had no expression, and seemed to be in silence, he felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. With Professor Lockhart opening a school, I believe it can distract Dumbledore's energy. Even if the two of them compete with each other, won't they have to rely on themselves, the Minister of Magic, to be the referee in the end? Sure enough, the Eastern Emperor's mind is good. If you want to control others, balance the power, and check and balance the power is the key. When he thought of this, Cornelius Fudge felt a sense of pleasure in his heart, as if he was in control of everything, as if he was addicted, making him obsessed. However, Fudge's face remained calm. Ding, ding, ding. With the arrival of almost all the members of the Wizengamot, the time has reached 9 o'clock in the morning, and Cornelius Fudge rang the small bell in his hand. All the members of the Wizengamot fell silent. "Good morning, dear members of the Wizengamot." A loud and solemn voice came out of Fudge's mouth, echoing throughout the conference room. As the decision-making body of the English wizarding world, every decision made by the Wizengamot will have a profound impact on the development of the wizarding world. According to convention, a comprehensive meeting will be held every 3 years to discuss the future direction of the Ministry of Magic and all walks of life. Please make your choice carefully, members of the Wizengamot. Every vote you cast will affect the future development of the entire wizarding world. Clap, clap, clap. After the solemn voice fell, all the members of the Wizengamot gave the warmest applause, and Fudge also bowed slightly to show his respect. The future, including his term as Minister of Magic, is also within the scope of his decision-making in the Wizengamot. Therefore, it is very necessary for him to make a good impression on everyone present. As the applause became sparse, Fudge's voice rang out again. "Welcome to the Wizengamot. Let's move on to our first proposal. Please invite Lord Rudy Intello to present the proposal." After the words fell, a red-robed wizard sitting in the back stood up, walked off the stage, and stood in front of everyone. He bowed to the Wizengamot members on both sides. Everyone focused their attention on this person. Rudy was no stranger and said directly, "Everyone, the proposal I brought today is about Gringotts. I think that as a wizard bank, Gringotts should increase the amount of loans allowed to wizards in order to invigorate the economy of the wizarding world. First, this can be a source of livelihood for a wizard in difficult times. Second, I think that when wizards have gold galleons in their hands, it can further stimulate the economy. Third, I think the gold galleons." Soon, this Rudy wizard spoke a bunch of reasons, as if emphasizing the justice of increasing loans. Finally, "So, in order to better ensure the issuance of loans, I suggest that wizards be allowed to enter Gringotts to supervise and guide the issuance of loans in the direction of operation and development." Fudge was touched by Rudy's suggestion. If wizards can be arranged to enter Gringotts, then there is no doubt that as the Minister of Magic, his power will be further expanded. However, what questions do you have about the proposal put forward by Rudy Wizard? Fudge's voice had just fallen, and some Wizengamot members' voices rang out. "No, we must not let laymen lead experts. The goblins have always managed Gringotts. If wizards are forced to enter, it is easy to intensify conflicts." Fudge saw that many Wizengamot members strongly opposed it. His inner spirit suddenly lowered. He felt that he should take control of the things in his hands first, and then look at other things. You must defend the inside first, before you can attack the outside. At the same time, the wizards on the side watched his friends constantly raise objections, and they also kept silent. Rudy was not surprised to see this. He had proposed a similar motion 3 years ago, but the last time it was more obvious, directly proposing that wizards enter Gringotts. This time, a loan was used to cover up the situation, but there were still many people who opposed it. This made his inner speculation stronger and stronger. Soon it entered the next process, allowing many Wizengamot members to vote. As expected, only a small number of people agreed, and most people either chose to abstain or directly choose to refuse. Seeing this, Fudge naturally made a decision. After everyone voted, the first motion will not be passed for the time being. "Wizard Rudy, you can return to your seat." Seeing this, Rudy said silently, walked up the steps, and returned to his seat. And Fudge said loudly again, "Next, for the second motion, please invite Egan Thornton to explain." Soon, a Wizengamot wizard sitting on the left came out. The same process. Give your own explanation, listen to and answer everyone's opinions and questions, and finally vote to decide whether the motion is passed. The second motion is about the potion industry and some minor, harmless prohibited potions. Certain restrictions. Although there were many people who opposed this time, the motion was passed with a slight advantage in the end. Next is the third, fourth, and 25th motions. Among them, the motions include various industries in the British wizarding world, magical creatures, spell research, the appearance of magical plants, and even the Order of Merlin. It is worth mentioning that someone proposed to give Gilderoy Lockhart, the founder of the meditation method, a first-class medal of the Order of Merlin. However, a large number of members chose to abstain tacitly. It seems that they are afraid of something. It may be related to the fact that the recipients of a Medal of the Order of Merlin will automatically join the Wizengamot. In the end, it ended in failure. Soon, it was the 30th motion. Many Wizengamot members paid attention and seemed to know what was going to happen next. Next, for the 30th motion, please invite Wizard Dustin Frank to explain it. Soon, Dustin Frank, who was sitting in the front position on the right, stood up. He walked to the open space in the middle, bowed slightly to the Wizengamot members on both sides to show respect. Then he said loudly, "Everyone, the proposal I brought is related to the establishment of a wizard school. As we all know, due to some misunderstandings, the demonstrations of the squib some time ago caused a lot of noise and affected the lives of many wizards. And this is all due to the meditation method invented by Professor Lockhart. Meditation can make squibs have the ability to become wizards, which is undoubtedly conducive to promoting the development of the entire wizarding world. However, we also need to consider our attitude towards squibs." At this point, Dustin Frank paused and observed the expressions of the wizards around him, as if to adjust his next expression. In the past, because squibs do not have the ability to cast spells, most wizards looked down on them. But now it's different. Squibs have the ability to cast spells with meditation. They are one of our kind. We must treat them with a fair attitude. Otherwise, the squib parade a while ago was a typical negative example. For the peace and development of the wizarding world, I propose to establish a squib wizard school specifically for training squibs and teaching them the character and spellcasting abilities of a wizard. And the school principal, Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, the founder of meditation, is the most suitable person to serve as the principal. Dustin Frank finished speaking. The entire conference room was silent. Everyone, including Fudge, looked at Dumbledore as if to see his reaction. At this moment, Dumbledore did not stand up and raise objections as everyone thought. Instead, he remained silent. Even his face did not change, as if he had not heard it. Seeing this, Fudge said with some regret, "Dear members of the Wizengamot, do you have any questions about the proposal put forward by Wizard Dustin?" He was also prepared to see the scene of Dumbledore's strong opposition and disappointment in the end. As a key partner of Lockhart, he knew very well that in recent months, Lockhart first persuaded the Frank family through a duel for this proposal. Then every 3 days, he challenged a pureblood family, let them completely crush them under the premise of being extremely prepared. A total of about 4 families were challenged, and the remaining families could not bear such pressure, and the Elders' Council did not provide any support. They had no choice but to agree to the conditions proposed by Lockhart. However, what they never expected was that although Lockhart took a lot of resources from them, he also brought them huge benefits. For example, the light of life, new potions, etc. In an instant, these pureblood families forgot their previous hatred and stood firmly behind Lockhart, cheering. In this process, Lockhart's combat power has spread to the entire British wizarding world and even other countries. Other members of the Wizengamot or pureblood families also enjoyed the gold coin tactics during this period. Lockhart hit them with a lot of resources, and their heads were a little dizzy. Up to now, few people have raised objections. Some people are also watching Dumbledore's attitude. They seem to know that their role is almost small. They voted against it and it was useless. Only Dumbledore, the chief wizard of the Wizengamot, can reject this proposal. As the chief wizard, he can reject any proposal, as long as there is a reasonable reason. However, Dumbledore's mind is not in the meeting room at this moment. He is now thinking about one thing in his mind. That is, where is Voldemort's Horcrux hidden? Because, just 2 weeks ago, Lockhart walked up to him with a golden crown. And this is a long-lost Ravenclaw crown. It is said that he introduced that this is a Horcrux found in the Room of Requirement. The discovery of the Horcrux has relieved Dumbledore of many doubts. During these 2 weeks, he kept exploring Tom's life trajectory, trying to find more Horcruxes. Tom will not die if the Horcruxes are not destroyed. If you want to kill Tom, you must first destroy the Horcruxes. This is the most important thing for him in recent times. As for Lockhart's Squib Wizard School, he has no mind to care about it now. The threat of Voldemort is imminent, and he can't let Lockhart go. What's more, he is very confident in Hogwarts. As long as the Book of Admission and the Pen of Acceptance are not destroyed, Hogwarts will never fall. And some members of the Wizengamot who originally wanted to refuse saw Dumbledore remain silent and did not respond, and also suppressed their inner thoughts. They have witnessed Lockhart's influence during this period of time. Through the light of life, new potions and other technologies, coupled with the other party's strong strength, a benefit alliance with Lockhart as the core was formed. Fudge saw that everyone did not react, and he was not surprised. He is now also in Lockhart's benefit alliance. Even with Lockhart and the pureblood family behind him, his position is more stable. Finally, after everyone's vote, the proposal to establish a school for squibs in Dustin was officially passed, and Gilderoy Lockhart will be the principal. The Ministry of Magic will invest a certain amount of money every year, and provide certain support in terms of policies. It is expected to open in September next year and recruit the first batch of squibs. It's time to return to the Marvel world. This time, the Avengers plot is officially added, and the battlefield is even more grand. Chapter 323, The Wizard's Foothold in Marvel. December 23rd, Hogwarts. It was only 2 days away from Christmas. As Christmas approached, the festive atmosphere of the whole Hogwarts became stronger. Every year, the Christmas party was the most lively event in the whole Hogwarts. Well, not only because there were various wonderful programs at the Christmas party, but most importantly, after the party, their 3-week vacation began. As in previous years, the closer it got to Christmas, the more Little Wizard's enthusiasm for learning plummeted. Because learning was not as important as holidays, playing, and receiving gifts. One by one, they had already started planning what gifts to give to their friends. And how many gifts would their parents, relatives, and classmates give them in return? They had been looking forward to this for a long time, so how could they still focus on studying? But for the professor, it was expected. Although he kept talking about studying hard and preparing for exams, he didn't really have much pressure to exert himself. Even the homework was less than usual, which seemed to let the students have a memorable holiday. Well, of course, a small part of the reason was that the professors were looking forward to Christmas. They had long wanted to take this opportunity to relax. You have to know that the young wizards have 3 weeks of vacation, which also means that they don't have to teach for 3 weeks. At this moment, Professor McGonagall, who is in charge of planning the entire Christmas banquet, is constantly instructing some senior wizards and professors to decorate the corridors, halls, lobbies, etc. Loida, take another look at the corridor on the 5th floor to see if there is any dirt that has not been cleaned up. If you find any, remember to use the descaling charm to clean it up. Okay, Professor. A 6th-year Gryffindor witch with a delicate face responded quickly. Professor McGonagall nodded, hummed, and then continued to direct the next one. Eric, go down to the 8th floor and see if there is any dirty place in the corridor, especially the tapestry of the giant beating the stupid Barnabas with a stick. Pay special attention to it and arrange some Christmas decorations at the same time. A 5th-year student of Strelling was called up by Professor McGonagall. Afterwards, Professor McGonagall called some 5th and 6th-year students to prepare for the banquet. While Professor McGonagall was talking, she was also waving her wand, and floating spells and transformation spells were flying in the hall, and a large number of decorations were floating and hanging everywhere. It seemed that he found that there were not enough people, so he set his sights on the professor. Sprat, do me a favor and check if the ingredients for the banquet I ordered have arrived. Flitwick, the Christmas banquet will start tomorrow night. Please keep an eye on the little wizards, and don't let them cause any trouble. Seeing Professor McGonagall's solemn expression, she kept issuing orders one after another. The professors nodded and started to move. At this moment, Lockhart was looking at the professor's various arrangements for the hall with great interest. He had only experienced this Christmas banquet once or twice in his previous life. However, this was his first experience of a Christmas banquet in the magic world, which made him quite curious and wondered what was so wonderful about it. At this time, Professor Lockhart, do me a favor and check if Hagrid has received the holly trees from the Forbidden Forest. I need 4 large ones and 8 medium ones to make the Christmas tree. Okay, Professor McGonagall, I'll find them now. Hearing Professor McGonagall's instructions, Lockhart nodded quickly and walked out very tactfully. 2 weeks ago, the news that he was going to build a school for squibs came out. Professor McGonagall, who was known as the Vice President of Hogwarts, naturally didn't say a word to him. Later, he persuaded McGonagall to do so for the development of the wizarding world, for the sake of the squibs, and not to disturb the wizard students. McGonagall's attitude softened. Well, the most important thing was that Lockhart increased his financial support for Hogwarts. It was originally expected that 300 gold galleons would be provided each year, but now it has doubled to 600 per year. This made Professor McGonagall's attitude towards him much better. Sure enough, as long as the amount of money reaches a certain level, it can easily change people's attitudes, and wizards are no exception. However, McGonagall was still a little angry occasionally, but he didn't care about these. He also planned to dig into the foundation of Hogwarts. He invested so much money every year, it couldn't be in vain. It should be normal to let some professors come to his school to give lectures occasionally. As for the attitudes of other professors, such as Flitwick, the Dean of Ravenclaw, who had always had a good relationship with him, he didn't mind it a long time ago. Even promised him that he would give lessons to the squibs when he was free. TSK, TSK, TSK. Of course gifts are indispensable. It can be said that as long as Dumbledore did not explicitly express his rejection or even hostility, the attitude of the Hogwarts professors was still relatively good. However, Dumbledore's thoughts turned, and Lockhart's golden dragon mark hidden by his sleeves moved slightly, with golden light flashing, as if summoning something. At the same time, Lockhart walked out of the castle, and walked towards the Forbidden Forest and Hagrid's hut. At this moment, the outside of the castle was already snow white. Feeling the cold air around him, Lockhart's magic power surged, and a thin magic shield appeared in front of him to resist the cold. Step, step, step. Lockhart's leather shoes stepped on the snowy ground. Every step he took, the friction between the snow and the leather shoes sounded. Every time he lifted a step, a conspicuous footprint would appear on the ground. In Lockhart's sight, there were also some little wizards who were outside, throwing snowballs at each other, and making snowmen in the midst of laughter. Seeing this scene, Lockhart had a faint smile on his face. The innocence of children can drive away a lot of darkness in people's hearts. Professor, good morning. Professor, what are you doing? Professor, do you know what fun there is at the Christmas party tomorrow night? After seeing Hart, some little wizards raised their snowballs and waved to Lockhart. At the same time, some ran up directly and asked a series of questions out of curiosity, and Lockhart naturally responded with a smile. However, Lockhart had only walked a distance. Some little wizards dispersed, as if they had noticed something. Because the big bad, no, Professor Snape is here. Well, Snape has always been aloof among the students, and is known for his seriousness and coldness. The snow-white flat ground also reflected the figure of Snape in his black wizard robe, like a big bat. Snape, look, I think you should smile more. The little wizards were so nice just now, but when you came, they were all scared and left. Hearing what Lockhart said, Snape instinctively wanted to fight back, but it seemed that he had something to ask of Lockhart. He could only change the subject and said, Lockhart, what do you want from me? He had sensed the message from the magic mark before, saying that Lockhart was looking for him. Let's go, Snape. Just now McGonagall asked me to find Hagrid to move the holly tree, and asked you to come over to help and chat at the same time. Lockhart said as he walked towards the Forbidden Forest on the snow. Okay. Snape replied briefly and followed closely. Under the gaze of many little wizards, the two professors walked away together. They didn't care too much. The matter between the two professors was not close to them, so it was better to play in the snow. Soon, a large number of little wizards on the snow were playing and joking with each other, throwing snowballs, making snowmen, etc. The senior students who were setting up the Christmas party in the corridor saw this scene, and a trace of envy flashed in their eyes. Hurry up and speed up the actions in your hands. Complete the task as soon as possible, and have fun as soon as possible. The sight turned back to Lockhart and Snape again. As they approached the Forbidden Forest, in the snowy weather, there was almost no one. Only some magical owls specially raised by Hogwarts occasionally appeared in the sky. Snape, what information have you gained about the wizard's bloodline talent? Lockhart asked as he walked to the side. He was deeply impressed by what Vlad, the president of the Presbyterian Church, had done with the help of the wizard's bloodline talent. That was the top level space magic that even the dimensional demon could imprison, but the other party escaped. Although there was a reason why he performed it alone, there was no doubt that the wizard's bloodline talent was absolutely beyond imagination. The information about wizard bloodline talent is very mixed, and many of them are even fictional stories. There is not much valuable and true information that has been verified. Snape pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. However, according to the information I have collected, every wizard who awakens his talent can undoubtedly be included in the top ranks. In the near future, our headmaster Dumbledore may have awakened his talent, including the Dark Lord and Grindelwald, etc. Oh, and you should be one too. Snape seemed to have thought of something and added. He knew that Lockhart mentioned the blood pure potion he had refined. Lockhart nodded and acknowledged it. Snape continued, the four founders of Hogwarts, such as Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff, have awakened their talents. But they will not explain too much about what talents they have awakened, and there is not much real information. I have found some. It seems to be related to Hufflepuff and space, but there is not much information. Grindelwald's talent seems to be able to predict the future. I don't know if it is true or not. Snape seemed to have thought of something, and continued to add, it is probably false. If he can really predict it, he should not be defeated by the headmaster. Any other valuable information? Lockhart pondered for a moment, and continued to ask. There are almost no valuable ones left. Time is limited. We will continue to look for them later. Snape shook his head slightly and said helplessly. Okay, just remember this. Lockhart said softly, there is one thing you should prepare in advance. Recently, I will take you to the new world. After you get there, your most important task is to refine the pure wizard blood potion. Don't worry about the materials. We will have a good opportunity to obtain a large amount of materials. In response, Snape nodded and said, okay, then I will prepare it when I go back. Lockhart nodded slightly, and then reminded, this matter is very important. You must go all out. You may not be able to imagine the dangers of the new world for the time being. There are real gods there. Even gods are not considered strong in the new world. With our current strength, we are just ants. Hearing this, Snape fell into silence, but still nodded heavily, to show that he understood. Lockhart didn't want to spoil the fun, so he hesitated for a moment and said slowly, I think that, if we wizards want to gain a foothold in the new world, blood talent is our only breakthrough point. You must pay attention to it. After we arrive in the new world, I will find a way to help you awaken your wizard talent. Snape's eyes lit up when he heard this, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. The Dark Lord has awakened his talent for who knows how many years. He wants revenge, but if he doesn't awaken his talent, the probability of revenge is too low. As if sensing Snape's inner joy, Lockhart didn't interrupt him, letting him be happy for a while. After a while, when Snape had calmed down, Lockhart continued to ask, Snape, is there any news from Dumbledore? Hearing Lockhart's question, Snape's mind was focused, and after careful consideration, he slowly said, there is not much valuable news. He has not met many times recently, and he seems to be busy with something. Last time, you asked me about your invitation to the teacher. I will follow your instructions and use the light of life to invite some well-known wizards to teach. After Albus knew about it, he didn't say anything, but just asked me to keep an eye on it. Hearing this, Lockhart frowned. It would be bad for him to have no news. Even if he knew that Dumbledore's attitude was very repulsive and even hostile, it was okay. At least he knew that he should take action. But now there is no news, so he doesn't know how to plan. Suddenly, Lockhart seemed to think of something and asked, Snape, you have been with Principal Dumbledore for so many years. Do you have any way to increase his trust in me? Snape frowned and kept thinking about Lockhart's question. According to his impression of Dumbledore, although he was very friendly and kind, like a very gentle old man, but in fact, he was usually okay, but he was unusually cold and ruthless on major issues, and he was extremely thoughtful. He was very determined, and would not easily believe what anyone said. He even had to personally investigate some issues before he could feel at ease. If he wanted to gain Dumbledore's trust, he really didn't know how to start, especially now that Dumbledore had some doubts about Lockhart. And Lockhart saw Snape's thoughtful expression and did not interrupt, but just walked forward silently. The person Dumbledore trusted most, besides Professor McGonagall, was Snape. For Snape, if Lockhart had not appeared out of thin air, Dumbledore could be said to have eaten Snape to death. No matter how unpleasant the words were, he could only obey Dumbledore's orders and arrangements in the end, even if it meant death. If Snape couldn't think of any good way, he could only wait and see what Dumbledore would do, and then continue to speculate on his attitude. With his mind turning, Lockhart continued to walk on the snow, followed closely by Snape. Soon, Lockhart raised his hand, put it in front of his eyes, and looked at the snow-covered jungle in the distance, and seemed to find a dark shadow. It was Hagrid's Forbidden Forest hut. Suddenly, Snape's voice came to his ears, and his tone seemed a little low, bitter, and mournful. "Lockhart, I know a way to help you gain Dumbledore's trust." Hearing this, Lockhart's face was filled with joy, but he seemed to notice that Snape's mood was a little wrong, and asked calmly, "Snape, what method?" This time Snape did not answer directly, but asked in a low voice, "Lockhart, you should know that I used to work under the Dark Lord. But why Dumbledore would trust me, do you know?" Without waiting for Lockhart to answer, Snape stretched out his wand and waved it gently. At the same time, a quick chanting sound came. "Patronus." Instantly, a milky white light continued to flow from the tip of Snape's wand. As Snape waved his wand, the milky white light spun around the two of them like a ribbon, forming a milky white vortex. Trample, trample, trample. In Lockhart's eyes, a white deer with a milky white light stepped on a ribbon and slowly ran forward from mid-air. Who? Looking at this white deer with the Patronus charm, Snape's breathing was a little rapid, and his eyes were slightly red. Seeing this scene, Lockhart already understood what Snape said. He only heard Snape's suppressed tone and said calmly, "Dumbledore believes in me because of my love for Lily. This allows me to use the Patronus charm, which also means that I'm not a real dark wizard, but only studies dark magic." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded gently and comforted. "Don't worry, Lily's resurrection is already in preparation. Perhaps your talent after awakening in the future can help Lily's resurrection." As a qualified boss, he can still understand the emotional fluctuations of his employees. After all, the loved one is dead, and it would be a bit inhumane not to understand this. Well, he just drew a pie to motivate Snape. Snape nodded silently and retracted the Patronus charm. He continued to follow Lockhart and walked towards Hagrid's hut. Lockhart was thinking about how to use this news to further ease his relationship with Dumbledore. He did not seek to gain Dumbledore's trust, but tried to delay the conflict between the two. There were many plans later, and it would be troublesome if Dumbledore stood on the opposite side of him. As his thoughts turned, Lockhart suddenly remembered the Christmas party tomorrow night. At the same time, a voice came from Snape's ear. "Snape, the plan has changed. You should hurry up and prepare the tools for making potions. Tonight, we will go to the new world together. When the time comes, you will go with some people." At the same time, Lockhart saw a huge black shadow in the distance. Boom. The black shadow dragged a large holly tree to the hut and slowly put it down. It was Hagrid. "Hey, Hagrid, do you need help chopping down a tree?" In the next chapter, we arrive at the Marvel world. The battlefield is even bigger, the Avengers appear, and the wonders of chaos magic will also be revealed. Chapter 324, The Wampoa Military Academy in the Wizarding World, Grindelwald's Fate Prediction. At night, Hogwarts, Snape's office. Click, click, click. Snape sat at the table, tapping his fingertips lightly on the tabletop, his eyes revealing his thoughts. Tonight he was going to the new world mentioned by Lockhart. Last time, he was caught by Lockhart and brought into the new world. After signing an unbreakable oath, he came back directly. This time, it is said that he will stay for a long time. What Snape was most curious about was the speed of time. According to Lockhart, whether he and others stayed in the new world for a month or half a year, when they came back, that is, the moment they left the wizarding world, it would not be a minute more, or a minute less. This is not magic. But, a new world has emerged, and whether it is magic or not is not for him to talk about. However, the environment of the new world surprised Snape. He did not care about the changes in the Muggle world, but the increase in magic in the new world for the wizarding world made him extremely excited. The difficulty of casting spells has been greatly reduced, and the power of spells has increased by at least twice or more. According to this calculation, if the materials are prepared, will it be easier to resurrect Lily in the new world, and the success rate will increase? Well, this is his idea. He has to enter the new world again to test it. He also has to tell Lockhart. When Snape was thinking, suddenly a red flame-colored light shone on his face and caught his eyes. Snape turned his head and saw that it was a red halo. Lockhart was standing opposite. "Snape, come here." Lockhart waved gently and said, "I will take you to meet some of the next partners to facilitate the cooperation later." Seeing this, Snape nodded directly, stood up, stepped into the halo, and arrived at Lockhart's study. As Lockhart stretched out his hand to signal, Snape's sight moved to the half-open magic suitcase not far away. Without Lockhart's reminder, Snape understood and walked towards the magic suitcase, entering the magic box, stepping into the stairs, passing through the corridor, passing by large and small rooms. Soon, Snape and Lockhart entered a spacious space, which was the spell practice room. As soon as he entered the practice room, Snape saw a short-haired beauty standing not far away, wearing light blue clothes, with a delicate face, and a tall figure. The wavy short hair made her exude a capable temperament. Snape seemed to be able to feel that her temperament was a bit similar to that of the patriarch of a pureblood family, as if she had great power. He could even vaguely feel that she was like Dumbledore planning a strategy. In addition, there were three familiar figures, who were Lockhart's former students, Ian, Remy, and Vera. The three of them were leading more than 20 squibs, and were respectfully asking the short-haired lady for advice. As Snape's sight shifted again, a dozen goblins and 5 house elves were staying in the corner, a certain distance apart. The leading house elf Goldcoin and the goblin Bruno were giving a lecture, and the goblins and house elves on the opposite side nodded one after another. "Teacher, good evening." All the squibs seemed to have noticed Lockhart's arrival, and greeted him respectfully. "Good evening, Professor Lockhart. The task you requested is basically done." Carter waved gently, and replied with a smile. At the same time, the house elf Goldcoin and the goblin Bruno also hurried over, and said respectfully in unison, "Master, good evening." Seeing this scene, Lockhart smiled and replied. He trusted them very much, to bring them into the new world. Carter and Snape, needless to say, signed the contract, and grasped the key points, so their loyalty was very guaranteed. As for the squib wizards, there is no need to think too much about this, as they have been carefully selected. Their potential, loyalty, and will can reach a very high standard. It is worth Lockhart to further allocate resources to cultivate them, and add backbones for the establishment of the school in the future. The house elves came from the pureblood families who chose to surrender. Their racial habits have made Lockhart not worry about their loyalty. As for the goblins, they are not completely loyal, but pure workers. Continue to contribute to Lockhart's gold galleon plan. For the rest of his life, if there is no good opportunity, I'm afraid that I will be inseparable from the coin-making machine. Carter, come here, let me introduce you. Lockhart stood in front of Carter, and extended his hand to Snape behind him to introduce him. This is the top potion master Severus Snape. Like me, he is a professor at Hogwarts. In the future, he will be mainly responsible for the brewing of potions, and teaching students to brew potions and learn magic. Of course, Carter, you can also ask him about magic and potions. Carter nodded slightly, looking at the gloomy Severus Snape with interest. TSK. During this period of time, she also learned some things about Hogwarts. This Slytherin dean is very famous. At the same time, Lockhart also introduced Snape. Snape, this is Miss Peggy Carter. She is from the New World and once created the world's largest spy organization in the Muggle world. You can also understand her as an aura of the Ministry of Magic. She is a top strategic planning and organization building expert. The future plans cannot be separated from Ms. Carter. At this point, Lockhart also reminded, Ms. Carter is also a wizard now. After Carter heard Lockhart's introduction to him, a smile flashed across his brows, and he gently stretched out his hand and said friendly, "Hello, Professor Snape, I'm Peggy Carter. You can just call me Carter. It's our first meeting. We will have the opportunity to cooperate more in the future. I have longed for the magical potion for a long time." Seeing Carter's attitude, Snape was slightly stunned, then stretched out his hand and gently shook it, and then took it back. At the same time, he said, "Hello, Ms. Carter, we can communicate if you need it later." After that, he remained silent. Seeing this, Carter understood Professor Snape's temperament and took over the conversation skillfully, saying slowly, "Professor Snape, do you know anything about the New World?" Snape shook his head slightly. "Well, let's chat. I happen to be not very familiar with the wizarding world. There is a wizard organization similar to wizards in the New World, called Kamar-Taj." Then, under Carter's guidance, the two began to communicate slowly and get to know each other. Seeing this, Lockhart left the two. He walked up to Ian and other squibs and said, "You should have listened to Vera and Ian about the New World. This time, we may have to stay in the New World for a long time. Take this time to improve your magic skills. If you don't understand anything, ask your seniors and teachers." Lockhart said to Ian, Remy and Vera, who were in the front. They have just arrived in the New World, so it is inevitable that they are not familiar with it. You should lead them well and pass on what you have learned to them. Play a leading role. Okay, mentor. Okay, mentor. All the squib wizards responded. After that, Lockhart gave a few more instructions, got up and left, and walked towards the goblin in the corner. Seeing this, the goblin Bruno hurriedly led the goblins behind him to meet Lockhart, as if waiting for the master's order. The house elf Goldcoin, seeing the goblin's actions, also hurriedly led the 4 house elves behind him to step forward. "Master, what do you want?" Bruno the goblin bowed his head and said respectfully, "Master, the gold coins are always here. What do you need us to do?" The house elf Goldcoin said hurriedly, "Bruno, you continue to master the casting of gold galleons. Next, gold galleons and gringotts are the focus of our plan. Don't relax." Lockhart ordered Bruno the goblin. "Okay, master, don't worry. With Bruno here, everything is under control." Bruno replied excitedly. He already knew a small part of his master's grand plan. At the same time, he had noticed the state of the goblins at the bottom of Gringotts at the signal of his master. It can be said that the contradiction between the goblins at the bottom and the goblins at the top of Gringotts is becoming more and more intensified. Just wait for the back, add fuel to the flames and work together for the great cause. Lockhart nodded slightly at this. He has not been idle in the past few months. Kings, princes, generals and ministers, are they of the same kind? This concept was passed on to the goblins at the bottom of Gringotts by him. This extremely inflammatory concept has already caused signs of chaos in Gringotts. If Gringotts is not in chaos, how can he seek monetary power from it? You know, it still costs a lot of money to open a school. Especially he wants to open a Huangpu military academy in the wizarding world. Master, gold coins can also help. The house elf gold coins next to him shouted unwillingly. Well, gold coins, you don't have to worry about this matter. Lockhart smiled and said to gold coins, "You also have your own tasks." Hearing this, gold coins looked excited. It is an honor for house elves to work for the master. "What task, master?" Gold coins asked excitedly, and the house elves behind him also looked at Lockhart with excitement. "Gold coins, how did you complete the tasks assigned to you before?" Lockhart asked. "Master, they have been trained according to the training. Now they will not make particularly exaggerated movements when they receive orders, and they will not embarrass you." Gold coins replied immediately. "Okay." Lockhart nodded slightly and said, "I will arrange the things for you later." Then, Lockhart gave various tasks to gold coins and other house elves. After giving the order, Lockhart walked away slowly, observing everyone's status at the same time. Carter is indeed a top agent who can handle all kinds of situations. Although Snape usually doesn't talk much, under Carter's guidance, the atmosphere of the chat is getting better and better. and his squib students surrounded Ian and the other two and kept asking questions. As for the house elves and goblins, they all nodded during Bruno and the gold coins lecture. Seeing this, Lockhart smiled faintly. Then, he thought about it and stepped lightly on the floor with his right foot. Whoosh! In an instant, a red flame portal appeared behind him. Lockhart turned around, stepped in, and left the magic suitcase. After returning to his study, Lockhart waved his hand gently, and the half-opened suitcase instantly closed and floated in Lockhart's hand. And Lockhart held the suitcase and called the system softly, "System, shuttle to the Marvel world. Search for the solidified world shuttle channel. Search successful. Teleporting. Transporting. Welcome the host back to the Marvel world. Warning 1. Because the host has condensed the mark of the true spirit, the ability to resist the erosion of the world is further enhanced. The current maximum existence time is 356 days. When the time is close to the limit, it will automatically be transferred back to the Harry Potter world to prevent the erosion of the world. Warning 2. You can freely return to the Harry Potter world in the middle to reduce the erosion of the world, but as the soul grows, the energy required to anchor the time node will continue to rise. Warning 3. This time, the number of souls carried is too many. If you return again, the anchor time point will move backwards, and it is expected to be 60 to 120 minutes. At the moment, when Lockhart chose to shuttle, Nermingard, Grindelwald's study. Grindelwald sat in the study, and the bright candlelight dispelled the darkness. At this moment, he seemed to sense something. In an instant, Grindelwald's black right-eyed pupil turned silver white. Wizard talent Eye of Destiny. Then, looking at the starry sky, it seemed that he was observing the flow of the fate of the whole world. In Grindelwald's eyes, the starry sky sometimes turned into a rushing river of destiny. Sometimes it turns into strands of destiny that are constantly intertwined and collided, and in different colors. Sometimes it turns into a white mist of destiny. Ha, ha, ha. The heavy breathing seems to show the great pressure that Grindelwald is carrying. As time passes, Grindelwald's breathing becomes heavier, his face is a little pale, and even the silver white eyes of destiny are stained with a faint red at this moment. It seems that he is suffering from a great backlash. After a moment, Grindelwald groaned, and the red eyes of destiny slowly closed. However, Grindelwald, who was pale, raised his mouth corners, his face was excited, and he muttered to himself, "The lost destiny and the chaotic future. The four schools compete for hegemony. The collision of the new and old magic systems. And the new world." Grindelwald closed his eyes and adjusted his breath for a while and seemed to have recovered from the backlash. Gently waving his hand, a feather pen fell on the white letter paper. As Grindelwald's thoughts turned, one font after another appeared. Philosophic, mobilize the saints and infiltrate the US Ministry of Magic with all your strength. Clear your reputation. Obtain the position of headmaster of Alvermorny, USA. In the morning, Marvel World, Kamar-Taj, tea room. The supreme sorcerer Ancient One sat cross-legged in front of the tea table, his eyes looking through the door, as if admiring the green bamboo forest outside, or perhaps even further away. He gently picked up a cup of tea, put it to his mouth, took a sip, and savored it carefully. Suddenly, Ancient One paused, as if he noticed something interesting, and put down the tea in his hand. The teacup fell on the tea table, and some tea seemed to spill out. But Ancient One didn't care, but murmured to himself with interest, "I'm back from an unknown place." Chapter 325 Return to Marvel, Cosmic Cube. In the morning, in the Marvel world, Lockhart's study. The golden sunlight rushed into the study through the glass, shining on the books, teacups, desks, and floors. At this moment, in the middle of the study, that was originally empty, a figure carrying a suitcase appeared like a phantom, and it quickly solidified in less than 1 or 2 seconds. It was Gilderoy Lockhart. At this moment, Lockhart looked at the golden sunlight outside the window, recalled the information that emerged in his mind and the sky outside, and his eyes revealed his thoughts. This time, he brought hundreds of creatures. The number of wizards accounted for a small number, and there were more magical animals. Unexpectedly, this caused the system to start delaying the shuttle time. If he continued like this, if he brought more wizards and magical creatures into the Marvel world later, the difference in the speed of time would only get smaller and smaller. In the end, it would only be 1:1, or even a deficit. With his mind turning, Lockhart simply stopped thinking. After all, no matter how much he thought, he could not find the answer. The system also warned him in advance about this, and he had no way to change it. Looking at the suitcase in his hand, Lockhart waved his hand, dropped it to the ground, and slowly opened it. Then, he entered it. Since he had arrived in the Marvel world, he had to notify them to start the action. This time, he was prepared to stay for a while, not only to practice the Patronus charm. At the same time, he also had to lay the foundation for the next stage of the plan. The next morning, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Trident building, in the busy hall, a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents shuffled back and forth. Their clothes could roughly judge their types. Those wearing suits, glasses, or watches were mostly management, and those wearing black combat uniforms were mostly frontline combat personnel. At this moment, in the hall, a bold agent wearing a light blue suit walked towards the elevator. It was Sitwell, the intelligence director of S.H.I.E.L.D. When the agents next to him saw him, they greeted him one after another. "Sir, good morning." After seeing this, Sitwell nodded in response, and continued to walk towards the elevator. At the same time, the captain of the action team, Rumlow, also walked towards the elevator. After entering the elevator, the two looked at each other, and Sitwell directly pressed the elevator door closing button. With a click, the elevator closed, leaving only two people. "Sitwell, the commander told me that in the future, the two of us will work together to further deal with the relevant matters of the wizard professor." Hearing what Rumlow said, Sitwell nodded gently and slowly said, "Okay, Rumlow, I will provide you with relevant information next. Please give me a copy of the information you collected. After you go back, I will take a look first." Rumlow nodded and replied, "We will discuss the specific plan at that time." Ding. At this moment, with a ding, the elevator door opened, and Sitwell nodded gently to indicate his agreement, and then walked out. Rumlow was in the elevator watching Sitwell's leaving figure and the slowly closing elevator door. For some reason, he felt that Sitwell at this time had a strange breath. Immediately, Rumlow shook his head and swept away the distracting thoughts in his heart. The two have cooperated many times, and it may just be the negative impact caused by memory recovery. He also underwent a complete memory recovery not long ago, and he also knew that this method would have a slight impact on people, but as long as he rested later, everything would return to normal. At this moment, Sitwell returned to his office and looked around to find that there was no one. He returned to his seat, pulled open his sleeves, and stared at his arm. At the same time, the originally white arm was faintly showing a light golden magic mark, and then solidified, showing the appearance of a golden dragon wandering. Seeing this, Sitwell's face showed a trace of excitement, and then he kept thinking about the information he wanted to transmit in his mind, staring at the magic mark, and transmitting the information. After feeling that the information was successfully transmitted, and the reward given by the master, Sitwell's face showed an ecstatic look. At this moment, a meditation method emerged in his mind. According to the information prompt, as long as he studies hard, he can hope to improve his mental strength and even become a wizard. It is not impossible. Dang. 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 At this moment, a knock on the door sounded, and Sitwell quickly put away the emotions on his face and said seriously, "Come in." Click. With a click, a familiar figure pushed the door open and entered. "Captain Coulson, what's up?" Sitwell was a little surprised to see that the person who came was his immediate superior, Phil Coulson. "Sit down, Sitwell." Coulson said gently, "Is there a mission for you? You can put aside the wizard professor for the time being." "Captain, what mission?" Sitwell asked with some confusion. "Isn't this mission our focus at this stage? The director specifically told me." Coulson's words made him feel quite bad. It was not only Hydra's requirement to organize and control the latest information about the wizard professor, but also the master's order. If he left, it was very likely that he would not be able to collect important information in the first place. Even according to the S.H.I.E.L.D. system, some key information about the wizard professor would be kept confidential from him. "Sitwell, don't worry, the director already knows about it." Coulson said in a gentle but unquestionable tone. This mission is also very critical. It involves the 8th level of confidentiality in the Bureau. Hearing this, Sitwell's face straightened up. The confidentiality level is divided into 9 levels, and the 8th level is already the top level. Seeing Sitwell's attitude, Coulson nodded with satisfaction. He was quite satisfied with Sitwell. He handled the details very well, and could complete many of the tasks assigned to him. It just so happened that this was an extremely important, but very trivial matter. He had a lot of things on his hands now, and needed to share some of them, otherwise, his newly grown hair would fall off again. Then, Coulson said slowly, "Do you know the Cosmic Cube? Wangxiang Book Cafe, Study Room 101. Lockhart sat in front of the tea table, his hands gently flying, and the invisible magic power swirled in the air. Then a miniature red flame halo appeared in the air, and the sweet spring water from the top of the mountain gushed out, and fell into the teapot on the table. At the same time, a light blue flame slowly emerged at the bottom of the teapot, and the temperature of the spring water that had just fallen into the teapot began to rise slowly. Then, the spring water kept swirling in the teapot, as if cleaning the teapot. Then, the boiling spring water floated gently, left the teapot, and fell into the wastewater bucket in the corner. At the same time, new spring water gushed out from the macro halo, and fell into the teapot again. This time, the temperature of the spring water continued to rise and gradually boiled. The tea leaves on the side floated up gently, and fell into the teapot. Soon, a scent of tea fragrance spread from the teapot. However, Lockhart's expression changed. If it wasn't because of the problem with the tea, it was because Sitwell sent a message. Coulson actually arranged Sitwell to take care of base 616, which is the base for studying the Cosmic Cube. This made Lockhart feel a little surprised. However, he didn't have time to think about it. Because Sir, Cassilis and Maureen are here. Accompanied by a knock on the door, the voice of former Black Sky Erica came from outside the door. "Come in," Lockhart said. At the same time, he waved his hand gently, and the teapot flew up. The mouth of the pot tilted, and the tea, that had just been boiled, fell into the teacup opposite. Cassilis and Maureen also came in one after another. "Cassilis, Maureen, you two are just in time. Come and try the tea I just brewed." Lockhart extended his hand and greeted them. "Haha, I guessed right, Cassilis. Lockhart must have brewed tea for us." Maureen joked beside him. And Cassilis also joked, "Lockhart is more impressive than us. Erica just now was not a weakling, but now she is just a book cafe waiter. This is a bit of a waste of talent. Lockhart, why don't you let her join my New York temple, and I will give her the best treatment." Hearing what Cassilis said, Lockhart laughed and said, "Then I can't bear it. My students can't deal with ordinary wizard apprentices. When they meet real wizards, they still have to rely on Erica. My Universal Book Cafe still needs Erica to help me." At this time, the two of them also sat down and picked up the tea that Lockhart had just poured. After a sip, the fragrant tea flowed into the mouth, and the lips and teeth were salivating, with a unique taste, which made people want more. The two of them were not polite. Maureen said directly, "Lockhart, do you have any extra tea? Give me a few pounds, I will drink it slowly when I go back." "A few pounds of tea, what are you thinking? I don't have that much yet. This tea is precious, and it took me a lot of energy." Lockhart replied with a smile, "If you really want to drink it, come to my Wangxiang Book Cafe." Well, this tea is a treasure he got from the Pure Blood family. To be precise, it is the spoils of war, after he defeated them. If he hadn't defeated them, he might not have discovered this tea. Then it's settled. We'll bother you more often in the future. You're not allowed to find us annoying." Cassilis joked, "You, the Universal Book Cafe, are getting bigger and bigger. But I feel that after the Supreme Sorcerer emerges into the other dimension, it would be more appropriate to change it to a more majestic name." In response, Lockhart said with a smile, "It's not open yet, but I'm already thinking about it. You must not be absent from the opening ceremony, and the value of the gifts you give can't be too low. Otherwise, I'm sorry, the tea you just drank." In response, the two smiled and nodded. Then, the three of them teased each other for a few words, and got down to business. "Lockhart, I heard from Maureen that you want to learn more about the secrets of Kamar-Taj, right?" Cassilis asked. Lockhart nodded. Yes, I want to know if I can bring other wizards in. I have a friend who is a top potion master and has not joined Kamar-Taj. Lockhart added. I'm worried about missing out on good materials. I want to ask if there is any way to bring him into the secret realm as my assistant. Cassilis frowned at Lockhart's request, thought about it carefully, and slowly shook his head. I'm afraid not. The secret realm can only be entered by the mages of Kamar-Taj. This is the rule. However, after hearing this, Morin thought about it and said, in fact, there is a way. Didn't we just get the fearless medal? We can try to make a reasonable request to the Supreme Mage. If the Supreme Mage agrees, there should be no problem. Then Morin added, however, I don't recommend doing this. The fearless medal is relatively rare. It's not worth spending it on such a small thing. In response, Lockhart did not reply, but nodded gently to show that he understood. However, the slightly changing eyes showed that Lockhart was interested in this. Morin, Cassilis, is there anything else we need to pay attention to about the secret realm of Kamar-Taj? Lockhart asked again. This time I plan to go in and look for some important materials. Morin pondered for a moment and said meaningfully, in addition to the risks of the secret realm itself, Lockhart, you also need to pay attention to the intensity of the battle with the wizard. Although there will be no deaths with the Supreme Wizard, it is another matter if the materials are destroyed. Then, Cassilis reminded again, everything should be done in moderation, and never let others blame you. Hearing the advice of his two friends, Lockhart nodded to show that he understood. Kamar-Taj has the Supreme Wizard, a powerful person who suppresses countless dimensions. There are advantages and disadvantages. Lockhart did not forget that Kamar-Taj also has some enemies. Afterwards, Lockhart asked the two friends again for details about the secret realm of the wizard. Cassilis and Morin were not stingy in sharing their experiences. However, Lockhart was disappointed that his two friends did not enter the secret realm this time. They each had their own things to do. Otherwise, with a helper, they might gain more. The materials for awakening wizard blood talent are not something that can be found casually. After all, this is for wizards in the Harry Potter world, and Kamar-Taj does not have such research on wizards. Lockhart, no, Snape needs to analyze them carefully one by one. Therefore, the base number of materials is very critical. Magic suitcase, spell practice room, speed, and speed. The enemy knows that you are a long-range wizard, and only idiots will compete with you in strengths. It doesn't matter how strong your melee ability is, but you must know how to dodge, keep your distance, and play to your advantage. You must remember this. Seeing Captain America Steve loudly scolding the squib wizards on the opposite side in front of a machine that keeps throwing balls, Snape was a little stunned. When did he let muggles train wizards? What on earth was Lockhart thinking? This was completely beyond his cognition. Especially when he saw the squib wizards who kept dodging the attacks of the green hardballs. Snape became more and more puzzled. At this moment, suddenly, Snape, are you confused about my training of students' close combat ability? A familiar voice came from his ear, and Snape nodded subconsciously. Just as he realized it was Lockhart, he heard the other party say slowly, Snape, do you know that most of the wizards in the new world have extremely strong close combat ability? And this is due to the influence of the world environment. Hearing this, Snape subconsciously wanted to ask why. Then he heard Lockhart continue. Want to know why? Come and fight Steve. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.